Stand by, guys. Sorry. We're almost there. Okay. Just a sec. I just gotta plug the webcam in. Standing down. Does Vadim sub himself out at halftime? No, I don't think so. Okay. Oh geez, wrong webcam. I look tiny because for some reason. Wait, what? Why do we have what in the fuck is happening? What? Hold on. Come on. Please work. Or are we just stuck with the shit cam today? Also, I gotta open Discord. I don't actually know what the weather is here. All I know is that is that it's snowing so bad that I can't that like if I were to step outside, I wouldn't be able to see like 3 feet in front of me, which is not good. Okay. I mean, maybe we are just gonna use the garbage camera today. Come on. You can do it. Okay, maybe I need to one sec, I'm just gonna close OBS and reopen it. Just a sec, guys. It won't stop. Well, okay, then I guess we're using the shit cam today. Because that for whatever reason, I can't figure out how to get it to actually work with the other one, which is pretty annoying. Don't know why it's doing that. Mark Carney is a Bond villain. He absolutely is not. He is fucking based. Mark Carney is Bond. He's not a Bond villain. Um, okay, let's get the chat going here. Okay. Whatever. I can't manage to get it. Okay. He will be better off when he's out of office. Canada, not so much. Oh, I mean, yeah, he might be. That's true. Like, obviously, leading any country is going to be incredibly taxing on anyone. So that's definitely the truth. Hello! Hold on, guys. I gotta figure this out. You know, Stuart, you can in fact get up here. It is possible for you to do that. Oh, hey, there we go. Damn, look at that. Except there's no zoom. That was why I had cropped this before. Whatever. It's kind of shit, but you know, I can't exactly do much about that. Because I don't know why the camera's not working. Huh. I will. I know what's coming in about 4 months. Okay, so last night, Vadim went, or not last night, sorry. Vadim went on to talk to the SoyPill, which I was not aware of. I did not know that this happened until last night I tuned into Hutch and he was reacting to it. And I saw that this was a thing that happened, and I thought it was very funny because Jesus. I'm sure you guys remember that Hassan went back and forth with the SoyPill on Twitter, and SoyPill laid into him for basically telling everybody not to vote for Kamala. So now, and I mean, I'm guessing that because Hassan is too much of a coward to do it himself, his sleepy soldier, Vadim, has come to defend his honor. Holy shit, they caught the Olympian turned drug deal guy. Oh, that guy. Wait, the Canadian guy? That guy's Canadian, yeah? I keep hearing about him on CBC. Um, that guy's fucking nuts. I don't actually know that much about him, other than that he, you know, snowboarder. I don't actually know. What is he? Hold on. Let's look this dude up. Uh, let's see. Olympian turned drug dealer. Oh yeah, there it is. Ryan Wedding. He's Canadian. Canadian alleged drug lord. Oh damn, this guy's not even a drug dealer. He's a fucking drug lord, a drug kingpin, a drug gigachad, if you will. Um. Oh, he's a skier too. The giant slalom. Which one? Oh, it's snowboarding. Okay, he is a snowboarder. Yeah, that's the snowboarding one. I'm sorry, Jesus. Yeah, he's a snowboarder. Wedding allegedly runs one of the world's largest drug trafficking operations and is believed to be the dominant cocaine distributor in Canada. Holy shit. FBI Director Kash Patel has compared Wedding to major drug lords such as Pablo Escobar and um, Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Damn. Um, Wait, so did they catch this guy? Wedding was captured on January 23rd, 2026. I wait, why did this was just written here without a source? Source? Oh, here it is. FBI gives update to give update on major investigation amid US media reports why Ryan Wedding in custody. Okay, this is what CBC is saying. Um Apparently they caught him. 10 years. He spent 10 years on the run. Damn. CBC.ca. Want CBC News. There it is. Ryan Wedding, 44, has spent more than 10 years on the run from authorities while allegedly leading a murderous transnational drug smuggling empire. Born in Thunder Bay, Ontario, damn. Wedding later moved to Coquitlam, BC. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I feel like I should. Shame me. And competed for Canada in snowboarding in the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City, Utah. Hey, I remember watching that. You said it right. Oh, okay. Coquitlam. He's been listed as one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives since March 2025, with the U.S. State Department offering a $15 million U.S. reward for information leading to his arrest. Damn. That's crazy. NBC is reporting that U.S. authorities will announce details of Wedding's arrest at a news conference on Friday morning. Interesting. Coquitlam. Okay, Coquitlam based. Thought it would be Coquitlam, but all right, whatever. Weird English spelling. So we're just waiting around for this news conference. Is there actually a oh, okay, who the hell knows when that's gonna happen? Whatever. All right. So yes, Vadim, Hassan's sleepiest, but maybe his strongest soldier, went to confront SoyPill. Yes, it is a lot of money. You are correct. A lot of money. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, hold on. What? Why do I hear nothing? Like all audio on this device. What in the fuck? Oh, that was my fault. I accidentally muted it because I'm dumb.
It'll take a moment for me. Give me a moment. Him now? I'm having. We got him. It took a minute, but he's here.
Okay. I'll be right back, friends.
Hey,
What's up?
I
have to go to the bathroom.
Does happen to be me. I'm all right. How are you guys doing?
We're just gonna let this play.
Good, a little tired, but you know, I mean, I'm just happy to see you in general, but also because of the contrast of our last guest.
Yeah, was that Lav?
That's the Lav. Yes.
The Lav, right? Yes, I've heard quite a bit about her, and very little that's anywhere approaching good. So
wait, Vadim.
What? Yeah.
How many Jews died in the Holocaust?
6 million, I believe.
Correct.
You
get it. You passed the test. Okay, continue.
Yeah, I would hope I would.
I thought you were going to say I would hope they did.
Yeah. So I didn't know that about her. I know that she's kind of like a hardcore TERF these days, but she's a Holocaust denialist as well now?
Oh no! Well, no. The first person we had in was, and so now we just have to ask everyone. But she might be. I don't know. I mean, she clearly is a little racist, or so bad at racist humor that she just is perceived as racist. So.
Yeah, well, you know, TERFs can go in that direction. I think once you start in that general vicinity, you're
J.K. Rowling's aligning with some Nazis, right, in the UK sometimes, just because they're
absolutely.
also aligned on trans positions.
Yeah. It's I mean, I could talk a while about like all the reasons why I think that those things are actually like, you know, kind of it's pretty common for those.
Remember, everybody, Lav is a serial attention seeker. I was going to say attention whore, but I'm not going to stoop to the same level as Lav, the woman who previously referred to herself as a feminist, as she shit on every other woman that she encountered in the space, would. Yeah, it would not surprise me if she attempted to deny the Holocaust or if she tried to deny the Holocaust. Oh, Lav was the previous guest before Vadim. And no, we're not going to watch it because I fucking hate Lav and I am not going to actually watch any of her shit. Yeah. Lav is like a she's a she's a joke. I feel like she has like tried on every single like weird ideology or controversial ideology that anything that will get her attention. I think the last person that she was dating supposedly was like a Nazi and she was saying like racist shit. She has LARPed as a TERF. She's also pretended to be like a and whilst doing OnlyFans, she has continuously shit on sex work and made like garbage arguments in favor of it, and then attacked other women who also engage in sex work. And she's also a serial liar. Um, oh, maybe she is married, Mr. Miser. I don't know. I thought that her last husband was like maybe she's still married to him, but my understanding was that her last oh no, she's not married to the what the fuck, she's not married to the rich wallet guy anymore. That's over. He left her, or she left him, I don't know. Probably he left her, because honestly, like all the trouble that she constantly got him into by continuously talking about him and then crying about it every time she talked about him, it shocks me that she would ever that anyone would stay with her. Yeah. I thought she is Israeli. At least I remember something. No, she's Jewish. Or I'm sorry, she claims she's Jew. I mean, like she is, but she's got like, I don't know. I think she took a 23andMe and she said she found like 1/8 Jewish. I don't remember. And then she started saying she's Jewish, even though I don't know if she was ever even raised as Jewish or what. But yeah, she just wants to get attention. That's all she ever does. That's her entire goal. She's a serial attention seeker. And she just does crazy shit for attention. She's Jewish, exactly. Okay, we're gonna keep playing this, and I'm gonna find a way so that the poor cat can easily get up here because evidently he is confused. I think that maybe an orange cat must have been nearby, and the universe took pity on that orange cat and took Stuart's brain cell and let the orange cat have it for a bit. So that must be what's going on. I still think her inclusion in the anti-misogyny arc was crazy. Same with Brittany Simon. I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Miser. I think that the inclusion of those people on the basis of everybody saying that Destiny was being nice to them because he wanted to fuck them or he was fucking them is fair. It actually, even though in the case of Lav, he did hook up with her, it actually legitimately annoys me that everybody just assumes that if Destiny is talking to a woman, it means that he wants to fuck them. It irritates me. Like, I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. And I hate the fact that this is the conclusion that everybody jumps to. And so I understand why Destiny would be annoyed by that, or about the fact that, now I don't know if I mean, like, I think maybe I kind of agree with him that Lav is smart. I mean, she's smart in the sense that she knows what to say to get attention. Repeat what? I said I don't like the assumption that because Destiny interacted with a woman or like was like negging towards her, which by the way he does with like everybody, including men, that means that he wants to fuck them, and that's the reason why he told his community to stop saying things about him. I hate that shit. Similarly, and like I haven't banned it, although my god, every time I hear people say it, it kind of like makes my eye twitch a little. I hate I can fix her. Like all this stuff just feels really weird. It's more about Destiny's characters, not the women. He's such a gooner. I know he's a gooner, but it's not true of like every woman that he's interacted with. Like he never slept with Brittany, and he has not slept with Erudite. You think he doesn't want to fuck the men? I mean, yeah, I think there are probably some men around that he probably does want, that he probably would like fuck. He's even said so in the past. I think he said he'd fool around with Raj, or Austin rather. But I mean, that doesn't, I'm just saying, like, he does that negging shit with everybody who will also do it with him. And personally, I think it's funny, but I mean, that's a whole other thing. Anyway, I don't want to spend time talking about Destiny because that's not what this is about. I'm just saying that as a woman, I find it fucking annoying that people assume that men and women can't be friends, especially in this space. And by the way, Destiny is guilty of this too. Like, his weird assumption that if you're a woman and you're sleeping over at a guy's house, that means that you must be fucking him. I mean, I guess that means that when I was in high school and like after I got out of high school and the years like prior to that, before I went to university, I guess that means that I was fucking all of the guy friends that I would when I would sleep over at their houses, because I had a bunch of guy friends, and my one friend has a birthday on and we would do like a sleepover every year. It would always be like the New Year's Eve party because he has a birthday on New Year's Day. And like, yeah, I don't know. I guess that means, based on this ridiculous assumption, that all of those guys must have been fucking with me, because that I would always sleep over there. And it wasn't, and all the other girls that they were sleeping over with, Although I think all of those girls were their girlfriends and I was just a friend, but regardless, that's how it was. I was just their friend. That was my friend group in high school. It was a bunch of dudes, because that I am a nerd, and a lot of the times those are the only friends or the only like friends with similar interests. Once I got into university, I found other friends who were also of similar interest, who were women and men too. Um, oh, I think they can be friends. I just assume Destiny has no self-control given his, I mean, I don't know. He doesn't anymore. I think that honestly, I believe him that like things have changed just because the content has changed. And the assumption, or the accusation, is that he would milk those people for content. But if that's what he was doing, he's not doing it anymore, because all that drama shit is over. Personally, I'm glad it's over. It was funny at the time, but I feel like if that was constantly his content, I'd probably get real bored real fast. Anyway, Vadim, we're here to talk about democratic strategy.
Things to line up, but
hey, just real quick,
and I'm sorry, I'm still waking up and getting ready and everything, and I hope to God that Loner doesn't go live, because that I really want to do this. Yeah. Oh, nice. I'm getting all kinds of retweets for my my based tweet that I did this morning, even though it's a sentiment that I've repeated 10,000 times on this stream. I can always link it though, but I'll be right back.
Just real quick before we go on, do you have a camera, man? Like, it's okay if you don't. It's just better for the.
Yeah. You know what? I'll tell you what. Give me. I will continue talking. I just need to kind of set up.
He's got like 16 cats lying on every facet of his table and computer, and he's got to like pick them up and move them so he can find all the buttons.
Just better for the show, you know what I mean?
There's that.
Oh, and real quick, guys, Vadim used to be Creationist Cat. I see a bunch of you asking. Yes, and now he's Hey It's Vadim, and you should all go subscribe, because I've seen a preview of his new video. It's fucking sick.
Yeah, I'm working on a couple of things, and I should be back after an extremely long hiatus fairly soon. But yeah, if you just maybe we can just engage in a little small talk until I get these like my lights and stuff going. And
yeah.
Frankly, I'm gonna change my shirt too, because I'm just looking a little gnarly.
What's your new video about? I haven't heard of it.
Well, I have one video that I wouldn't like usually gonna advertise this, but since it's a relatively small audience, Asmongold not too long ago threatened to sue me.
Neat. What for?
For making the basically.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Tell the story.
Sure. I basically said that, and it's sort of like maybe I need to give context here, but basically within we were having like a little bit of a back and forth on Twitter, and I said something to the effect of his mother being a Nazi sympathizer, and that's. The reason why I said that is because he said something to me about like how leftists like myself couldn't take accountability and yada yada yada. And the reason why I said that to begin with was because he was blaming, I think it was Frogan, but maybe it was Casey Tron, for kind of talking shit about his mom, supposedly.
Okay.
And so I basically said, like, look, if we're talking about responsibility here, nobody is more responsible for making your mother look bad, basically. I mean, I'm like paraphrasing here, like I was much more succinct than what I said, but I basically said like nobody is more responsible for kind of insulting your mother than like, you know, or making your mother look bad than you did when you told the world that she was a big fan of Nick Fuentes, which he absolutely did, you know?
Okay.
And so,
and he's suing you for that?
my purpose was not to like degrade his you know, his mother is deceased, of course, and I feel terrible about that. But it just sort of like, dude, if you're gonna drag others for supposedly not like taking accountability for things, then take fucking accountability.
Cat is mocking Vadim right now. True. Okay. Listen. Given all the shit that Asmongold has said, I have no problem whatsoever with people going in on him. I don't give a fuck, okay? Like, Asmongold has cheered on deaths of people. He's laughed at it. He's done the whole fuck around, find out, that weird clip about him wanting to dress up as Ash Ketchum and follow ICE agents around, you know, because that he was doing, you know, like the whole gotta catch 'em all shit. Like, Asmongold is a disgusting human being, so I don't give a fuck if people want to make fun of his mother. But I do think it's funny that Vadim, of all people over here, is talking about accountability while he's supporting Hassan and like fucking cheering him on. That's very, very, very amusing to me, because Hassan will never face accountability for any of the shit that he has said. He will never like, or at least not an accountability that he actually gives a shit about, and he will never face like basically any kind of repercussions for supporting terrorism or for contributing to like political apathy, which is basically what he is doing. It's very silly. Anyway.
Accountability for what you did when you said that. You know what I'm saying? But what were you gonna...
Also, remember guys, the channel is monetized now. If you wish to give me money so that I may attempt to make a living doing this, please feel free. Maybe the number of people who were here will go back up because that we are talking about Vadim. And Vadim is always a, he always brings the people, even though he's a very sleepy boy. And no, I will never stop making jokes about how he is a sleepy boy. Make a dono goal? I mean, all right, fine. Oh wait, do you want me to make a dono goal? You mean like on the screen or okay, I'll just make a goal here. Hold on. 5 super chats. I won't make it be as much. We'll set it for 2 hours. Give Stuart a pet for each $1. There we go. When will we be able to sub? When I get to 1,000 subscribers, guys. When I hit 1,000 subs, then people will be able to do memberships. Although you can also sub on Kick right now, but I'm not streaming there. I need to promote my Kick more. Also, that's another thing, by the way, because I know that a bunch of you guys live in Europe. One thing that I was reached out to by the Destiny, by the DGG pack, basically. Conduit bullying Kalinda to push herself is my favorite meme. I mean, he does. He really does. I'm like 8 minutes behind, but thank you for No Labs. She drives me crazy. She does pretty much anything for attention, has 0 consistent beliefs, and for some reason gets under my skin. I'm like, yeah, same for me. I hate her so much. And I hate the way that like people will give validity to the shit that she says if they're saying it against someone, if she's saying it against someone they don't like, but otherwise they will dismiss and condemn her. It's not bullying if you get paid for it. True. No, Chase. I don't care about Miss Rachel. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. We're gonna watch Vadim, Chase. You should be happy. He's a cringe lefty. And I just know that, and he's here to argue with SoyPill about how Hassan said you shouldn't vote for Kamala, which means that they're gonna be saying some exceedingly dumb shit. I just know it. It's gonna be real fucking stupid.
What were you gonna say?
I don't know if he can sue you for that. That seems like First Amendment protected speech stuff, but
Asmongold can't sue him for that. Asmongold's just I mean, he could sue him, but why? He'd just be talking out of his ass.
I don't.
Or he's just talking out of his ass. I feel like when people say, I'm gonna sue you, yeah, lawsuits are expensive, guys. They cost a lot of money. They are exceedingly expensive.
I don't know
Oh,
this story, so
It absolutely is, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to make a video about it, because
Yeah.
I think it just kind of demonstrates how moronic he can be, and really how at the heart of a lot of just the shit that he talks, that it's like just transparently he's more concerned with just bossing people around, and like, just kind
I'm
of
trying to get
a
the
lot
cat
of
to come to the desk.
there's a lot of hypocrisy there when it comes to all sorts of things. But yeah, anyway,
Enough about Asmongold. Be mean to me.
Yeah, now that SoyPill's back.
Okay, Stuart, come
cool,
over
cool.
here.
So
I
yeah,
don't know.
I think what we're going to talk about here is generally, I mean, I guess it is more specific to Hassan, but
Oh boy.
I guess we're talking about in general kind of the tactics that, like whether or not, I mean, how would you describe it?
Yeah, do you want, here, I'll give you the whole spiel because me and Vadim have been going back and forth in DMs about this. Basically,
and
yeah,
and
go
real
ahead.
quick, I'm gonna try and turn on my
Sounds good.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'll explain. So, kind
for
of
it.
actually, someone already asked me about this. My issue
Oh, thank you, ZJM, for the $2. Although, unfortunately, I mean, you know what? Maybe I will. I'll just turn it. I'm just gonna go change it. Because I have my Streamlabs set to basically not, it's not gonna like kind of do much unless you donate $4.99 or above. Which, I mean, maybe I should keep it that way for incentive, but there we go.
issue is, I think that when you're one of the biggest streamers, or really just any size at all, and you are not fully aligned with Democrats, or even significantly disaligned, however, fully
Based! That's 2 pets. Oh, you're right, it is! It is 2 pets. We need to keep count of the number of pets that Stuart will receive. Did Iran protest die? Unfortunately, it seems that they have. Yes, Testius, it seems that they have. The U.S. carrier strike group is still on its way to the Middle East, though, so it is possible that something might come from that. But yes. Oh, here, you know what I'll do? We'll give Cat one shin scritch. No, we'll give Cat 1 scritch for every $1 donated. There we go. I'm gonna pin this. Okay.
fully acknowledge how bad a Trump win would be, even though you're allowed to hold their feet to the fire and criticize them and
Oh, there he is. There's our sleepy boy.
like be like, hey, this policy's dog shit. Like any and all of that, I think is fine. If you're not going to do everything in your power to get them elected, and in my opinion, what is that power is canvassing, endorsing, and saying.
I hope the protest just lulled out, but it doesn't look good at all, to be honest. I mean, yeah, especially like Trump basically talked all this shit, and then he didn't do anything to help them. Now, I know that he realistically couldn't, but he shouldn't have said anything. Or he should have said like, hold on, guys. We're gonna, we're considering ways to help you. I mean, he could have also said, we'll help you or whatever, I guess. But he shouldn't have, but like the problem is that he said that and then he was like, never mind, which is like, what? And meanwhile, these people are out there in the streets getting like fucking massacred. And like they have no help coming whatsoever. I don't know, the it just wasn't aligned. He probably just shouldn't have said anything. It's so hard to run through the what if. Yeah, I know it is. Iran told me it was okay. Yeah, that's the other thing too, right? I think Iran came out and said that Trump was wrong, that no, they did not do executions because of him. Apparently they just weren't going to do them. Maybe because yeah, but also if his actions would have only led to more suffering. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's also possible that that's the case too. So it's really stupid. Okay.
And saying, look, I don't pledge my fealty to the Dems, but we need to stop Trump. We need to vote for them now. I think that is hypocritical and a misuse of your platform. And let me steelman your side of this, Vadim, and tell me if this is a valid.
I actually have like a list of things that I kind of wanted to say, but like at the outset. I mean, you can go ahead.
Can I just steelman your position real quick and tell me if this is like invalid? Yeah. I believe that Hassan's position, and to agree, you agree with this, is that if whether or not Hassan does any of the things that I'm advocating that he does is irrelevant, the Democrats were going to lose because of their mismanagement, because of the policies specifically.
Unfortunately, I think that's probably true, but we'll see what else he says.
Specifically, the policies that he criticized them on. So whether or not he.
Wait, what do you mean specifically the policies that he criticized them on? Oh, hey, Van Loven. Basically what happened is Vadim, Hassan Piker's sleepiest but perhaps strongest defender, went on SoyPill versus the World to argue with SoyPill on Wick's channel a couple days ago. And I only found out about this yesterday, but I was like, oh my god, Vadim content. This is always hilarious because this guy is not particularly intelligent, at least not when it comes to, or he's not very good at debate. But I have a feeling that I'm about to get real triggered because I suspect that the SoyPill is probably further left than me, and he probably agrees with a bunch of stuff. Not gonna lie, Vadim being sleepy is his most enduring quality, in my humble opinion. I mean, you know what? Sure, it is. I just think, listen, normally I wouldn't make fun of it so much. I would be like, bro, guys, okay, let's not like be super ableist here. But I mean, like, he constantly uses it as like an excuse for why he's doing badly, like it's suddenly like he's gone. He went on like a fucking, I think it was like 4-hour debate marathon on Hutch's stream, and then as things started to go badly for him, then he started reeling out this shit. Yes, Vadim's a rape denier. He denies rape on October 7th. He probably borderline supports Hamas because all of his new friends told him to support Hamas, where the hell is that? Where's the minimum amount to alert? Maybe it's not in here. Oh wait, this is the wrong thing. This is for subs. Super chats. Here it is. I'll probably change this later, but anyway, I've changed it to $1.99, so if you donate at least that, then it'll alert, but And for every dollar donated, I will give Stuart a scritch, like he'll get some pets. Yeah, I have a disability, yeah, basically. And it's just it's always conveniently wheeled out whenever he's doing badly. Anyway.
Whether or not he does that is irrelevant. His criticism is actually him trying to help them win because he believes that if they did go with his position on it, they would have had a better chance.
Yeah, I think too.
Oh, wait, so SoyPill's... Hold on, let me listen to that again. Does SoyPill think that Hassan was right, or is he saying that, like, this is just Hassan is doing this because this is just what he believes or whatever?
I believe that Hassan's position, and to agree, you agree with this, is that if whether or not Hassan does any of the things that I'm advocating that he does is irrelevant, the Democrats were going to lose because of their mismanagement, because of the policies, specifically the policies that he criticized them on. So whether or not he does that is irrelevant. His criticism is actually him trying to help them win because he believes that if
the scratch bait won't work on me. For some reason, YouTube doesn't let me donate while in Israel. Well, what the fuck? That makes no sense. Lots of other people are able to donate while in Israel. That's weird. Actually, wait. Is it Van Loven? I already know the answer. Are you using a YouTube brand account or are you using like a personal account? Because on the current account that I'm streaming on, I can't donate or sub to anybody because it's a brand account. And the reason why that's the case, or the reason why I have a brand account, and it's basically, I think it's because YT is linked to my American account. Oh, you know, you realize you can convert your account into an Israel account. All you have to do is just go into the into your settings on Google. It's because Van isn't actually Israeli, he's American. No, it's my old account from God knows when. I mean, yeah, but if it's a Google account, then you can absolutely convert it. I know this because that you can definitely do this. Or like rather you can give it your new address and say that you're in Israel. But yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. I had to rebrand this account so I could donate. Yeah, it's Eagle Scream. I understand you're American, but unless you're going to donate off of it in America, it's fucking dumb. Anyway.
If they did go with his position on it, they would have had a better chance.
Yeah, I think to a large extent that is part of it. That like I think that he took a principled stand in terms of you know, and this kind of starts getting into the things that I needed to mention about like what, because first I want to be on the same page about what he actually did in the lead up to the election, right?
Okay.
But
you probably know more than me, so if there's something I'm missing, tell me.
Yeah. I mean, I like, I like maybe reiterate again for me what you said, because there were definitely.
Okay, for those of you who are unaware, what Hassan actually did in the lead up to the election was relentlessly shit on Democrats, especially Kamala, and he got mad when she gave a speech where she highlighted the fact that a ceasefire was coming, because that, based on Hassan's whole notion, nothing short of calling it a genocide, denouncing Israel, and saying that the United States would do an arms embargo was good enough for him. I made this account just so I could sub to Loner. What kind of email are you using? I had the same issue when using my uni Gmail account and couldn't pay for anything. Oh yeah, no, it has to be like a normal Gmail. Cats at least clean themselves. Beneloven isn't an eagle, he's a cat. But yeah, like, Hassan did not encourage his audience to vote for Dems. He did not recognize the terrible, like, he didn't recognize what would happen if Trump got elected. He made no talk about that. His whole thing was like, basically, well, you know, if you want to vote for her, go ahead, meh. And he spent so much time relentlessly shitting on her that it basically was just like, it was like, yeah, I mean, I guess Democrats are better than Republicans, you know, but also the genocide, Joe Biden, genocide Kamala, Holocaust terrorists, they support Israel. Like, and that was it. That was the extent of his coverage. He spent so much time shitting on Dems that it just, yeah. This stuff infuriates the fuck out of me. These people have no idea how to be pragmatic. All they do is purity test. And Hassan thinks that the Democrats are going to win, but they have to go further to the left in order to do it. Because that he has no fucking concept of America, what America is, or how moderate the American electorate is. And he fucking thinks that every single American, that inside every American is just a baby socialist waiting to break free. But they're just trapped in there because of all the consent that got manufactured by Fox News and the Koch billionaires who control both parties. So the mighty little baby socialist birdies will never be able to come out unless we imbue class consciousness. Like, that's not how it works, bro. You have to actually convince people. You can't just blame everything on the fucking billionaires. I got so mad in Hutch's chat with Vadim's BS. Yeah, I hear Hutch got mad too. My YT account predates the Google linkages, so it generated a random email account when that happened that I don't think I've... Oh, okay, Van Loven, you have the same problem that I did. Were you forced to link it to a YouTube or like a Google account? Because I did that with mine. I had to when the linkages occurred. And So now mine is linked to basically my main Google account, but the problem is that when I'm on this particular account, because it is a brand account, I cannot like sub or donate to any channels, which is incredibly annoying because this account has like my entire watch history, all my subs, and like this algorithm is pretty fine-tuned, and I don't really feel like switching to a different account. So I mean, yeah, you basically have to you have to like if it's not linked, I don't know, like I might be able to help you with it later if you want, Fenelon, because I've dealt with all this shit before. It's annoying. Mudahar called into Hutch's stream and asked Vadim from what the most popular faction from the river to the sea use it. And yeah, well, yeah, I know, because Vadim doesn't actually know fuck all about Israel Palestine, or everything he knows he learned from fucking Bad Empanada.
You know, I definitely agree with you, of course, that he held out for concessions, not only because he felt like it was a principled stand to take, but because he felt like that doing.
He didn't hold out for concessions, though. He just whined and cried and complained. And like, that's not a principled stance to take. Not when your opponent is a fucking fascist. Also, guys, if you want me to make this 1.5 because you can't fucking stand how long it takes for Vadim to like literally express anything or answer any questions, then I would be happy to sell you 1.5 for you know, a handsome fee. And keep in mind that if anyone donates $20 or even $10, then that's 10 or 20 scritches for Stuart. Right now, we are at 2 scritches for Stuart.
Doing that I will give him in a moment. Necessary. Like he felt that, and a lot of leftists felt that that issue had to be addressed in order for her to win the
process specifically, right?
Yeah. Aww. So it became not only a principled stand.
If your cat ever blinks slowly at you, or try blinking slowly back, or you should blink slowly at them. It means it's like the cat version of I love you. He just slow blinked at me when I looked at him. Yes, it is. He is my producer.
Stand, but also a way to create harm reduction. A lot of people are like, you know, he should have gone the harm reduction route and told people actively to vote for her.
Yes, harm reduction is the only option. There's only 2 fucking choices. And if you don't vote for Kamala, you're just voting for Trump. But no, Hassan doesn't do that because all he wants to do is critique power. He doesn't actually want power. He doesn't actually want to do anything. Oh, by the way, guys, speaking of doing stuff, very true. We always blink at each other. My cat does it all the time. Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yes, vote against the option you hate. Jesus fucking Christ. Base contrapoints. True. Yeah, I mean, like, Jesus. I understand that my Israeli friends are also dealing with this. In particular, my Palestinian, or my Israeli Palestinian friends, like Sev, who have to deal with like the fucking insane one Arab party who refuses to fucking vote. Like they don't want to participate basically in the government at all, not realizing that if Netanyahu was not in office and if it were like basically almost anybody else who could get elected, then it would be worse, or it would probably be better for them.
But I would argue that what he did was an attempt at harm reduction for the reason that I just stated.
Right, and I acknowledge this. Like, it's not that.
No, don't acknowledge that. That's not true. That's not what he was doing. He just wanted to cry and complain. Why? We got a joint list announced today. Oh, did you? 23, Stuart deserves all of. Wait, really? Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Wait, how come? Why am I hearing nothing? Did you guys hear that? Why is it making no noise? What is happening? Like it's coming up, but there's no sound now. Ooh, I'm so sorry that I didn't actually read it. Although I did read your super chat, so this is your error. That is your error. Thank you for the $23.99. The 23 pounds and 99. What is it? What are the cents? Is it quid? Is that no, quid is something else. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know your Britishisms, but thank you for the $23.99. That's fucking based. All right. Stuart gets butt smacks 23. Yeah. Oh, it's a euro. Jesus. Yes. Thank you for the 23.99 euros. Oh yeah, euros euros uses cents. I've got some euros in my drawer, I still think, from when I went to Germany. All right. Well, even though you didn't ask for it, I will put this up to 1.5 because fuck Vadim. And this is so fucking annoying. Like, why would you concede any of this shit, SoyPill? Why? Oh, the pence. 23 pounds 99 pence, or 23 euro 99 cents. Okay, absolutely based. Thank you, Tash Gordon. Thank you for that insanely awesome dono. Okay. It's time to pet the kitty. Although he's cleaning himself. Maybe I'll wait until after he's done. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to wait until after he's finished cleaning himself. I don't want to interrupt him. That's mean. He's taking a bath right now. I am going to close my curtains some, though, because damn, this glare is annoying.
Not that I disagree with the idea of, hey, because again, in this framework, correct me if this is not how this is being seen, but they're like, if I do this, they will realize that this is a huge liability.
Does Stuart whine like Cleo? No, Stuart's not particularly vocal. He mainly just does, he'll go, if you touch him, or if he sees you're walking by and he wants your attention. And then he and sometimes he'll meow. Like he has like kind of a soft voice, but he can meow real loud, and he can cry with the best of them, especially if I kick him out of my room because he's being annoying really early in the morning, which I actually haven't done in a while. But when I would do that, he would scratch at my door and he would meow a lot and he would cry like a little baby, and I would feel really bad. Yeah.
Liability for them, and there's a chance that my concession holding out of my endorsement will cause them to move left on this issue and before the election do something good for Gaza, right?
Sure.
Right. I understand this. I don't think this is a incorrect, illogical position. My only thing is, I think that you can do this and still be using your resources to help this person win. And
Okay,
I think if you're just critical and you kind of promote kind of voter apathy even by saying both parties are not going to change on this. Like, for example, I think he's right. I think people take this clip out of context. They say, he says both parties are the same, but he's talking about the Gaza stuff. And it's like, it seems like materially to the people of Gaza, like the parties probably weren't going to be that different. Like they're still.
I think that, like the stream so Stuart doesn't have to cry. Oh, true. You should like the stream. Listen, even though I know that I've gotten some disagreement from Israelis on this because that they do kind of wish that like Biden would have just let them gone into Rafah. But like, I think that if you were to ask Gazans who was better for them, like at Kamala or Trump, after pointing out what each of them did and how it was different, I think that it would have made a world of difference to a lot of them to know that Trump or that Biden fought to get aid crossings opened. Biden built that pier in order to distribute aid, even if like it wound up being shitty. Biden helped with airdrops. Biden pressured Israel to stop with that 3-month or that 3-week blockade in Gaza, or 2-week, I think it was 2 weeks, the blockade in northern Gaza. And that Biden was actually trying, and also Biden cut off some things, and Biden made Israel hold back on going into Rafah. And you compare that to Trump, who gave them the fucking GHF. Also, Biden did get them. I'm gonna, you know what? I also will give Biden credit for the January ceasefire, even though it happened when Trump came into office, or like, it started like I think as Trump was coming into office, or even before, just because that was basically Biden's ceasefire, and it was using his framework. Time to clean himself again. Oh yeah. Oh, hello. Okay, I'm gonna pet him.
They're still going to get blown up, and that's awful. This is true. But if you acknowledge that he would have been, Kamala would have been better on ICE, would have been better on trans issues, would have been better on the economy, all these other things. huge, non-marginal, significant differences. You can say, look, I'm going to try to hold out for concession on this, but I'm still going to try to do everything I can in my power to stop Trump. That is my position. We disagree on whether or not this is an effective way to win the election. Yeah.
Okay. So now I think I have to go ahead and explain the things that I wanted to explain,
Yeah, go
because it sort of starts to address some things, and we may have a little bit of as I go along, we may have some disagreements. Now, you can stop me as we go along if you think that, like, going point by point is like a necessary thing.
Sure.
I'd like to be able to get all this out and then go back through it, but
Yeah,
just
I'll try to take
Really?
notes so I don't interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm flexible with this, okay? And sometimes I kind of get like off track due to like ADHD and the fact that I am very often very tired. I know people
all
are.
good.
That's 23 pats and 99% of one pats. Yes. That is for Tash Gordon. And then we still had the two pets. I've basically lost count. I'm just giving him tons of pets. He's just getting lots of love. Aw. And he's purring. Hi. I love you. Oh, now it's ad and tired. Wait.
Kind of get.
No, so I don't interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm flexible with this, okay? And sometimes I kind of get like off track due to.
Oh, ADD. Oh, yeah. By the way, ADD is actually an old term. It's actually there's actually like they changed it to attention deficit disorder, primarily inattentive. It's like tier 2 of the attention deficit, or of the attention deficit disorder, hyperactive primarily, or like inattentive or whatever. It's they basically changed it, and now there's like 2 variants of it. Whereas I used to have, or like what I have, they used to call ADD, which is attention deficit disorder, but they changed it, and now it's just 2 versions of ADHD. But yeah, he's just saying ADD, which means he's probably about as old as I am. Vadim is basically simping so hard for Hassan. What the fuck? Yeah, that's what he does. That's all he does. He simps super hard for Hassan, and he attacks Ethan, and he attacks Hila, and yeah, it's all ADHD. And there are 7. Oh, there's 7 types of. Okay, geez, maybe that's a thing that Israelis do. I hadn't heard of that. I only heard that there was 2. There's the hyperactivity and the inattentive variety, I think. Yeah, I've got the inattentive variety, not the hyperactive. Although when I was younger, I definitely had some of that hyperactivity.
Due to like ADHD and the fact that I am very often very tired. I know people are probably in the chats like making fun.
Oh, he said ADHD. Okay.
For that,
someone said sleepy Vadim, and I was like, it is sleepy.
Yeah.
It's a little sleepy. Also, your haircut, I know you probably didn't try, but if you
it's
shave,
a little lockjaw.
no, I was gonna say it's a little Hitlery if you shave the mustache a little. So just you're lucky. I know your position on.
If you had a mask on, I think you'd wear ice trying to like come in.
In the back, it's not. It's kind of like I don't know what I'm doing. I cut this myself recently, and I'm kind of like in an I don't give a fuck phase.
Well, we're not here to judge his haircut. Let's hear his points, and then you can respond.
I'm gonna take notes. I'll do my best.
For about, I think it's very relevant to Hassan's voting positions. But no, seriously. So I also want to, like, before I get into the one thing, I have like one thing to preface it, which is because I know that tons of fucking people who are watching this, or a lot of people who would kind of like all the time I get this like, why are you such like a dick writer for Hassan? And I don't really like. I like.
It's true. Oh boy, here we go. Here comes the caveats. I don't really like Hassan that much, you guys. He's not whatever. I don't care that much.
Like, I like the guy, but I don't really like. I wouldn't normally.
Damn, 42 of you, fucking based. I need to stream at this hour. This is the primo stream time before Destiny goes live or anybody. Vadim compared Hila getting a Star of David tattoo to the yeah, I know. I saw that. Oh, hey Tally. I feel like you are not the inattentive type, especially if you were hyperactive as a child. I mean, I don't know. That's just what I said. They said that I had ADD. The thing is what happened with me is that when I was a kid, I was pretty hyperactive. And then after that, and then like they put me on Ritalin in order to help me, and then I became like incredibly shy. And yeah, I'm not even a big Hassan fan or anything. Every single Hassan fan for some reason. Yeah, that Dead Domain person did the same thing. Also, it's easier for the Israelis to fight for it here. Yeah, exactly.
Normally stand him more than a lot of people, but one reason why sometimes I find myself doing it is because one, just naturally, I think a lot of people who are either libs or like maybe not quite leftist.
Oh no, not the libs. It's time to purity test, guys.
They often assign everything that they believe Hassan is doing to like all leftists. Like that happens all the fucking time. So that's one reason why
Well, why don't you differentiate yourself then, dumb fuck? If you don't think that those, like, but you're not doing that because you probably want leftists to do what Hassan is doing. You're probably okay with it. Because if you're not okay with it, then you would have said something about it. It's so annoying. Martin Bailey.
why I
First
feel
they
like
came for the tankies, and you said not today.
Okay,
We're
let's.
all Hassan
I think we got
today.
the. I think we got the preface. Let's get to the meat.
Yeah,
Let's
if anything,
go.
I just feel like you're not dick riding me all the time, Vadim.
Yeah. So there's that, and then there's also just in general, there's a huge anti-Hassan industry, and I like to point out like bullshit when I can. But here we go. These I wanted to make like a list.
I mean, Hassan kind of deserves that. He is overall harmful to like the broader left and the Democratic Party. I'm still a little behind. Brace for 2x speed. Oh yeah.
A list of things that I think that he actually did in Kamala's favor over the course of the election. Okay,
This might change my mind, to be clear. So go ahead. Yeah.
So one is he made it extremely clear that Trump and the Republicans were an existential threat to democracy.
Did he? Please. Vadim, I would like to see a clip of him saying that. I would like to see a clip of him saying that Trump and the Republicans were an existential threat to democracy. Although even if he does say that, it does help if you follow it up with, this means that we have to vote for Democrats. It doesn't matter how much you hate them. It doesn't matter how much they suck. You have to vote for them because they are still going to be better than the Republicans. This is the line that Vosh took, and I think it's a good line. He said that Harris is basically the same as said existential threat. Yeah, I know. Specifically on Gaza, he said that she's the same. He said that nothing would be different. And because he spent like basically since October 7th, because he's been obsessing over Gaza, constantly talking about Gaza, constantly talking about Israel, saying that Israel was like Nazi Germany and all this other shit, he basically primed his audience to not vote, but to basically say, well, what's the point of voting for Democrats? Because they're essentially just going to be the same as Trump on like our pet issue, the only one that we care about.
To democracy, that more than anything was the thrust of his coverage. A lot of people just think that like all he did was talk about Kamala and just tear down the Dems.
I mean, that is like what a lot of what he did.
24/7.
I agree with this. He sent me videos. I've seen this. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So next, he interviewed a few down ballot candidates. I mean, I know that he that
probably only the ones that like fit his like when Hassan promotes candidates or whatever, it's usually only far left ones.
That Rashida Tlaib was among them. I think that there were some others, but
yes.
I think that is relevant. That those are things that he did for.
He promoted people like Rashida Tlaib was not going to lose. Isn't she in like an insanely blue district?
Dems in general, and to signal that voting for Dems.
Actually, hold on. Let's find out.
Is a good thing. He interviewed and hung out with.
Yeah, but not voting for Kamala, apparently.
Other respected lefty pundits and journalists to discuss the issues and inform his viewers. I suppose maybe you could like take issue with how effective that is, but I think that should be like thrown into the whole of what he did that was positive.
I mean, yeah, it's not good. I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry that I keep pausing. It's just everything he says is fucking triggering. I don't think that that's positive because all of those people have made their careers shitting on Democrats and saying Democrats are the same. And even though Kyle Kalinske clearly understands that they're not the same, he recognizes this as a fact because he did that absolutely based interview where he essentially tore into Brianna Joy Gray by highlighting all of Biden's good shit. This was before October 7th, by the way. But then after October 7th, it literally was just like, obviously we recognize the Democrats are better than the Republicans, but also the genocide, genocide Joe Biden's terrible on Israel. And he spent so much time talking about that shit, then why the fuck would anybody vote for Democrats when that's been your focus for like the past 2 fucking years?
Positive. Next, he made it incredibly.
Or like the past year, rather, because at the time it just would have been like 1 year, but still.
Clear that he thought all third-party options were a joke. He did that numerous times. Anyone who watched him regularly should know that he thought that the Green Party was bullshit and that you were essentially throwing your vote away, especially if you were in a swing state and decided to vote for them. So that's another thing. He told people to vote. He made that clear many times. Also,
Did he tell him to vote for Kamala? Did he say, you guys should vote for Kamala? Did he say that? Like, I've never seen these clips. Someone's gonna need to give me these clips. The fact that he did not, he should have live streamed his fucking vote. He should have said, here it is, guys, I'm voting for Kamala, and you should too. Also, even, like, by the way, I consider this the bare minimum for a streamer of Hassan's size. I think that if he had put his money into canvassing operations and actually, like, gone out on the ground and spent money to fly people out and all this other shit, it would have been fucking amazing. He could have achieved way more than Destiny ever did because he has millions of dollars at his disposal. You know, like if he had put aside differences, he probably also even could have worked with with Progressive Victory or whatever. But like, no, he couldn't do that. He could not put his differences aside, like with regards even to like someone like Destiny or Vosh, which is also really annoying. Like, I mean, Destiny was willing to put his differences aside to work with Vosh, although I think Vosh was then like kind of a child about it, unfortunately, which is really annoying. Elections. 2018, 2024. Oh, it was in Michigan. Wait. Oh, this was the primary results. No, Rashida Tlaib did not win by 40%. She won by 69.7%. She won 69. Oh, yeah. Oh, did you mean that she? Yeah, like she is in a deep blue district. She got 69.7% of the votes, and her Republican counterpart got 25.4. This is like she didn't need any help, bro.
Also, this is the only thing that I'm going to point out that he did that he did not do, which is he never told people not to vote for Kamala Harris. That's another thing. People accuse him all the time of doing that, and he never did that. And
I mean, no, he didn't. But you know, Destiny is like a low-tier billionaire. I think he said 3.5, or low-tier millionaire. I think he said 3.5. But I still think he counts his ex-wife home, or he just has a lot of cash somewhere. I don't think that. Oh, he may have counted that because that he's paying for the mortgage on that house, I think. Or at least he was until it, or yeah. Oh no, I think it's because that he owned like 2 houses there. He had like, he bought his ex's home where her and his son live. And then he also had he also had like his house. And I think what ended up happening is that because when the doxing happened and when people were trying to find out where his son lived or whatever, he ended up moving them around. Although I think now they are living in his old streaming house, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I guess he still counts that as like one of his assets, probably because the mortgage is in his name. I don't know if it's all paid off or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, the squad members don't get the party any more seats. That's not the reason why. Also, they don't get much power in the party. Yeah, I know, but Hassan only pushed them because they passed his purity test, which is stupid. Like it doesn't, you're not helping anybody. You need to be able to be willing to go out and canvass for moderate Democrats in like purple districts to see if you can get them over the top. And it is very possible that this can help. We know that it can help. It can help to get people registered to vote and to get people to go out to vote. Like people who normally would, like, you know, Democratic voters, it can help to get them to go and vote. That's the most important thing, right? It's not necessarily convincing people to vote for you. It's about getting the people who already are Democrat or Democratic leaning registered and out to vote. Or he pushed them because they were likely going to win and he always wants to be seen as a winner. Yeah, essentially. And it's just stupid. Like, there's no reason. Like, Rashida Tlaib was going to win. AOC was going to win. Ilhan Omar was going to win. All of these people are in, like, very blue districts. There is no, like, advantage to spending time. Like, it is a waste of time and resources to put canvassers on the ground to fight for them. Really.
And, you know, I could include other things like the fact that he was at the DNC, he got kicked out, and, you know, but
yeah, he was at the DNC complaining about how shitty the Democratic Party was, and he was outside chilling with protesters who were like waving around like fucking Hamas flags and shit. I don't know if he chilled with those protesters specifically, but the problem is that when you have a protest like that, you should be gatekeeping. You should be saying go away to the people who carry Hamas protesters or whatever, or who carry Hamas flags. That should be a fucking thing that you should do. MLK policed his movement. Like when they went out to protest people, they made sure that like nobody was armed or had weapons because they wanted these people to not fight back against the cops if the cops like beat them up or sprayed them with fire hoses or whatever, because that was the entire point. Even though obviously a lot of the people who got attacked were like fucking kids and they literally trained for it and it was fucking insane. Like I think I did like the way that Destiny put it when someone in his chat said like, so he was farming clips. Like yeah, MLK was clip farming for the world. I think this is what the Palestinians need to do, by the way. I mean, technically they're kind of trying to do that, but they're doing it in the worst way possible. Like I think that you can do it without like a whole bunch of people getting killed. But yeah. It's just silly. Okay. Damn, I keep getting reposts. Fucking based. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep going here.
You know, but still, like, he was giving his time there, and he was doing.
He literally could have streamed in the skybox for influencers in the DNC. I don't. So people are saying that he didn't get kicked out. The lie has been said so many times. He got asked to leave his floor box by staff. They didn't take his badge and make him leave the event center. He was still. Oh yeah, you're right. He didn't get kicked out. He got asked to leave his skybox. I think it was because I think they told him it was because that they wanted to put somebody else in there. Maybe it was because of the shit that he was saying, but I have no idea. Yeah, he was just asked to move, and then I think he went down to the floor and he tried to stream the rest or something. I remember that. Like, yeah, no, he didn't kick. I don't know who started the he got kicked out thing. I don't know if that was libs or what. Oh, my tweet. Hold on, I'll get it.
Was doing it like with the, you know, like he was there because at that point he was you know, on her side, but you know, we can get into.
I mean, he was on her side for about 5 minutes when she picked Tim Walz, and then he turned against her during her speech. Did you watch his reaction to her speech? He was like so mad. Oh, he started the he got kicked out. Of course he did. I mean, if you, I honestly like, I would fact check that like what Hassan did or didn't say, but I don't, you know. I actually feel bad, by the way. Like fuck, I gotta make sure that I don't do this. I am so bad at like actually reading stuff when I'm on stream because I feel like I need to be talking to the chat the whole time and not spending too much time like reading things, especially in my head or whatever. Like I'm so bad at multitasking in that way. But I went back and I looked at the article about the Khazar thing, and Wikipedia actually does make it perfectly clear that the Khazar hypothesis of Ashkenazi ancestry, which is the name of the Wikipedia article, it makes it clear that it was a theory, but I think it says that is a largely abandoned theory. Yeah, that's basically what it was saying. And then it went on to say that like essentially probably the only people who propagate that now are fucking anti-Semite or are fucking like anti-Semitic people and anti-Zionist people, which of course it felt the need to differentiate, but you know, because that's just how Wikipedia rolls. Although honestly, I think that you are engaging in anti-Semitism if you start claiming that Jewish people or that like the people who founded Israel were not don't have like Middle Eastern ancestry at all. I think that's pretty fucking gross. Like really. Hell, you can even be critical of Israel without you can even be critical of Israel's founding. Or say that like maybe Israel should have been founded somewhere else, or like be against Israel's founding on the basis of like the ethno-state shit. If you want to try to make that argument without like denying Jewish ancestry in the region or whatever. That's so stupid. You don't need to do that. Did you give it a peek? Ignore me, I mostly say dumb shit. Oh, you're telling me that I need to. Well, listen, guys, as I grow as a streamer, I think probably what I want to do is I will have to, like, I won't be able to follow the chat super hard anymore. That will definitely no longer be a thing. Okay, let's see. Where is the tweet? Oh, it's right here. This. What the fuck? Oh boy. It's going to tell me that my tab crashed again, isn't it? Yay. Ugh.
All those things, like whether I mean, I guess you agree with me on the majority of those things that he.
Yeah, I believe all of these things are true. I don't think you're misrepresenting any of these. I'll even add something I like that he did, which was he had a charity stream for like abortion options for people in red states who are like getting limited.
I mean, yeah, okay, sure, that's good. Anyway, this was my tweet. I quote tweeted this clip from Destiny, and then I just said like, and then I just kind of backed it up because I feel like he's kind of been expressing this quite a bit. Although I don't like how gatekeepy he is because it feels a bit all over the place. On the one hand, he says like, yes, obviously, but vote for Democrats or some shit. But on the other hand, then he says like, also all the socialists need to get out, which confuses me. Like, I feel like if you call yourself a democratic socialist, but you are 100% riding with whoever the candidate is, then you should be welcome in the coalition. Even if like it's, you know, whatever. Even if you disagree with the whole, with all that shit about like, yeah, I think that you should be welcome in the coalition. I think that that should be a thing, and that, yeah, okay, anyway, here was the tweet. It got a bunch of retweets, you know. But yeah, either support the candidate or get the fuck out. It's very simple. Like, these people should not be getting treated like allies. At least not by like mainstream factors of the Democratic Party. Like, it is fucking insanely fucking stupid that the Podjon guys think that Hassan is actually like just a sock dem and that nobody does any research. That's not good. You know. Anyhow, obviously, I don't have that many followers on Twitter. My Twitter doesn't get a lot of motion. Anyway, let's fucking go, guys.
Getting limited access. And it's like clearly acknowledging like this is a threat to their healthcare, and like let's use my resources to spend money to help these people. This is like material good for the issues he cares about, which is like, yeah, that's great. But can I get into, I think you said 7 things here. Like basically everything to me hinges on the first one. If we can start there, or do you have more to say before I do that?
Well, I mean, I guess one thing that I have to say is that if we are talking about this, you know, this person who supposedly exists out there who hinges on Hassan's every word so much that they're like a combination of like so brain damaged that they, you know, that they have to expressly do what one person says, not that like.
Look at the loaf. He's a loaf. He's a perfect loaf. Look at him.
Not that, like, you know, obviously, I think that he has.
Do you think that person? Do you think such a person exists? At least one.
Maybe, probably, but
like almost definitely, right? Like everyone has sycophants.
Yeah,
I have brown nosers. I'm your brown
tons.
noser, so like I don't do literally everything you say, but like damn near, if you told me to endorse someone, I'd probably do it. So like, there's some portion where this will happen for sure.
Yes, and what I'm saying is that given that he made it incredibly clear that third-party options were a joke, that the Republicans and especially Trump were a fucking like just enormous threat to in every way possible, and that you should vote. What would the person out there who is going to like do a what would Hassan do at the ballot box? What is that person going to do other than vote for her? And the last thing that I'll say in all that is that, like, let's also remember that he did let people know why he was not explicitly endorsing her. Like, he did all those things except for.
Sans, did you just say cute doggo? Did you just say my cat is actually a dog? Is this a thing that you just did? Jon Favreau and Dan Rather were the only ones with any worthwhile contributions, in my opinion. Oh, are you talking about like when they had Hassan on or whatever? Cute iguana. Aw. He's a shoulder baby. I found out Ethan hates Pod Save America. I mean, does he hate them because they had Hassan on? Oh, Pod Save America in general. Oh, you're saying that those guys are the only good guys. Yeah. Okay, well, I don't know, you know. I still have a soft spot for John Lovett, but I hate that he is still in that crew. I mean, yeah, I don't, I'm not sure what, wait, wouldn't it have just been like the main Podjon guys? Was it like John Lovett and like Jon Favreau, who, by the way, it's not the same to Jon Favreau. If people thought that it was the Jon Favreau who directed Iron Man or whatever, it's not the same guy. It's a different guy, I think. There are 2 main foreign policy guys. Oh. are actually really dumb when it comes to foreign policy. Of course they are. Their foreign policy is actually brain dead. I'm not shocked to hear that. Hello. I don't see species based. Oh. Oh, nice. Okay, well, no webcam for you guys. Or rather, that's not working. Hello. Or no full screen webcam. I mean, no full screen webcam for you guys, because I don't know why it's not working.
Explicitly endorse her, and he told people why he was doing that. So, like, I just think that in the event that we're talking about these people who had to do what he supposedly wanted them.
Yeah, but he should have. The fact that he didn't explicitly endorse her is the problem, Vadim. It's a big deal. Like, if you think people love like Jesus, if you think that like people don't hang on Hassan's every word, then I would like you to meet a friend of mine. His name is Teuton, and he is like a kid. I think he's like 19 or 20 years old, and he's in school, and he gets all of his political information from the likes of Hassan and Second Thought and Hakeem. Okay. Thank you very much, that guy, for the $10. I don't know why it's not making noise. It's weird. I do not understand what is happening with regards to that. Background, take those jobs. If you care one iota about who endorsed Mamdani and when, then you have to shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, there's also that too. Hassan still should have endorsed Kamala and told people to vote for her in his streams. Yeah, he should have. He should have said that. He shouldn't have been coy about it and pussyfooting around. Like Vadim's just like, oh, he emphasized that Trump was really bad, and he told people that voting third party was stupid. So like, and like obviously voting is important. So what were his fans supposed to take away from that other than to vote for Kamala? Like, how about he says to vote for Kamala? What are they supposed to take away from that when he shit on her relentlessly, Vadim? Yay, 10 scratches for Stewart. Shit or Stewart or any other spellings. That's fine. Oh right, yes, 10 switches for Stewart.
Wanted them to do, they would be voting for Kamala at the ballot box anyway, because they would be able to like piece all that together.
This is the fundamental point I disagree with, right? So yes, I agree that he did all these things. One, if he's going to say that Trump is an existential threat, that third parties are a joke, and telling people to vote, logically, anyone who's going to vote and is in his audience would vote for Kamala. I don't disagree with this.
Okay, Stewart just got 10 scratches, 10 little head scratches on his head like this. Yes. Oh, okay, it's 11 o'clock, so I'm going to go feed him. We're going to keep listening. I'll be right back, chat.
With this. However, what he is doing by criticizing the Dems to the extent he does without saying, but also you all need to go vote for them to stop Trump, which he acknowledges is an existential threat, and not using his resources to get as many people to the ballot box to bust people in, to canvass, to advocate for this, is that he's promoting voter apathy, saying voting doesn't matter. And I can prove this to you if you go to any of the videos that you link to show that, oh, he voted for Kamala, or hey, like he's advocating for voting in general. Like you go to the bottom and every single person saying voting doesn't matter. If voting made a difference, they wouldn't let us do it. You're not voting hard enough. Like these people don't think voting matters.
No.
Think that
when we say they're not voting hard enough, that's because there is a level of frustration with the fact that we don't have enough avenues to get them to make a principled decision.
But I'm just saying that frustration and the way that he expresses it and the way that he, again, so there's two things here. One is you're saying that logically his supporters deduce that if they vote, they should vote for Kamala, which I think is true to an extent, but withholding your concession is at least going to cause, or not concession, withholding your endorsement is at least going to cause a significant portion of your audience to just not vote for her. This is just demonstrative to you. I don't know what portion that is. I don't have data on this, but you must acknowledge that like this would happen. More people would vote if he said, hey, I don't like this person. I'm not enthusiastic about it. I want them to concede on Gaza, but I absolutely think you should go and vote to stop Trump. Yes.
I think those people are already going to, those people are not going to respond. Like these people are, I think, informed enough and smart enough to make their own decisions when it comes to like this. Like if
that's true, Vadim, then why would withholding his endorsement help push the Dems in the right spot? If he doesn't have the power to sway these people because they otherwise are informed enough either way, and he doesn't have the influence to tell them to vote for Kamala, then why does he think by not telling people to go for Kamala, by not spending money to go on canvas, by not door knocking or whatever, doing everything he can, that this would somehow change?
Because, well, for one, obviously he doesn't look at he looks at it as though he is an I mean, and it's not just how he looks at it. What he's doing is that he is joining a large group of people who are holding out, for the same reason. And like
the uncommitted movement, right? Yeah.
You would have a whole bunch of people who are kind of giving her a much more vigorous, what's the word? I'm sorry.
Holding her feet to the fire or whatever. Yeah.
Vigorous.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't. I had to come back because I was listening to that and I was getting so fucking triggered. Vadim actually thinks that the average Hassan viewer is like some sort of like based informed Giga Chad. Really? Has he? Oh wait, I'm sorry. I forgot. Of course he thinks that. Because he is among that demographic. Even if he doesn't watch Hassan, he's basically the same as the average Hassan viewer, who gets all his information on Israel-Palestine from, like, the fucking leftist pamphlets. And maybe at most he read Ilhan Pape's The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, like Hassan probably did, like, 1 billion years ago. And, like, that's literally it. That's all. It's like, and like, he goes and, like, scans headlines or whatever it is that his fucking Twitter feed tells him about what's going on in Gaza. And, like, he just has a leftist understanding of, like, everything else with regards to U.S. politics. So, we can't get Medicare for all because you're talking about like spending more money on like on defense. Or, oh my God, she said we need to have a really strong army, guys. That's why we're never going to get Medicare for all because we spend too much on defense, even though defense is like nowhere near the majority of the federal budgets. That's actually entitlements. And nobody is saying we can't get Medicare for all because it would cost too much. People are saying that it's not going to be a thing because that the majority of Americans don't want private health insurance banned. And you should just try to get a fucking public option instead. Jesus. I can't believe. Why would you think that the majority? It's because that you're also a fucking idiot, just like they are.
Yeah, they would be like, so it's not just him, and let's also go into like why.
But before you do that, I do have a quick question. Do you think that it would have helped Kamala? Do you think more people would have voted for Kamala from Hassan's audience if Hassan told them to vote for Kamala? Do you think that would have happened?
I mean, if he had come out
and said, "Hey, you should vote for Kamala."
I think that if he had like enthusiastically said like, or
not even like what I said, which is I'm not enthusiastic about this. I have all the same criticisms. These people are promoting genocide. However, we need to stop Trump. You should vote for her. Do you think that would have caused at least a non-zero, somewhat significant number of people to vote for her?
I think that you'd have to be so fucking stupid that you couldn't tie your shoes to put 2 and 2 together, to not be able to put 2 and 2 together, that his stance was you should go out and do this. He said, like, I am not endorsing her explicitly for this reason, because this is not only something that I feel strongly about, but I think that if this issue is ignored, it's going to lead to an election loss. So
I need to jump in here. Can I jump in here?
He was also talking about the danger of what was likely to occur and telling people to go out and vote. So it's just sort of like
I don't think that Vadim actually understands the kind of audience that Hassan has fostered, and the fact that Hassan either wants this audience, well, he does because he's desperate for clout, and he's too scared to say certain things that will turn them against him and make them leave. Like, Hassan's audience is full of people who think that Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah are based, even if Hassan himself doesn't come out and say, yeah, these guys are based. At least not in so many words. I mean, sometimes he does. But he kind of does it in this weird sort of like, not necessarily out and out way. And even if the criticisms are less than he provides, then like even if he is critical of them, he always does so like in this most restrained pussy way, like, yeah, I mean, I think like obviously what Hezbollah did in Syria, that was not really helpful, and please don't hate me, my leftist audience. I'm going to talk about how base Nasrallah is now, though, like on Israel, and I don't actually have an issue with Hezbollah. It's just like, yeah, I guess like what they did in Syria was like kind of maybe a little bit bad, but not really. Like, bro, they killed like thousands of fucking people in order to keep Assad in power. Oh yeah, and also 10 toes down, which he said when he was in favor of the Houthis, ignoring every bad thing that they ever did and like dismissing all of their shit. Because don't you know, when like people in the Middle East are insanely homophobic and kill gay people, it's just because of Western imperialism, which is fucking, that is like the height of stupidity. It's just the stupidity is off the charts, people. Everything has to be the West's fault. Hassan thought Harris was going to lose because of her position on IP, why did he say he thought Kamala was probably going to win the day before the election? Vadim is just making shit up. Oh yeah, he definitely thought she was going to win. He said that, if I recall, you know. And then he acted afterwards like he was trying to warn everybody the entire time about how Kamala was actually a really bad candidate, and the Democratic Party needs to change things, or else like it'll be bad and they'll lose. Like, I'm going to start telling people that Israelis are extreme because of American imperialism. You should do that. It would be very funny. Like, what the fuck can they even say no to that? What the fuck can they even say to that? True. Actually, they might agree with you. They might be like, yes, because we enable you guys in your extremism. Even though the actual historic truth of it is that it's literally the other way around. Like, you guys would probably do way worse shit if America wasn't there to say, hey, stop that. Just because that, like, prior to that, you know, like, it... For example, I actually wonder if Israel had been like BFFs with America in the same way as they were during the Yom Kippur War, if Israel would have actually if they would have even held on to the West Bank, or if the US would have swooped in and said, okay, you're going to make a deal with Jordan to withdraw from most of this territory. Because I get the feeling that that may have happened on account of the fact that when Carter was president, they actually like Carter dragged Begin. Like, I think no, but we're only racist to begin with because of imperialism. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Like, that they would agree with that. They would say that it was because of imperialism, because that they think that you guys are all white. And you know, actually, Addie, can you probably know this history better than I do? Is it true that that like Carter basically had to drag Begin to like essentially, did he have to pressure him a bunch to get him to agree to the peace treaty with Egypt? And what, like, my recollection is that Begin was the reluctant party there. And I think that's where the you can give us a guarantee, but then we need a guarantee of the guarantee thing comes from, because obviously Israelis were exceedingly worried about and did not trust Egypt, because Egypt was like their fucking arch nemesis basically since 1948, probably, or since Nasser, at least, I would say. Yes, 100% true. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't have surprised me if, because I think that behind closed doors, the United States was actually trying to cool things down during the 6-Day War. But they didn't have as much sway over Israel as they did later on. And I think they probably could have gotten Israel to pull back and, like, signed some sort of, made some sort of deal with Jordan in order to get them to withdraw from the West Bank. And maybe all that could have been averted if they'd been friends. But Israel and the US were not BFFs in 1967. But that worked because Egypt actually did want peace. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, because the Sadat was right there saying, I want to make peace with you. And he was, and like, I believe he came and gave a speech before the Knesset and everything too. So yeah, like he very much wanted that.
So if he first of all, I disagree with this idea that like you'd have to specifically be stupid to not make this connection. One, because I think if you look at any of the comments on this video, the way that people express it is, I don't think voting matters. I think both parties are the same. I don't want to vote for this person. And literally he talks.
Yeah, that's Hassan's audience. That's what they think, because they're all also fucking second thought viewer tankies. I don't know if Jordan wanted the West back, to be honest. Yeah, that's kind of the other problem. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Jordan may have just been like, you know what? You can have that. Fuck it. 1967 Arab League categorically rejected negotiations with the Zionist entity. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. America still maybe might have told Israel to withdraw. So, but if that's the case, then maybe there wouldn't have been anything that they could have done. Like, yeah, Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Oh, did Israel try to negotiate with Egypt to get them? Like, was that part of the? Because when Israel was negotiating over Sinai to give that back when they were making peace with Egypt, were they also like, hey, you want Gaza back too? And then I assume Egypt was like, fuck no, you can keep that shit, which sucks, obviously, but yeah. I mean, on the one hand, I can also kind of see why they didn't want to, and but I mean, that just goes back to, that's just like shitty. Oh yeah, the Black September stuff did not help, obviously, I imagine, because like it was, wasn't it like a Palestinian militant who killed the King of Jordan when he was in East Jerusalem? Part of the contingency was that Egypt would agree if they had to take back Gaza. Or Egypt wouldn't agree if they had to take back Gaza. Yeah, okay. So Egypt just didn't want to deal with that. That, and I mean, like, that's all really shitty too. I feel like a lot of that has to do with like the extent to which the Arab leaders all gassed up the Palestinians and then failed to actually help them in any meaningful way about like how they could take it back. And then here they are. Like, I'm sure that Egypt knew that if they made peace with Israel and then they took back Gaza, and they sent troops in there, then like they'd just be dealing with tons of shit. Especially given like the rise of the PLO and all that. So yeah, I don't know. It's all just like super shitty. The way that it was handled was really bad, and it was really bad for the Palestinians. And yeah, basically the monarchy quickly began to view Palestinian nationalism as a threat to the monarchy, and the PLO also gained more international recognition as the representative for Palestinians. Yeah, Israel accepted Gaza begrudgingly. Yeah, I know you guys didn't actually really want that. It was the West Bank that I think that everybody wanted. I'm assuming, was it Moshe Dayan who drove he wanted to do the settlements? Was he like the most crazy guy? I mean, I know he was crazy. Apparently he during the Yom Kippur War, he was like fucking soying out about how the third temple had fallen and we need to arm the nukes and shit when they thought Egypt was maybe gonna win.
He talks about this in one of these videos of like, you should just vote where, I think it's like a trans person, or like there's other people, it's like, don't you care about these things? And he's like, I acknowledge the harm reduction argument, but, and then goes on to explain why ultimately this is going to lead to bad things regardless. So one, I think that you can be a smart person and still, because of the lack of his endorsement, decide maybe this won't matter or be apathetic about it. But two, even if I grant you, only the dumbest people, and there's not a significant amount of dumb people doing it, so it wouldn't have mattered, only the dumbest people wouldn't have made that connection, he's still not doing what I think he should do, what I'm going to do, what Wick and I talked about earlier, and I'll invite you to too, which is spend my money and time and influence to get the people that already are going to make the correct decision to go out and talk to other people and say, you should make this correct decision too, because we have so much reach, because we have that responsibility as big platform people to say, I'm going to fucking do whatever I can to stop Trump, and he did not do that. This materially he didn't.
Okay, well, listen, there are different tactics that people can take in order to make some sort of worthwhile difference. I'm going to say this. One, I am not the kind of person, like if there was not such a robust discussion constantly on like Twitter and other places, kind of talking about these things, like assigning blame to leftists, not just Hassan, but like everybody for shit related to this, I wouldn't bother saying.
I mean, it's pretty hard not to like assign some blame to you guys. Even though, like, realistically speaking, we probably shouldn't. We probably should really just ignore you and say, like, you know what, we don't care about you. We're not going to try to appeal to you. We don't need you. Get the fuck out. Especially since a lot of these people are young people, and young people typically don't vote. They're not a reliable voting bloc. Bro uses Twitter as a source. Oh, yeah, I know. He's also, yeah, of course. He's, like, extremely online. Yeah.
Saying what I'm going to say here, which is, like, the fact that like...
Oh yeah, Vanilovin's saying the dynamic. WB was Addy says WB was way more significant for reasons, and also Jewish history and religious. Oh yeah, of course, for security reasons. Yeah, because people talked about, like, I imagine that they would have wanted to provide some breathing space to like the rib cage of Tel Aviv, they call it, just because it's such a small area, right? And yeah, like I don't know. If you don't want blame, don't act so blamable. Yeah. Yeah, they shouldn't. They shouldn't act like that. Like, if you're like an online figure and you reach millions of young Americans and you consistently push this line that there's no point in voting, or like that's what the majority of your audience believes, and you basically do nothing to counter this fact, or you certainly don't do so strongly like Vosh did, like Vosh would, I know that he doesn't do this anymore, unfortunately, or he sadly seems to be trending in the doomer direction where he just doesn't care anymore. But the old Vosh, the Vosh who was riding with Biden back in the 2020 election, he would actively fight with and argue with people who said you can't, like, who were saying don't vote for Biden, or Biden's not good enough, or who were doing this purity testing bullshit. Like, he would bring them on, and he would debate with them. His community was not full of these people. If they appeared in his chat, he would vigorously call them out. And like, Hassan just does not do that. Hassan does not foster a community of people like that. Instead, he fosters a community of people who think that both parties are the same. And he does nothing to counter this notion, because let's be real, that's what he believes. He agrees with Cenk about all the donor class shit, or like whatever other thing that he thinks. But yeah, he doesn't think that there's any difference, And I mean, like, I remember this. Do any of you guys remember? I think it was like back in like 2018 or something. Hassan had a debate with Hutch, because this was back before Hassan, like, Hassan built up a fortress and only ever wanted to collaborate with people who agreed with him. Hassan had a discussion with Hutch, and he said that like the Democratic Party was like one of the most evil institutions in the world or something. Like Hassan has never liked or been a Democrat. Yeah. Yes, Leah, that is very old lore. Remember, I've been here since 2017, and like hell. Maybe one thing I might actually start doing is we might like go back and watch like old debates for all you youngins who don't remember them. You know, yes, Hassan debated Hutch a lot. It was a long time ago. It was like in 2018 or 2019 or something. And yeah, but I remember that. Oh, Sand says Egypt wasn't interested to get Gaza back, and Israel did not want to hand over Gaza to Egypt. Oh, okay. So Israel didn't want to give them back Gaza, but did they? I don't. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how Begin felt about all that because I know that he was in charge of Likud at the time, right? I don't know if Likud was or had like any of those crazy people in it who thought that Gaza was something that Israel should take, or maybe they just wanted it as a buffer zone. Because I know that like only the most insane far right people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich and like Daniela Weiss that they want to settle Gaza, or they think that Gaza should be settled, or that Gaza is part of like that's not part of mainstream Jewish thought. There were people in Israel who wanted Gaza, but not as much as the West Bank and stuff. Yeah, that makes sense because obviously, like Gaza doesn't have any religious significance. I mean, maybe they wanted it because of the historic Jewish communities that used to be there or something, or because of some weird interpretation that they have of the Torah. I don't know.
A quick question on that before you go, though.
Yeah.
Do you think it's fair to assign blame to a leftist who did not vote?
To who did not vote?
Yes, who said, I'm sitting this one out.
Yes.
I think it depends on why they did and they didn't.
No, it doesn't. The answer to that question is yes. If they were a leftist who was in a swing state and they didn't vote, then yes. More so, especially if they were in a swing district, then yes. Holy fuck, yes. If they were a leftist who was a content creator who reached lots of people, then yes, no matter where they lived. It doesn't matter that Hassan lived in California and that him voting for Kamala or not voting for Kamala make no difference. It actually does make a difference, and I will blame him. If he like, I will blame him even though he voted. I'm still gonna blame him for not like making his audience vote for Kamala, or not like heavily pushing that nearly as much as he should. I started watching Hassan back in like 2018. Realized he was unhinged like 2 years ago. Yeah, I started watching Hassan, I think back when he was on Destiny stream, because Destiny was my entry into this space, and then I actually did watch him for a while. And then I continued to watch him for a bit after he and Destiny had their divorce. But I don't remember why I stopped watching him. I think I just got bored of it. I think it might have been around the time when he started saying that the DNC was rigged during like the 2019 primaries. I think at that point I was done with him. That was the final straw. I just thought that was so fucking stupid. Yeah. Yes, if you lived in a swing state and did not vote, I do blame you for the outcome of the election. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been part of Jewish polities before, but Gaza/the Strip never really occupied a significant place in the Jewish imagination, especially compared to places like the West Bank. It actually wasn't an area that Jews lived in even in biblical times. Oh yeah, Adi, I know, but wasn't there like a group of Jews who lived there, who like lived there in the 1920s, who had to like leave, who ran away to Israel during the 48 War or what have you? Yes, in biblical times, there's lots of stories of Jews fighting with people in Gaza. Okay, yeah. Begin himself insisted not to offer Gaza. He saw it as part of historical Israel. Ah, okay.
Yeah, I won't even blame leftists. Like, it's their fault because it's like it's the Democrats' job to try to earn these votes in general.
No, I'm just
my issue is not, you lost the election. My issue is I think you this was a dereliction of your responsibility.
Yeah, I think to be clear, my stance, and I know it's your guys' conversation, but just to be real quick here, I think that people had a moral obligation to stop Trump from winning the election, and the best way to do that was by voting for Kamala. So those of you who did not vote for Kamala Harris, you failed your moral obligation. That's my stance.
Look, it's been 3 years. You can't say Kamala, right? Come on.
I know. I suck at pronunciation. Okay, that's my.
Kamala Harris, Jesus. Thank you, SoyPill, for saying it correctly.
My flaw, okay? You can
just say Kamala. Go full right wing. Just do the racist.
Kamala. Okay, no. Anyway, go ahead, please. But I just wanted to make clear that I think that we can't assign blame to the leftists who didn't vote, because I think they had a moral obligation and they failed in their moral obligation. That's it.
Well, I mean, then we start getting into a few different things, which is like, when it comes to I feel like this election, due to the Israel-Palestine situation, the genocide that.
Yeah, you could say Harris. Oh, geez, here we go. Now he's going to bring up the genocide shit. This is what they do. This is their thought terminating shit. Oh, you want me to support the genocide supporter. And then it's like, at this point, I don't know what the fuck to say to these people. You may as well just like give up, because there's nothing that you can say that's going to convince them, because they think Israel is literally Nazi Germany. And from this, it follows on, would you vote to support Nazi Germany? Would you vote to arm Nazi Germany? Yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
That is still taking place. I feel like it was a very, it was just, I've never seen an election quite like this. And what I mean by that is that it was the first election where I think, on the grounds of just not being able to stomach what.
Okay, what if there was someone even worse running against Hitler? Would you have voted for him? I feel like once we start getting into extremes of that level, where like you're literally judging like Hitler again, like, would you vote for Stalin over Hitler? I'd just be like, can I just leave? If we're at a point where we have to like, then I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna pack up my shit and I'm gonna run away to another country, and everybody else should too, because both of these options are so dog shit and we're fucked.
What the Democrats were attaching themselves to. Whereas I wanted people to vote for Kamala and and whatnot. I just could not bring myself to condemn anybody who on those grounds could not do it. And I've seen a lot of people who you're friends with, maybe even you would.
Oh, Addie, they're going to say it's still taking place because that they say the ceasefire is fake, and they'll point to any strikes that Israel does post the ceasefire coming into effect, and they'll say it's still happening, and they'll also point to the fact that lots of aid apparently isn't getting in. Although I'm actually going to go check those numbers right now while we listen to Vadim.
Agree with this, but I think I saw a Live and Learn podcast where a few of you guys were basically saying that you thought that those who didn't vote on those grounds were like basically as like equivalent to MAGA. And I
wouldn't say this. I doubt Hutch and IRI or Pisco would endorse that they're equivalent, but like, don't get me wrong. I completely empathize with, like, I have people who have family in Gaza that got killed during this election cycle, and they're like, I don't want to fucking vote for her. I get that. I'm just asking. I think it's our job to ask those people and do everything we can to be like, hey, I'm not saying you're going to go, wow, I sure do love Kamala Harris and everything she does. I'm saying what you got to understand is not only is it going to be just as bad under Trump, it's going to be worse for even more people. And can you pretty please suck it up and hold our nose and do everything we can to change for this after the election? Because right now it doesn't seem that conceding on this is going to do anything, or trying to hold out for concession is going to do anything.
None of those people had like considered those things. I mean, like, it just like
it's a discussion to be had. Whether or not they've made up their minds is.
No Navy, no submarines, no money, but managed to get operation in other part of Europe and Baltic Sea. Wow, Ukraine is Mossad level or something. Oh, are you talking about wait, did Ukraine pull off some badass shit recently with regards to like Russian tankers or what have you? Arrived, offloaded. Okay, let's see. From when to when? Are these sorted by date by chance? Because that would be nice. All this is just a total number. I don't want a total number. I want to know, like, oh, date range. Can we just get a single day? $94 trucks. I mean, that's better than it was. Okay.
Is potentially can be changed, and that's why you need to keep on.
And I think that's why that conversation was.
Wait, is the automod being weird again?
To an extent, entertained by just the various ways in which he was letting people know that things were certainly going to be worse under fucking Trump. Like the reason why 95% of the time when he bothers to get riled up about the policies or rhetoric of moderate left-wingers, or just like a good portion of our left-wing politicians, it's because he is seeing ways in which they are capitulating to the right wing, ways in which they are doing things that are playing into their desires and are fucking up our long-term like winning outcomes. But I do want to say, like, this was something that I was about to say. I mean, do you want to react to that? Or there was something that I wanted to say before that I didn't get a chance to.
Go ahead and say the thing before. I don't think I have more comments on that.
I was talking about the blame thing, and I mentioned, like, again, this is not something that I would bother saying if I was not constantly inundated with people like blaming us for this election loss or something akin to it. But if we have to assign blame, then I'm going to, assign more blame to those who certainly did not like challenge there are a lot of people like Hutch, for instance. Hutch, as I think, still resists calling it a genocide. For those who just
Oh my god. Okay, first of all, no, Hutch does not resist calling it a genocide. But you know what? Second of all, who gives a fuck? I'm so sorry that we're not gonna pass your stupid fucking purity test, Vadim. Jesus Christ. Is it not enough to just say, hey, Israel's done a bunch of bad shit in Gaza. There's been more crimes. Like, why? Why do I have to use the scary G word in order to like that's not enough. Even if I like Hutch does that and it's still not enough. Because like you can't do that with these people. You have to be an anti-Zionist. You have to support Hamas. If you criticize Hamas, then like they'll attack you and they'll say that you're being like Islamophobic or whatever. If you spend more time criticizing Hamas than you do Israel, if you don't think that Israel is literally like a demon country, then like they will fucking like bite your head off. It's not just you have to say the G word. There's more to the purity test than just that, because otherwise Hutch would be like, you guys wouldn't be shitting on Hutch so much. And it's weird that these people focus all of their energy on leftists, or not on leftists, on liberals, rather than attacking like way worse actors on this particular conflict, you know, like any of the insane fucking people. Like, it's just so stupid.
Just kind of certainly like just acted as though that
wait, Vadim, I get what you're saying, but I have to interrupt because, like, tell me if I'm wrong. But what you're saying is assuming that Hassan is right, in that if Democrats were to move left on this, they would have performed better. Therefore, Hutch or anyone else that allowed them to not change on it get more blame because this hurt them more, right? But this is assuming that this is correct.
I think those who helped manufacture consent for this situation are far more like should.
Oh my god, the fucking manufactured consent shit. I'm sorry, Vadim. I'm sorry it bothers you so much that there are people here who or that there are people who exist who actually care about like what's true and what's not. And we're not just going to sit here and peddle your propaganda bullshit. I'm sorry that there are people here whose like overriding ideology is not like hating Israel so fucking much. Or in the case of like some of these people, basically just hating Jews. Because let's be real, there's quite a few people on your side of the aisle that you're okay with who do that. Like fucking the fucking like cringe enchilada or the fascist fajita or the tanky tortilla or whatever you want to call them. I've audibly groaned. Yeah, I know. I hate the manufacturing consent thing. Like I think that like manufacturing consent, or rather the idea that the media you consume definitely plays a role in like the things that you believe, no fucking question. Obviously it does. It'd be dumb to deny that. But the way that leftists use it, they just use it as a way to pretend that inside of every American is a little socialist birdie that just hasn't hatched and hadn't been born yet. Bro needs to manufacture a healthy sleep schedule. True. Hello, Mr. Miser. You must use this very specific word, but also don't ever try to examine the specifics of said specific word. Well, yeah, and like also, you know, human rights reports are amazing, and like Amnesty International is not an absolutely dogshit organization, and everything they say is law. And although unfortunately, I think the UN even thinks Amnesty International is cool, which sucks.
Should be assigned far more blame than those who objected to the
to the genocide. Yeah, no, I got it. Well, here, let's say this, because like we'll talk in circles, and we've already had this exact argument. But my contention is just we disagree on what.
Wait, are all the trucks that are going in now just going in via Ashdod? Who in the debate are you rooting for? Insomniac asked that. It's, I mean, SoyPill, but like I don't agree with SoyPill, and I am not, like, he's further to the left than me, and he has conceded way too much in this fucking conversation. And obviously, I don't agree with him on the Israel stuff, but I also don't know that, like, that's it. Like, I think I will put him into the category of one of those people who's just not particularly informed on this topic, and he probably doesn't care that much about it, or like he cares about it to the extent to which he's heard about it. Like, he did mention that he has, I think he said he had that he knew people who've been killed in Gaza, so that's also probably gonna, you know, why all the BT nicknames are included a Mexican dish. He's in Argentina, so much hate. He's in Uruguay right now. He ran away from Argentina. Not just from Ashton, they also come from Jordan and Egypt. Oh, well, no, I'm talking about the like, it looks like it says that the number of offloaded requests, offloaded requested by route. It just says Israel via Ashdod. Or Ashtod, is it pronounced Ashtod? That's like the number of offloaded trucks in any of the crossings along Gaza's perimeter. Collected trucks, number of arrived. Oh, they've also got trucks that have been intercepted. This one, I like the old UNRWA data more. This is not as helpful because like, I want how many trucks. Okay, oh, this one's actually, okay, hold on. Trucks, 350. Wait, no, that is from, okay. 2025. Oh no, 2026. Yeah, the number has gone down. 17 trucks on January 9th. Now it's starting to go back up. January 16th, 103 trucks. Yeah, it's kind of all over the place. 60 on the 18th. 69 on the 27th or the 22nd, which is yesterday. That's what this is up to date on. Yeah, because I think it's kind of been all over the place. Does it say where they came in? Oh, what the hell am I doing? I should be showing this to you guys. Hold on. Right here. And sorry, I'm about to blind you all, but there it is. It's just going to be easier for me to read this if I look at it like this. Yes, he's from Australia. Wait, did he flee Australia? I don't even know if that's true, but you know what? I don't care if it's true. Until it's been proven otherwise, we're just gonna say it. We're just gonna say that he fled. Yeah, I know it was a jam. I'm sorry. Go back to darkness where we belong. I will, don't worry, I'll turn it back on. It's easier for me to read this. Like, if I turn this back on, it's a little bit more difficult to see everything. Although I guess it's not too bad. Yes, I hate watching streamers. And they all have light mode on for everything, and it fucking blinds me because I am a dark mode person. Ah, good, this is good. Ash Duda. Okay. Yeah, the number of trucks. How many trucks are there? I hate streamers too. I mean, I love a lot of streamers, but okay, so we see the number of trucks. It doesn't say where it came from though. Like, where these came from. Like, which crossing they used to get in, which is kind of annoying. Arrived to intended destination in Gaza. How about collected? So this is arrived, this is collected, intercepted, either peacefully by hungry people or forcibly by armed actors during transit in Gaza. Ooh, that's not good. 7,000 trucks intercepted. Does it, I guess they don't know which ones were intercepted. Oh, a lot of these by the World Food Program, some by WCK. 10 trucks were intercepted on, oh. Okay. Oh, there hasn't been any intercepted trucks since October 31st. That's probably because of the ceasefire. It's probably easier to move shit now. Intercepted weight by crossing point. Hold on. Do we have a crossing point for arrived? Arrived weight by commodity, arrived monthly by weight, arrived. No, it doesn't. That's so annoying. It would have been so nice to see like what was coming in via what crossing, but whatever. Yeah, this is all we got now. because that UNRWA stopped doing it. So it's just these guys, which makes sense, I guess, because I know Israel kind of shut down UNRWA. So this dono is for the Cat Scritch Fund based. I have no idea why. Hold on a second. Let me see. One sec. Let me try something. Test YouTube super chat. Do you guys hear that? You probably do. I just don't. I have monitor. I have it set to monitor. Oh, you didn't hear it. Okay, I was getting audio, the audio thingy on the alerts. I don't know why. But thank you for the $5 at JM. So nobody is hearing it. YouTube. Yeah, I don't understand. Wait.
On what would be more effective. And that's fine because I don't not understand where you're coming from. And of course, on the list of blame, it goes MAGA voter base.
There are 20 people here who haven't liked the stream. True, everybody like the stream, please. And sub if you haven't.
Base, Democrats failing to do good messaging, and then all the fucking quibbles between on the left of like, oh, what should we do and how effective it could be. Specifically in the same way that you're reacting.
Stream likes don't mean anything as much as comments. Oh, okay. I have no idea whether or not stream likes actually matter. I haven't really looked super far into a lot of that stuff, but yeah.
Reacting to this because everyone's like, fuck you, leftists, Bernie bros, you sabotage Hillary, you sabotage Kamala. The reason that you react to those because it's like a reaction of all this fucking stupid bubble. I react in the way when I see leftists who didn't vote complain about the current admin. It's like, well, why didn't you do everything you could have? And so all I'm saying in this case is I think he should do more. I understand that he thinks that might not have helped, but I think he should have done more. I'm going to try to do more, and I'm going to push people like that to acknowledge and continue to critique the Dems for all the fuck ups that they have and just do more as much as they can. So if you have a problem with me saying, hey, Hassan, let's go canvass this November in the midterms, I don't think you would, right?
No, well, I mean, in the midterms,
yeah, sure,
no,
and next election too. Let's say we got Gavin Newsom as the primary, and he's like, also, you know what, fuck homeless people, and I'm going to do another Gaza. I would still say, let's fucking canvass for him.
I mean, I'd have to be like just see like what situation we were
everything
in.
Everything else is the same. Democrats, Republicans. It's Trump. It's Trump third term, and he's like, I'm going to invade Greenland and Panama and Venezuela, and I'm going to cut healthcare for trans people.
Deport all the immigrants.
See, even the fact that Vadim is hedging it like that is a problem. It's not good. It's not good. If you want to see how streamer and channel stuff works, watch Caleb Hammer talking to Papagat. I'll link it. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe. Yeah, potentially I will watch that. Probably not on stream though, because that's not. But yeah, you can link it in the stream suggestions. That is an off-stream thing. After we finish this, then I will. I'm gonna. Likes don't matter as much as retention and engagement, but it helps. Yeah, okay. After we finish this, then I'll probably just do then I think we'll do some more Israel Palestine stuff. With the we're gonna watch Omar Bartov talk to that gnome guy on the Live from the Table podcast, and then or the I think it's called that Live from the Table, and then we're going to watch Benny Morris talk to Omar Bartov and debate him. I'm probably going to go till 1 o'clock, and maybe I'll just keep doing Ukraine research afterwards when everybody inevitably leaves when Destiny goes live. I don't know. We'll see. Although I want to try to talk to Destiny. So anyway, let's keep going.
It's legal or illegal. Start denaturalizing minorities.
Expand the budget times 10 for ICE. I'd be like, you know what? Fuck, I hate this because the Gaza thing is completely unforgivable, but goddamn it.
When are we doing chess puzzles? Never, although honestly, I haven't played chess in years, and I should practice playing chess again, just so that I could like randomly like bust into Loner Stream and challenge him to chess. Even though I'm sure that he would like own me because he has way more practice. Mods, timer out. You should play Hollow Knight. No. Absolutely not. That's not my kind of game. Although I should finish playing Stray.
God damn it, I'm going to go out and make sure I get as many fucking votes as I can to stop Trump. I think that's not insane.
I absolutely think that that there is some sort of karmic, and I don't even I don't believe in karma in terms of like some sort of hippy dippy like magical force, but I do
Right. I know what you mean. Like the bad will, the stain would come back to bite us, right?
goes around, and I do believe that if we are a society who is not willing to draw the line at something like genocide, this shit is going to come for us whether we like it or not. So although I very well can see a situation where exactly what you're pointing out, like where I would kind of say like, yeah,
fucking. That's it. It's the thought terminating. There's nothing that you can say. It's always just, well, she supports genocide, so I'm not going to vote for her. Or they support genocide, so too bad. Like, ugh. No, teasing BG3 is how you pull the big shekels. Can't get Loner to do it, but maybe Kalinda will. The 7 shekels. Yes, play Baldur's Gate 3. I've played Baldur's Gate 3 already. And I played it with someone who was like a fucking insane loot goblin completionist, because me and SDA played it together. And SDA was like, we need to explore every area and unlock literally everything on every map. We have to clear out every single map. And that kind of, yeah. So, I mean, I feel like we kind of, even though we didn't actually like fully complete the game, there was a lot of shit that we did. So I don't know if I want to play that game again. But I do want to play Expedition 33. Also, I don't know whether or not I would be able to stream that game, and actually have it do well and be okay. You know. Anyway.
Like, yeah, let's go out and canvas. I could also see, like, depending on kind of how all the pieces fell together, I could see a situation in which I just thought, like, look, there are some really big issues here. And if we don't fucking start taking a stand on these things and start demanding from our politicians that they actually do these things, then we're just going to continue falling further and further into fetishism, whether we like it or not. And so we have to take that principled stand and try and get them to budge here.
Okay.
I'm back. Are we still watching? Yes, Chase, we are still watching this debate. Oh, hey, what a funny pause. Look at Vadim's silly face. His silly, sleepy face.
Okay.
So
this might be a long-term true thing that I disagree with, but like maybe it is true. All I know is I see what's happening now, and I see the people who took the stand, and maybe if enough people had taken the stand, if this was possible, this would have changed. I just don't think materially this is how it's going to pay out. I think it's a little idealistic, but I understand it.
I think we're circling a little bit.
At that point, and we do that's why I kind of want to like bring it full circle, because it's like
last word. We'll let Vadim here. We'll let Vadim. I'm sorry.
Vadim.
Vadim.
Like, I don't know if this is the funny thing, is like, I honestly kind of wonder if anybody like genuinely confronted Vadim about the whole genocide thing, if he would even be able to defend his claim, or like his absolute 100% certainty that it was a genocide. He probably would just scoff at you and dismiss you and say that you're a terrible person who is pushing Hasbara, or say that you're like awful or whatever, and he probably wouldn't even be able to argue it, because I don't think that he knows much of anything about any of this. Then take a stand when you aren't fighting Donald Trump before and he's too old to get. Oh, what am I doing? I need to either make the chat bigger, or I just need to pull it up here.
Vadim.
Can't do Vadim, can't do
Kamala. I know, I can't do any of them. Last word from you, and then we'll move on. We got a line. Okay.
Yeah, sure. No, thanks for bringing me in. I think this was a good talk. I guess I'll just say that, I think what was actually occurring in this situation is that we kind of just felt like there was an iceberg ahead, and we were trying to do our best to not hit that iceberg. And sometimes maybe like you've got a captain who's drunk off his ass, and you have to take some sort of like measure to get that motherfucker to sober up. So
and then all the other passengers said, "Why aren't you violining more? This would have helped."
Yep.
Wait, what?
Let's like
ignore Soy. Okay, just give your last word.
No, he's right. It's true. All the other passengers were, imagine like there was like a group of passengers on the fucking Titanic who were screaming about like something that didn't really matter that much, or that wasn't as important as they thought that it was, and demanding that the captain, or no, they were demanding that the captain do something that actually everybody else knew probably would have been really bad, and that the rest of the passengers and the entire crew would have said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And yeah, like that was their entire contribution, as they screamed at the back. And yeah, I don't know. Like, this is kind of a silly analogy, but whatever. It's just stupid. Into the ice field. True. Thank you, Vadim. We recognize your complete political uselessness. Absolutely. He will withered and say he hasn't slept enough. No, he has to go. I do think that if Wick had just let them go and let them talk, then eventually it probably would have reached the point where he would have started to say that he had to leave. But I don't know. At the end of the day, like really, once Vadim pulls out the genocide card, it's like his trap card, and once he pulls it out, then like once he starts like using it, then you're kind of fucked, you know? Because at that point, that's all the conversation's going to be about it. It's all just going to be, but genocide, and he can't defend it, and he'll just wield it like a truism, and he'll purity test you if you don't want to say it, and it's just, ugh.
The implication being that, like, you by voting more wouldn't have done anything. Okay,
and so the last thing that I'll say here is that I think he took a principled stand. He held out for concessions, and that is a time-honored tradition in politics. There have been other.
You got concessions, bro. I'm so sorry if the concessions that you got weren't good enough. The fact that like she literally came up and called for a ceasefire, and the fact that she said she wanted a Palestinian state, but no, that's not good enough for you, because unless the candidate goes full anti-Zionist, it's just not good enough. It's just so stupid. It's the dumbest shit. I just can't.
Other, like I think definitely in 72, McGovern, a lot of people thought that he lost because the auto workers union did not endorse him because he was.
Okay, hold on. Was McGovern the election? I think it was 1972 presidential election. Is this the ha 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 ha? I don't think that McGovern losing this had much to do with the fucking auto workers union not endorsing him. I'm sorry. Maybe like it might have mattered in like you know, Michigan. I imagine that probably would have made it important, but by the way, just so y'all know, like I'm pretty sure the reason why McGovern lost this election is because that he was too far to the left. Like way too far to the left. Yeah. But I could be wrong about that. Like, also the other thing too is I think McGovern was also like a he was like kind of the second choice, because I'm pretty sure Robert Kennedy was actually going to be the or he was set to be the nominee, and then wait, was it, or and then he died? Was that that one, or was it who was the other Kennedy? More cat scratches. Yes, absolutely. I think he's in my room now. I think he's sleeping on my bed. But once he comes back in here, yes, I will give him more scritches. RFK was in 1968. Ah, okay. Wait. Oh yeah. Richard Nixon won that against Humphrey. Yeah, that was RFK was assassinated, so he wasn't able to run. And then wasn't there another Kennedy, and but he lost because that he was drinking, and he had a young girl in the car, and he drove off the road, and then like he managed to get out of the car, but he left her to drown, and he didn't save her. This is where the New Deal coalition. Yeah, Ted Kennedy. That was the name of it I was trying to think of. Wasn't he, or was that not till later? Hold on. Ted Kennedy. And then he became like I think a senator for ages. Yeah, he was. Oh, this was in 1969. Yeah, this was the car. The Chappaquiddick incident. Chappaquiddick Island, Massachusetts, United States, sometime around midnight, 1969. Yeah, there was a lady that was with him. How old was she? Oh, she was 28. Okay. I think he was quite a bit older than her. And yeah, he got into an accident. The Chappaquiddick incident became a national news item and influenced Kennedy's decision not to run for president in 1972 and 1976. Okay, yeah, so it's very possible that maybe he may have been able to win or that he may have been able to get the nomination if he'd run in 72. And hell, maybe he might have even been able to defeat Nixon. But he didn't, because he fucked himself. And this is what happened. I'm pretty sure that McGovern was McGovern, who had played a role in changing the Democratic nomination system after among the candidates, he defeated early frontrunner Edwin Muschke, 1968 nominee Hubert Humphrey, Governor George Wallace, and Representative Shirley Chisholm. Nixon emphasized a strong economy, while McGovern ran on a platform calling for an immediate end to the Vietnam War and the institution of a guaranteed minimum income. Nixon maintained a large lead in Poland. McGovern's general election campaign was damaged by the perception that his platform was radical and by revelations that his initial running mate, Thomas Eagleton, had undergone electrocompulsive therapy as a treatment for depression. Eagleton was replaced by Sergeant Shriver after only 19 days on the ticket. In June, Nixon's re-election committee broke into the Watergate complex to wiretap the Democratic National Committee's headquarters. Early news of the incident had little impact on the success of Nixon's campaign, but further damaging revelations in the ensuing Watergate scandal soon engulfed his second term. Yeah, this was, but yeah, so it's the fact that like McGovern, that there was, at least there was the perception that McGovern was very, very radical. And that didn't help him win. So I don't think that it was just the American Auto Workers Union. That seems very unlikely to me, that was the only thing that cost him the election. Did any Dem have a realistic chance of recovering from the political disaster of LBJ's term? I'm kind of doubtful. This marked the end of the Democratic dominance at the presidential level that had largely held 1932 to 1968, with the sole exception of Eisenhower. It was a pretty monumental shift in the core of American politics going underway. Yeah, I don't know if this is true or not, and maybe like history buffs will tell me I'm wrong. Epic's not here to do it, but maybe he'll watch this stream later and like write like an awesome thing into me in Discord about how this is incorrect. But I used to have this thesis, and I was actually seriously considering writing something about it when I was at university, that essentially Vietnam kind of killed liberalism in America. Or at least like, I guess, solidly liberal LBJ style, JFK style liberalism. It kind of, and also Vietnam, I think was one of the things that probably removed Americans' trust in the government quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of Dems were Dixiecrats. So, I'm sure that didn't help either, obviously. That was something else that also, because that LBJ passed the Civil Rights Act, that definitely meant giving up a sizable portion of the electorate and basically turning them and leaving them so that Republicans could switch them. Yeah, Watergate probably also didn't help with regards to Americans' faith in their government. Although the thing about Vietnam killing Americans' faith in government, I imagine that probably came when the Pentagon Papers came out and people found out that essentially they'd been lied to, because that's sort of what it seemed like. It seemed like that that the reasons for Vietnam were kind of bullshit, and like it just, people didn't understand like why they were going there. Vietnam, like, oh yeah, the Pentagon Papers were part of it. Cambodia too. Yeah, Vietnam played like, I think, a pretty big role in like shaping things with regards to America. It didn't kill like America's desire to like intervene in things, because obviously the Cold War was still going on. But the fact that America lost that war, I think, was something that kind of really hit the United States incredibly hard. Because it was the first time basically that the US had lost a war, and they did lose it. And I don't think that they wanted to, and that's also probably why they voted for Nixon as well, too, rather than vote for a Democratic candidate whose only promise was going to be, I'm going to win the war, or I'm going to leave. Whereas I think Nixon talked about like peace with honor or something, and he said he had a secret plan to like finish the war, and like he actually wanted to find a way out where like the United States could still say that they won or whatever. And of course, obviously, instead, shit just got real crazy. From gender, race, economic stagnation, and war. People saw the authority figures as upending, wait, what am I doing? Society across a massive spectrum. Yeah. And then there was also the conservative pushback, too. Oh, did we hit the goal? Based. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, there was like a massive, like sort of it just and then obviously in the 70s as well too, with the passage of Roe versus Wade, that kind of awoke the religious right. Now, by the way, keep in mind, I am totally open to being corrected on a lot of this because all of this that I'm saying right now is from memory and what I learned when I was at university and the US classes that I took. But I do remember reading about this. There was a lot of stuff with regards to the rise of the conservative movement that I remember leading. Roe versus Wade didn't wait. I thought that it galvanized a lot of activism against or like the basically the legalization of abortion. I thought that was something that got a lot of people like really angry. Evangelicals didn't latch onto it until the latter part of the 70s. Yeah, isn't that when Roe versus Wade was passed? It was, or like, wasn't it in the 70s, or did they just not latch on? Were they just late? But I know that was a thing that a lot of people cited. Like, that's where Phyllis Schlafly came from. I think that was one of her big things. Actually, it wasn't even just that. It was also the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment. No, the issue that did that, segregation, academia, Roe versus Wade. Okay, Roe versus Wade was the early 70s. The issue that did that was segregation, sorry, I'm not understanding. Nixon won because of that, knows. Oh, segregation of academies. Yeah, I know Phyllis Schlafly was anti-feminist. I'm aware. I think that it was probably like some sort of rise with regards to feminism. I think evangelicals jumped onto that after schools were desegregated. Schools were desegregated in the 50s, though. Roe was 73. Okay. The way that story is always told is that people like Phyllis Schlafly and whatnot were like out there or like got like emboldened by the abortion shit. But that must have only been one of the things that they were angry about. I know she was really mad about the about the Equal Rights Amendment. And the Stop the ERA movement was a huge thing for the for people like her. And I think the religious right, because that the line that they pushed was that under the Equal Rights Amendment, women would get drafted. And obviously, since like, you know, Vietnam and all that stuff, that was like a big that would have been a big part of American consciousness at the time. I'm still saddened. I still think that the US needs to have, it doesn't necessarily need to be that version of the ERA, but I still think that there should be something that should be in the Constitution, you know, that guarantees like equal rights. Oh, you're in the waiting room? Oh my God, Van Loven, you're actually going to try and talk on VC? Hold on one sec. Hello. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but one sec.
Awesome.
Talk some more.
All right. I gotta close the stream. I'm one of those people
Yes.
that have to figure out how to make this work.
Is he loud enough, chat? I turned you up to 200%.
All right. Am I test? Can you still hear?
Is he loud enough, chat? Yeah, I don't know. Tell us about your cats.
Well, Dewey right now is sitting on top of my room, and I think it's included some closet. Literally, not metaphorically. But yeah, okay. So I missed the last minute where you were at because I was figuring out. But where were you on American politics in the South?
Oh, I was talking about the Phyllis Schlafly and the Stop the Equal Rights Amendment shit. People are saying that it sounds fine. I guess just just try to, your audio keeps fading. I think maybe you might be getting cut off. Just try to like speak into the microphone more, or turn your go into the Discord settings and adjust the threshold thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, and I'm on my phone.
Oh, you're on your phone? Okay, hold on.
I'm using a Bluetooth headset.
What?
And using a Bluetooth headset.
Oh, that's
Main
fine.
main reason I never jumped on before is because I didn't know any of this would work.
Oh, yeah, no, it does, but I mean, if you're on your phone, I'm not even sure. Actually, hold on. I'm sorry, chat. Just a sec. We'll get back to the stuff in a second, chat.
Yeah, I can't really see chat.
Voice. Oh, if you change it, so if you go into your Discord settings under yeah, you know where the settings are, and then you go to voice.
What's that? Settings, voice, soundboard volume. I'm looking at all the fun stuff.
Okay, well, if
Noise
you're in
canceling.
voice, does it have do you have auto sensitivity turned on? Because if you do, turn that off.
All right, turn it off. How's that going now?
Okay, that's better. Just keep talking. What you might want to do is you might want to turn your input sensitivity down, because that you want to ensure that when you talk, that bar that is there will always go into the green, so that you're never getting cut off.
Okay, so should just keep it all the way down then?
You don't have to keep it all the way down, but you can just turn it down some. If you keep it all the way down, then your voice will always active, or it'll always be on. But you know what? Maybe you just need to do that. Fuck it.
All right, we can do that. Anyway, so Phyllis Schlafly. Yeah, her big thing more was, or one of her big campaign that what she was famous for was the ERA, opposing the ERA, but she represented kind of what I was saying in chat before was that sort of in the beginning of the late 60s and then like sort of throughout the 70s and culminating with the Reagan Revolution, you kind of see a backlash to a lot of these sort of more liberal initiatives of the New Deal across a wide spectrum of society. Phyllis Schlafly represents, kind of helps represents where that is in terms of gender, where, you saw, and this had a lot to do with the Supreme Court judges appointed by FDR, kind of they're still there decades later. Their rulings included Roe v. Wade, but it wasn't Roe v. Wade that activated the evangelical base that would kind of, their entry to politics again would culminate with Reagan. Rather, it was these things called segregation academies that I think Chase made a reference to. I think people are still complaining about my audio.
Are they? Hold on.
I can't really see. I don't know. I tried going on my laptop to check to see the chat, but I'm not sure it's actually working.
Wait. Oh, no. Chase said audio keeps fading, but he was saying that from before. It's fine. That was from a bit ago. It's okay. It's fine. Also, new goal, chat. More scritches for Stuart.
Okay, so explaining the segregation academies. So so the process for desegregating the schools, it did begin in the 50s and go throughout the 60s. But like Little Rock, the story like in my school, like read the story of the little girl from Little Rock. It kind of like compresses it down and there's a bit of a longer story there that kind of culminates into eventually what a lot of white families did, particularly in the South, is that they pulled out their kids from these public schools.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this. Yeah, and then they sent all their kids to like private like white only schools, right?
Yeah, well, they were implicit white only, and this is where the issue that activated the evangelicals really is, because there was actually a court case in Mississippi in the 70s where, because they were de facto still segregated in these private schools, and that was now against the law, they were essentially losing their federal tax exemption. It's a bit like churches today who political endorsements without but they'd risk losing their tax exemption status because of it. I'm trying to find the book. There's a really good book on this period, in particular where evangelicals come in, called Family Values, by like Anthony Dowdy or something. I don't want to undo my entire pile right now. And but like, again, this is because we're kind of talking about like this moment, and maybe it's kind of relevant in how there's kind of this history of like the leftists being kind of blind to the more the reality of the social attitudes in the country, because this is a big moment, and kind of, I guess, this election that you're looking at, and like Vadim, Hassan, a lot of these people really do kind of embody these mistakes again and again. Is that the way desegregation academies advertise themselves? You know, it was like you get like advertisers, not just that it was like white only, and they weren't explicit. They couldn't be explicit that they were white only, but it was a lot of dog whistle, like, you know, there won't be drugs around or something. But it was also like where boys will be where boys are taught to be or boys are taught to be men, and girls are taught to be women. But this wasn't obviously about trans. It's really weird that like this really like, you know, it really does kind of echo.
It sounds like it was like an anti-feminism thing, right? Like a sort of men and women will keep to their traditional roles. Is that kind of like the kind of shit, like where that came from, maybe?
Not just anti-feminism. It was like, because this is also the hippie era. So like, we're talking like boys will have short cut hair and wear proper pants, and girls will wear skirts, you know, that sort of thing. Like, so they were kind of like a retreat from what was perceived as the dominance of the counterculture movement at the time, which, when you actually kind of think about it, is the boomers actually ended up being an incredibly conservative generation in a lot of ways. So despite us thinking of like the boomers coming of age, young, 18 in the 60s, you know, hippies, free love, blah, 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 blah. Like, again, a bit like how, you know, like Hassan, maybe even Nick Fuentes or whatever, can like represent these very loud voices at a very young age. You know, you kind of saw that with the boomers and the hippies too, but they matured into a very conservative generation. And one that was very suspicious of government in general, because Reagan represented a backlash to expansiveness in government programs, like that old conservative movement.
That I know.
That was a reaction to the expansions of the welfare state, you know, latched onto this, but it was combined with, you know, sort of reactions to desegregation. You know, obviously, you know, Reagan didn't go all the way, but he ended initiatives like busing, as well as, you know, endorsing like pushing back on like this experimentation in gender roles. And if you kind of like talk to like the elder gays, you know, who were there during the 80s, you know, there's kind of like, when was Harvey Milk assassinated? Let me get the.
He was assassinated, yeah.
Yeah, he was assassinated, but like, yeah, 1978. So he was like, so San Francisco had its first, you know, gay mayor prior to the 80s, prior to like this backlash. So you not only saw that, like you don't only see, you don't only see like how like these people can kind of trigger a political backlash, but also a wider societal backlash that can really take the people that they're kind of advocating for back, and really kind of paid a price for during the AIDS epidemic. I guess during Reagan would be the thing you might want to connect it to.
Yeah. Have you read the Conservative Ascendancy by Donald Critchlow, or have you heard of that book?
I don't think so. Let me get
That's the book that I read when I was at school. One of my favorite classes that I took was a fourth year like seminar class. So you would meet once a week and talk for 3 hours, and you had to like read something, or usually multiple things, and then you would talk for 3 hours and talk about it, and you were graded on your contributions. Then you wrote like a couple of essays. But the book we had to read for that, the class was about basically a history of American conservatism since World War II, and the class and like we read that book for that, and it was really good. And there was a lot of it was like, you know, kind of looking at the birth of the conservative movement and like the eventual lead up to the Reagan coalition, and like how they saw things and what their perspective was and whatnot. And Critchlow also wrote a book about Phyllis Schlafly as well, which I did read most of. And I just couldn't get over the fact that I don't know, she benefited at least to some degree from feminism, but then like she attacked it mercilessly and didn't care that she would have lost all of her rights in the world that she was advocating for.
Oh yeah, she was like another one of those examples of you know, kind of like anti-feminist women whose lives themselves. I think we were kind of, or people were kind of riffing on Harley things is her name from the debate about kind of being
Yes.
examples of like a woman who you know, despite weren't quite practicing what they preached.
Yeah, basically.
Anti-feminist. Like, yeah, that is also a tale as old as time. But I'm kind of like looking at this. Yeah, like I think, I mean, this is a thing that kind of maybe Epic and I are kind of sharing in this kind of frustration because Loner definitely does this too. But there's like a lot of, I guess you call it like reductionism when it comes to looking at like the Republican Party and Republican politics that I don't think is very helpful.
Oh yeah, I
And getting
know.
people,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
because like this,
trying, yeah, not to do that, by the way. So like if I ever do it, like you'll have to yell at me. Because if I do it, it's literally just because that I don't remember or know everything. Because most of what I'm talking about now from this particular part of the history comes from the stuff that I remember learning at university, and it's been a while since I've like and keep in mind, like this was the other area that I was interested in, but I was not nearly as steeped in this as I was in the Nazi Germany and the Holocaust stuff, which was what I spent most of my time learning and reading about. So I remember that stuff a lot more. And I've also refamiliarized myself with a bunch of it lately. Whereas a lot of this stuff is stuff that I'm trying not to. So like, but yeah, like I guess I attributed it to lack of trust in government. But obviously I think that that was probably one of the things that maybe led to the fall of like liberalism as we know it, but it's obviously a bunch of it is this other stuff that you were talking about. And there was that swing back, and I guess like that activation of the evangelical stuff, which I guess it sounds like that happened in the late 70s, and part of it was because or of the desegregation, or at least a lot of it was. Also, I believe around this time, was there not, did the Supreme Court not also do a ruling against prayer in schools, and were people not like hella super pissed about that too?
I need a reminder. I want to say yes. The thing I really remember from family values rather was that you kind of saw sort of in this time period. This kind of goes into how U.S. schools get their textbooks. Basically, is that there was like there's kind of a way to hack it. Is like Epic also brought this up that like basically every school district is free to get their to basically set their own curriculum and get their own
Yeah,
textbooks, blah blah blah. But the reality is that two state markets dominate
it's
and set the
California and
standard.
Texas, right?
Yeah, exactly. So what happened? God, if I could find this book, I'd give you the exact names. But there's like this couple in Texas that can't. And what happens is like California ends up setting like the basic template for the more liberal blue states. Texas sets it up for the more conservative red ones. But this was also around that time where they kind of were like one particular couple found that if they also because like if you remember from COVID, like no one goes to these like school board meetings. Like if you remember footage of people going there in masks and inventing their conspiracy theories at the school boards. So they found that
Yeah,
they were, yeah, being very small, were able to push a new set of textbooks in Texas, which is where they lived, and they became a standard for um, conservative states, kind of countrywide, and something make a joke about the American education system there. Prayer in public schools,
yeah. Oh yeah,
U.S.
that's true. Like I think, unfortunately, it does seem like when I actually the one thing that I remember doing, and it was definitely for that class. I wrote an essay, and the question that I like a research paper that involved primary sources, which is like my favorite kind of thing. Um, and the question that I asked was like, how successful is the religious right? And the answer that I came to was based on like looking things up and the kind of shit that they tried to do is that they are way more successful at the state level than they ever were at the federal level because the Republican Party is not a monolith. And so they were not able to do things like constitutional amendments to ban gay marriage, or to ban abortion, either. Or rather not to ban it, but like they just weren't able to they weren't able to like they were able to restrict abortion, but they couldn't like fully go in on it perhaps as much as they wanted to. Um
Yeah,
and
no,
yeah.
that's very true. And like a great like kind of example of this is like my MA final project. I tried like looking into the influence of the evangelicals in the U.S. military, and I basically walked away with not very much because the U.S.
Yeah.
military actually had fairly good institutional guard rails, and the federal government in many ways does slash did, you know, asterisk mark asterisk mark asterisk mark Trump, but state governments, like they tend to have a lot of their own quirks and are very, very weird. And they end up, you know, like one party can really consolidate power very well and then doesn't have as
Yeah.
much limits. So yeah, what you're saying there is very, very true. I remember I went to a school, like I grew up a little bit in Houston. I remember if you didn't make it in time for prayers in the morning, you would get locked out of the building until prayers were done, which in the
Oh
Houston
no.
heat was not fun. And actually, the air quality back then, I don't know what's like now, was so bad that we weren't allowed recess outside a lot. But they were perfectly willing to let you outside if you were too late for prayers. Um, but yeah, no, you're absolutely right there. But kind of the point.
The Oh, sorry, I just want to say one more thing. The only unfortunately shitty thing about all that, though, is that although they might not necessarily be able to get anything or much of anything done at the federal level, sadly, um, they like if you actually like they are a important part of the Republican Party, and you basically have to at minimum pay lip service to them if you actually want to like win the nominee or nomination, and I guess probably even like win for I don't know how much, or and maybe win for president, but because they're an important part of Reagan's coalition, or at least they were. I have no idea what the hell the future of the Republican Party is now. It's like it's just it's completely different. But even then, like the evangelicals still had to support Trump. Although that probably goes back to the whole because they literally like those people especially think that the left is coming for their way of life. So, yeah. Anyway, sorry, go
Yeah,
on.
no, yeah, okay. No, well, that's going to take me in another direction from where I was going before, but that's fine. No, that's yeah, like yeah, with Trump, it's gone like sort of like yes and no, where he's obviously helped deliver them the big thing they really cared about, obviously, which was overturning Roe v. Wade. But he's also kind of moved away from them in a lot of ways. Like he kind of has like moved the party. Well, at least he initially moved the party like away less from its like this might even sound weird, and I don't know if I still can't see chat, so maybe they'll get a little mad at me for this take. But like, he did kind of try to move him away a little bit from like the homophobia and whatnot, at least initially, compared to like people like Rick Santorum, who were also and other people who were in like
Oh
the 2016
God, that
primary.
fucking guy.
And like by and large, they kind of sort of like what I've heard is that because they can kind of get taken for granted at this point, they don't necessarily have a ton of influence, like as much as they might like, um, or as much as you might think. They can kind of get taken for granted more. I know, um, this was a common complaint of Black voters is like you can just take for granted our votes, so like you don't really make much of an issue actually to do something about our issues.
Oh
But also
yeah.
like evangelicalism as an identity has kind of been shifting in the past few years because you'll get like this weird you'll get people now who actually aren't really evangelical in any sort of like I don't know what you call it, like spiritual maybe sense, but who will now kind of identify with it more as a political label. Like I have some family members who aren't really like that Christian. Well, I have really evangelical family members too, my mom's side of the family, too, but like also ones that aren't really, and they'll kind of identify as evangelicals, like as part of like their partisan identity. And you'll get people kind of like Pence, who identified himself as a evangelical Catholic, which is in
Did
many ways
he?
is a very weird term.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's.
Here's the
Sure.
thing that I remember about Mike Pence, though, too, is obviously Mike Pence is or he was like, well, no, I think he still is. He's still like an insane like religious right figure. I remember he was the governor of Indiana, and when he was the governor of Indiana, this was when Obama was president, I think. It was when Obama was president. He like passed this, or they passed this law that essentially allowed I remember this whole argument that it allowed like businesses to deny services to people based on religious objections. And this, like, I think also was up to and including uh hospital workers like refusing to provide abortions or whatever. I think that was part of it. It was like, but it was billed as like some sort of religious freedom thing. And I remember this being a big thing, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court, who then of course ruled that yes, it's fine for companies to deny service, or no, it was specifically related to Hobby Lobby, I think. That was another thing too. There was also the whole everybody flipped the fuck out about Obamacare covering contraception, because there were a bunch of religious businesses who didn't want to do that. And I think the Supreme Court upheld that for some of them with Hobby Lobby. Although I think they also ruled that you could deny service or whatever. Although I think that was much later. But I remember that. I think that's where Mike Pence's bad reputation comes from, because that guy, he was like insane. And also like, I guess Trump joking about it. I think Jane Socks, when you say he really didn't in chat, are you saying that Trump didn't actually do enough to try to move the party away from the anti-gay stuff? I think that might just be more public opinion. Isn't it like 70% of Americans now support gay marriage? And so that's kind of like a battle that was lost. But the crazy, insane religious right people still want to push back against that.
I want to check the latest polling, because I remember there being some word about there being a bit of a backlash, or about a swing back now.
Well, there's definitely been a backlash against trans people, right? Like, I think that's the new thing that Republicans are obsessing over, because that works a lot more, I think. Whereas with the gay people, a lot of it is just like, who gives a fuck? Just leave it alone. But although there is also have been backlash with regards to, like teaching your kids about how like there's nothing wrong with being gay, and there are absolutely people who are super mad about that, which I think is really fucking stupid. But
yeah, I misspoke when I said backlash. I meant it's like a swing back. So I would want to check like most recent polling, just to be careful. But yeah, like in general, like there have been like some quiet issues that aren't like, this is kind of a weird thing about American politics. It's the ones that it's almost like as a product of the issues that we're divided on, that because we're divided on, that they become the top of the national conversation. But you will get issues like gay marriage or weed legalization that kind of quietly move as a whole, without like much discussion. And then those just, as long as those don't get talked about, they don't like activate people's partisan identities. And then you can kind of see movement there. But
yeah. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. A 2024 Gallup poll found that 69% of Americans, 83 Democrats, 74 independents, and 43 Republicans supported same-sex marriage, while 29 opposed it. And then a May 2025 Gallup poll found 68% of Americans, 88% of Democrats, 76 independents, and 41% Republicans supported same-sex marriage, while 29% opposed it. So it's like it went down like 1 percentage point.
that's margin of error.
Yeah, okay, so that's not even, but that's from 2025. I don't think there's anything. But I mean, if we care, like for Republicans, that number is kind of like, it's not even half of them are okay with it. But I mean, it's that I guess they also don't matter too much, like a large portion of independents still support it. So I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a losing battle. But then again, if we look up polls on abortion, I think that a lot of people
Well,
a
polling
lot of
for
people
abortion is very complicated because people
yeah, it
have more
is.
nuanced opinions. Like I think, we kind of we like to kind of like deride American voters, but they do have like sort of nuanced opinions on a number of issues. And when it comes to like abortion, that can be one of the ones where it's kind of tricky to poll because a lot of people have like different, I think there's generally broad support for like the framework that Roe v. Wade established being reinstated, but like certainly on a personal level, a lot of Americans, will kind of have, what are the circumstances, how far along,
Yeah.
is this just what I believe, but is this something I'm not willing to impose on other people? Like Americans, like that kind of complicates polling when it comes to abortion. Americans do have pretty,
Oh
very, very
yeah.
nuanced opinion. Um, but I mean,
Yeah,
the thing
it's
is, like issues like this, where like you're like for like the Dems though, like I mean, gay marriage is probably not. It's just not. I don't think like a very salient issue unless it comes up maybe before the Supreme Court. But like an issue where you've got nearly your entire party backing you, a clear majority of independent or super majority of independents, and then your opponent party is split, is actually the perfect sort of issue to really hammer the opposing party on and really elevating your rhetoric because it exasperates divisions in the opposing party. So like as actually just kind of as a fun little political communications point, like if you ever see polling like this is a pretty breaking down by party. This is a pretty good indication of actually something you probably would want to talk about if it was a more salient issue.
oh
Which is why it
yeah.
was which is why it was always like a real awkward thing for Democrats when Israel came up because because the Republicans were unified on it, and Democrats, even if there was majority support in the Democratic Party for something regarding Israel, it was generally more split support. So it always put them in an uncomfortable position, and they preferred just not to talk about it, which kind of led to a weird and unfortunate thing in Israel, where I do kind of run into this a lot with young Israelis, where they kind of feel like young Democrats or young Israelis feel a lot like the Democratic Party is the anti-Israel party and Republicans are the pro-Israel party. And I don't think even now necessarily that's true, but certainly before that wasn't true. But it's mostly that Democrats just didn't want to talk about because it was an issue that on the flip side exactly like this.
Yeah, I think unfortunately now that's just gotten way worse, sadly. Like those and I think in the Republican Party that's still also gotten worse because an increasing number of people are turning against Israel. And on the one hand, I want to say that that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it really depends on like what the nature of that opposition is. Um I'm worried that it might be like crazy, but if the nature of that opposition is that people are more open to like I guess criticism of Israel to an extent that APAC or like or any of the other I guess more right-wing Israeli people who would come after you or Israeli lobby like the American Israeli lobbies that they wouldn't come after you, because I remember I think there was a very salient thing that Jon Stewart said in the 2000s. It was something to the effect of, "Oh yeah, you can't get elected president in this country if you criticize Israel." And he wasn't saying that to the effect of that Israel has the United States in a chokehold or whatever. He just meant that the power of like certain lobbying groups was immense. And also Americans by and large really loved Israel. But that seems to be becoming less and less of the case as we go on. But I think
You said
that
in the mid-2000s, right?
what?
You said mid-2000s, right?
Yeah, I think it was potentially. I'm trying to
Yeah.
remember
So
when it was.
so
Oh
the
no,
mid
yeah, I
2000s.
remember that actually. It was in the mid 2000s because then right afterwards he was like, which is funny because you know where you can criticize Israel? Israel. And then because yeah, obviously in Israel you can criticize Israel pretty hard, but he felt like in US politics you really couldn't manage to get away with that too much without getting a ton of shit for it.
Yeah, I mean, lobbying isn't even really like, it's the second part you said about popular support. If you go to opinion polling on Israel over time, the mid 2000s represent a clear high point in American supports and positive sentiment towards Israel. And I think if you think about it for like 2 seconds, it's insanely obvious why. Like the U.S. is like, this is when the U.S. is in Iraq. There's like a lot of American Israel, like the idea of sort of quote unquote Islamic terror is something they can viscerally relate to. And also it's the second Intifada. So like this is when they're seeing, like, this is when, so not only is this now like when the images coming out are going to be the most sympathetic because it's, young Israeli teenagers being blown up at discos, it's at a point where Americans are going to be particularly sensitized to being able to relate to that. Because, I mean, I remember, I kind of, well, also like middle school, lower school, like I was growing up during the Iraq War, and my mom would put on like the news hour with Jim Lehrer every night, and every few nights there'd be like the new update, like the new update of soldiers killed in Iraq and Afghanistan. It'd be like soldiers killed by roadside bomb, soldiers killed by suicide bomber, and like this is the exact same thing that's killing Israelis.
I remember this too.
Yeah, and like this has been like a thing also, like, and then like with American support like declining ever since then, to me, like a part of that, like this is one of the things that I find like so disgusting about, like, well, at least out of this war, like we got an 11-point slide against Israel. It's like the support for the U.S. or in the U.S. for sympathy was coming down, and I think that's a pretty natural reaction to just time coming by and new. And older like voters who remember that dying off, and new ones who don't have that as a memory coming in, and turning 18 and not entering the survey and the voting pool. So like it was an I don't want to say artificially high, because it was responding to things on the ground, but it was responding like that, like astronomical high degree of American support or sympathy towards Israelis was coming at a very specific time. And I think like, it was always going, and was always coming down. Ever since that, ever since like the U.S. kind of disengaged a little bit from the Middle East and the second Intifada ended, so like, I think it was just like, it's been a very natural and understandable trend for a lot of reasons.
God damn it, Jewish Virtual Library, just give me a nice chart. I just want a nice chart.
Gallup should have something. I think I remember looking at either Gallup or Pew for this. They had a graph over time.
Okay.
Yeah, Adi, I've really lost my patience for Jon Stewart too. It's.
Oh well, yeah. I think I feel like he's gotten a lot worse, but I don't know. Maybe he was always. Then again, on the other hand, I guess like I say this, but obviously he is like, I liked him a lot when I was younger, and probably considerably more progressive than I am now, because
I spent like basically my entire freshman summer, like as soon as my parents went to bed, like whipping out a bowl, getting super stoned, and then watching The Daily Show. No, yeah, I mean, like he's changed. He's described this a little bit, like doing his show was like therapeutic for him, and that it let him process the news of the day, and he couldn't really do that while he was kind of retired. And he's kind of just like, he's got his moments, and I'm sure he's around some things, and he's done like really great work, particularly with the with the firefighters for the 9/11 first responders.
Oh yeah, that was really good. Yeah.
But there's a bit of it, like, I don't even mean this just for his political takes, but like just like his whole style of humor and delivery has just gotten so like bitter that it's just not my thing anymore.
Yeah.
That's in addition to his history takes that I don't think are very good, or actually, can I even say that definitively? Because it's been a while since I've heard him say anything. So maybe I shouldn't say that because I can't. A specific example.
Come on, Gallup, help me. I just want fucking. Sorry, I'm trying to find the thing, and I can't seem to. 32% back Israel's military action in Gaza, a new low. This is from 2025. We have, but this is just Israel's military action. I just want like overall support for Israel. I guess support for Israel's military action in Gaza. Oh yeah, so it's like 71% of Republicans, 8% of Democrats. Jesus, 25% of independent. That's really, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of I was kind of like, it's kind of been like this thing in the back of my head. Like I've kind of been wondering, like, how much will the ceasefire um, affect things and maybe move things back to like a mean of where they were before. That's kind of been the pattern of in previous conflicts, is that you'll see a dip in support along the wars and then it'll kind of revert. I've kind of been doubtful because I just think like the constant like drip of over 2 years, kind of like just establishes certain like truisms. But also like it's the way that like now like Vadim and like these other people are able to keep talking about it. It's like an ongoing thing. Like I kind of wonder like how many of these people are even aware that like that there was a ceasefire in the first place, or like or not. Like
Well, they'll say it was a fake ceasefire. That's how they say it, right? They don't think the ceasefire is real.
The online left, like obviously like the online politically chattering like lefties will. I'm kind of like thinking like the normies who are just kind of just seeing footage and like, oh, I don't like, this is a lot of killing with a lot of kids getting killed. Like this is bad. I don't like this. I don't like the people doing it. And like I've kind of wondered because like it's this thing that I've noticed. It's like I don't know if your algorithm does it. Like it'll occasionally like throw something back at you that's like a year old, half a year old. If you check like the comments and the date sometimes, and I'll kind of like see like something that was like a news item from Gaza try to like pop up in my feed, but it'll be like from like a year ago, and it kind of like I think there's a way that kind of like fucks with your idea of something of like people's ability to understand like what's going on in the moment, just because it doesn't like time kind of becomes non-linear that way.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's annoying. It's all just so stupid. I don't I don't know. I don't know how much people obviously like these people don't actually know anything about the conflict, so I don't think that it helps either. And there's like a lot of shit related to that too. I mean, if your main source of information with regards to the conflict is Hassan, then you're probably pretty cooked. Like, I don't imagine. Yeah.
I mean, I really doubt most people get their information from Hassan, but like, I do think
They might
most
get it from
people,
Twitter though.
yeah, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all this, like people, like there are surveys also of where people get their news, and it is basically entirely on social media at this point, where it's
That's not
kind of,
good.
I mean, at this point, I think we kind of need to adapt and figure out how to make news good on social media than just trying to hope that people change their behavior. I don't think like people are voting with their feet or their fingers, I guess. And this is where they're spending their time and getting their information. So I think it's more about. I think I was kind of making this point to Epic too, where if he wants to kind of push back against American isolationism, and I think a lot of that comes from mostly Americans just not getting the case for why America should be involved in the world, and it's worth it to take certain risks and pay a certain price sometimes. A lot of it has to do with the fact that the people who kind of advocate for American presence on the world stage and assertive presence on the world stage aren't in these spaces making this case in the first place. It's not really all that hard. I don't think it's actually that hard for especially like Americans in general and lots of people to grasp. Like we're not like no one is here is like sitting on an intellectual super level or anything. The argument just needs to be presented in the spaces where people are.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. But I think we kind of wandered away from a lot from trying to set the record straight. The American political shift in the 70s, and also kind of how there's been like a lot of analogies drawn to like this current like weird malaise of American politics in the 70s, because the 70s really represented a weird, both there had been a revolution and then a backlash in social change in the United States, and then it kind of muddled its way through the 70s until you kind of get that kind of conservative ascendancy in the 80s, and that's reflected in the politics, particularly of Reagan. And a lot of people have been drawing a lot of comparisons to that. And honestly, like there's also a good comparison in both that like Carter and Ford were kind of weak presidents in the sense that they weren't very popular, and neither one was able to win election twice. And you kind of see that, you're starting to see that Biden, Trump, oddly enough, did win election twice, but in a very weird way and not popularly the first time. So you kind of also have this moment where that sort of like politically confused moment that a lot of Americans define by like a feeling of malaise is also mirrored by kind of like, and weak trust in institutions is also kind of mixed with like sort of this unstable and
Yeah.
fairly weak presence. Yeah, I recommend that. I mean, I know you're reading a million things, but if anyone's ever interested, particularly the sort of like the evangelical awakening, and then their sort of marriage into American politics, I do recommend that book, Family Values, because it really was a new wake up moment when evangelicals started to engage in politics. Because prior to that, they actively avoided politics. Like in the 50s, like politics was something that evangelicals saw as dirty and something that good Christians did not associate with at all. And it was a pretty big upheaval in American politics. Yeah,
is that the name of the book? Because that I'm having trouble. Oh, Family Values and the Rise of the Christian Right.
Yeah, that's it.
By
It should have a
Seth
picture.
Dowland.
That's it. It should have a picture of a family eating dinner around a table with wood paneling in the background.
Yes, it does. Jesus, that's expensive. The Kindle edition is $40 though.
Oh yeah, that's university press prices.
Yeah. Oh, it's like this is one of those books that people would let me think for a second how to say this. This is one of those books where you would you would have to read for university, and so it cost $1 bazillion.
Quite possibly. Unfortunately, that's how I ended up spending way too much money on books. Yeah, I tend to be picky about books coming out of university presses, just because they go through a little bit more of a process.
Oh yeah, no, I completely understand. Yeah, University of Pennsylvania Press. Yeah. No, this looks like it's good. Although honestly, this might also be one of those books where I might just sail the high seas. I don't know.
You've got a million other things that you're clearly doing right now, and this is not one of your chief topics. Don't spend that money.
Well, yeah, I do have a billion other things. I'm not going to buy this now. Just prompt AI to spell it out.
But it's also for anyone who's interested in the topic. It's a pretty easy read.
Oh yeah, I imagine it probably would be. Yeah.
It's not that long either, I don't think.
208 pages.
It's not that long. Anyway, yeah. So that was my spiel. I let go on way too long for. Hopefully, I didn't tank your viewer count.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it kind of did, but that was my choice, and also other people. It's not your fault. Also, like Hutch went live, and yeah. So, and I mean, Destiny's supposed to go live in 10 minutes, but let's be real, he probably won't. Because he's always late. But yeah, thank you for recommending that book. I probably will check it out later. I don't know if I'll check it out now or not, but yeah, maybe at some point. Because I do have lots of shit that I'm trying to do or whatever, but
yeah, same. I think this homework assignment I gotta turn in 3 hours.
So. Oh geez, you should get back to work on that, sir.
Yeah, I also just spilled water on it, so.
Oh damn.
All right, awesome. I will bail before I chase away any more viewers.
It wasn't you. I think it was just. I think a lot of people were here for Vadim. Let's be real. And I'll finish. I'll let him finish what he was saying. But yeah.
I mean, I've been told I have a fantastic monotone. Someone once reported my voice at a consistent B flat.
Also, tell the cats that we said hi. Chase says, give them scritches. And
so much.
Yeah, I bet they do. I'm also gonna give Stuart some scritches because Stuart needs to be given more scritches for he needs to be given 2 scritches. Thank you, Sans, for the $2 from before. Anyway, have a good one, buddy. Thank you for coming on.
All right, awesome. Cheers. You might hear from me more often now that I know that this mic actually kind of works. Peace.
Yes. Yeah, it does. It works. Bye. Okay, chat. All right, let's let Vadim finish yapping because I need to get some food.
He was just kind of giving them the short end of the stick. So he did that. And I think that, like, when else can you do something like holding out for concessions other than like if you can't do it in a time where you're doing it for a genocide?
Oh, hey, Van Loven. Insomniac says that you have a great voice if you're still listening. That isn't spewing anti-factuals. And here goes Vadim talking about the genocide shit again.
For genocide, when can you do it? And truly lastly, some of you may be saying like, well, but this particular election was just like different. And
No,
I agree with you.
every election is the most
every
important election we've ever had.
Exactly. So it just becomes sort of like, well, when the fuck can you take a stand on something like this in order to get people to do the thing that's going to get you to win? Because that's something else that we didn't talk about. Well, we didn't have a primary, dude.
I'm more than willing to have a whole discussion on this.
No,
right?
no, it's cool. Let's get your other people in.
Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. I love you, buddy.
likewise.
And let's talk more.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh, we didn't get to see the cats.
Oh no.
Oh, that would have been nice. I mean, don't make me like Vadim more by pointing out the fact that he has cats. Jesus Christ. I'd say the last 3 were definitely extra important elections. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, obviously, there's always a lot at stake in each election. You know, that's frequently a thing that happens. And yeah, this is definitely a thing that occurs. Okay, now we're going to watch this. We're going to watch Omar Bartov. I know Omar Bartov because he is a Holocaust historian. And I believe I have a book that was written by him that I cannot remember the name of now. But you know what? Let's look him up because, yeah. Oh, he's Israeli American too. Interesting. But he is, yeah, he's a Holocaust historian and is considered a leading authority on genocide. Well, I mean, if he thinks that Gaza is a genocide, it would not surprise me if at least some part of that was, oh, Hitler's Army. That's, yes, I have that book by him, I think. Historians on the Eastern Front, Andreas Hillgruber and Germany's Tragedy. Well, that's interesting. Hitler's Wehrmacht. Oh, yeah, this is just the German version of Hitler's army. Murder in Our Midst, the Holocaust, Industrial Killing and Representation. Mirrors of Destruction, War, Genocide, and Modern Identity. Germany's War and the Holocaust, Disputed Histories. Oh, that sounds like a fun book. The Jew in Cinema. From the Golem to Don't Touch My Holocaust. Erased, Vanishing Traces of Jewish Galicia and present-day Ukraine. Oh, damn. Anatomy of a Genocide, and okay, yeah. So he's got a fair bunch of yeah. I typically know him from his Holocaust history stuff, and I thought that he wasn't necessarily a bad historian. I believe that he had some disagreements, or was he the one who had disagreements? Maybe it was someone else. I mean, I think the Gaza shit largely comes from his political views, which is unfortunate. And I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see where that goes. He did fight in the Yom Kippur War, though. Simon 1920 or Simon 19120. Hello, people. Hello. Hello, Jane Socks. Sounds a bit too Zionist to be taken seriously. Imagine if we'd gotten Hillary in 2016. True, that would have been fucking based. Okay, let's go. I don't know if this is actually going to be an interesting discussion. We'll see.
There is a very harsh thing that anybody would come to if they read Bartov, which is, what do you do? You know, I have come to start saying that, and these people I'm about to list, they don't like each other, but that people like Daryl Cooper and
It's either this or Rachel. No, Chase, it's not. There's absolutely other shit that I could be watching. I have no intention of ever talking about Miss Rachel because I just don't care. And the more people bring it up to me, the less that I care about it.
and Tucker Carlson and Bartov and the pro-Hamas people. They've created a school of thought, which I call the one more chancers. What do I mean by the one more chancers? Yes, of course, the Nazis were terrible. Yes, of course, Hitler was horrible. But you know what? Look at all the people that died in World War II. They should have just given him one more chance. They didn't have to bring the world to 60 million deaths over Poland. Yes, of course, if he continued. But you know what? He said he was going to stop at Poland. Maybe.
Wait, is Bartov saying that? I sincerely hope not. What the fuck? Are you talking about the appeasement people? I would hope that or maybe he's just using this as an example. He corrected himself from saying pro-Palestine. Oh, okay.
Maybe he would have. Why not give him one more chance? Putin. Of course, Putin is terrible. But, you know, are we really going to bring the world to the brink of World War III over Ukraine? You know, Ukraine has a lot of ethnic Russians, and it's always been kind of a sign.
Okay, now this is based. Because seriously, fuck appeasement.
He's twin with Russia. Let's give him one more chance. By all means, if he goes into another country, that will be our limit. What about Hamas? Everything that they say implies they want to let Hamas stay in charge.
Oh, he's just talking about this attitude in general. I don't think he's saying that Bartov actually would have said this about Hitler, unless he has. But that would be fucking insane. There's no way that.
They should let Hamas stay in charge, even though they promised to do it again. So what are they saying? Give them one more chance. And I didn't get to ask him. And then if they do it again, yes, by then all means, yeah, but we're going to give them one more chance.
This is Live from the Table, the official podcast of the world-famous Comedy Cellar, available wherever you get your podcasts, available on YouTube for that multimedia experience. This is Dan Natterman, Comedy Cellar comic, along with Noam Dorman, Comedy Cellar owner, along with Periel Ashenbrand, our producer, and an on-air personality as well. We're honored to have with us Professor Omar Bartov. Professor Omar Bartov. He's a professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown University, and he just wrote a fairly talked about article for the New York Times called "I'm a Genocide Scholar. I Know It When I See It." He's not in studio. He's coming to us through the miracle of video conferencing. Please welcome Omar Bartov.
Oh yeah, and there's also there were some people who wrote a response to his article about the genocide stuff. But let's find out what people. This should be fun.
Bartov to our show. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm expecting a fairly intense discussion today. I'm looking forward to it.
By the way, just before I start, I thought you're 72 years old. Is that correct?
71.
71. You look terrific.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So, look.
I'm gonna go grab
this is a very
some
difficult topic.
food. I'll be right
For
back.
anybody Jewish, and although this is, I was thinking about how difficult this is for me, and then it occurred to me it must be quite difficult for you as well, even on the other side, maybe even more so in some way on the other side of the position. So I just prepared some comments here that I want to read at the top to frame the conversation. I hope you'll bear with me. It's more than I usually do, but this is just so important to me. I just wanted to make sure I had all my thoughts gathered. So I'd like to make this conversation your chance to convince people like me. Your column, to me, seemed geared towards the people who already lean your way, but it didn't really deal at all, in my opinion, with the counter arguments that were certainly on the tip of the tongue of anyone like me who read it. I think most of us would agree that the most persuasive arguments contend with the most powerful versions of the other guy's positions and then dispose of them. To me, here's the central tension. Hamas has developed a strategy of putting a huge number of civilians between itself and any legitimate military target, a disproportionate number in the language of the laws of war. Your answer, it's a purely theoretical answer in my opinion, is that Israel just needs to find a different way to deal with this threat and accomplish its goal of defeating Hamas, a goal I think which you agree is a worthy goal. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But the practical truth, in my opinion, is that what you're saying is that Hamas has developed the ultimate royal flush winning hand strategy, and Israel must capitulate and leave them in power. Because there is no way to transfer or translate your theory into reality. We've watched this for 2 years now. Nobody's really, I think, made a convincing case that there is. I intend to quote Omar Bartov extensively today, but here's one of my favorite quotes of yours. You said, "The absence of clarity is the beginning of complicity." And I think that's right, because there's issues which are easy to avert your eyes from, but you follow them step by step, the answers can be very disturbing. One thing that bothers me very much about your column and the genocide debate is kind of a sort of glibness of it, in my opinion, again. As I said, it resonates with those who already agree with you, but it doesn't deal with the long list of complexities that would be needed to persuade skeptics like me, who require a high evidentiary standard to prove the most evil of all crimes, that my people are guilty of the most evil of all crimes, or for that matter, to convince the ICJ, that's the International Court of Justice, which in 2015 ruled that genocide must be the only inference that could reasonably be drawn from the acts in question. Every Israeli action, even if excessive, even if it's disproportionate, is explainable to me as a countermeasure to a Hamas strategy. In fact, it requires no intellectual strain at all, I think, to even have intuited what these strategies would be if you read about what Israel's up against. Further, channeling, now maybe this isn't right, channeling Potter Stewart's quip about pornography, you say you know it when you see it. But to me, the situation in Gaza bears little resemblance to historical genocides, and I'm no expert, but I tried to read up on it. When has a genocidal regime ever faced an enemy strategy specifically designed to make civilian casualties and horrible destruction inevitable? When before has a victim of genocide ever bragged, commenting, this was in the Wall Street Journal where they intercepted Sinwar's communications, commenting on the death of their own people, that the strategy is working and we have them just where we want them? Further, we're dealing with the intricacies of Israeli coalitional politics, where statements from opposition figures and journalists may be colored by the same political derangement syndromes that we've seen for the last 10 years in this country. People hate Netanyahu. No matter what he says, they will say he's wrong. It's worth noting that some of Netanyahu's current fiercest critics themselves were accused of war crimes over and over again by academics like you, maybe not you, but people in your milieu. Yes, the death toll is horrific. It should force, I hate to, when I read this, I feel like it comes across as insincere. But people who know me know that it's not. The death toll is horrific, and it has to force any decent person to check and recheck again their moral arithmetic, because whatever your opinion might be about the exaggeration of the casualty numbers, one's opinion might be, the truth is certainly bad enough, very bad. Yet, Hiroshima and Nagasaki saw approximately 200,000 people, civilians, vaporized instantly, and you and the other scholars don't classify that as genocide. The Iran-Iraq War claimed 500,000 to 1 million lives, including 65,000 casualties on the first day. In 1987, no one even wondered about whether it was genocide, let alone the 4 million civilians that died in the Congolese Civil War. Yet you've likened all these other incidents to second-degree murder, while what Israel is committing is first-degree murder. What makes this case particularly unique is that Israel faces an explicitly genocidal enemy itself, one that you have written about as the modern day carriers of the torch of Nazi-like anti-Semitism, stating, this is you saying, when they say they will kill you if you do not kill them first. In every conceivable way, Hamas deliberately embeds and puts civilian population between itself and the Israeli army, making Palestinian casualties not an unfortunate byproduct, but a central component of their strategy. Israel consistently articulates military objectives, degrading Hamas's capabilities, eliminating tunnel networks, getting the hostages back, stopping the rocket attacks. So let me begin with this question. Given the ICJ's stringent legal standard that genocidal intent must be the only reasonable inference, how can you dismiss the reasonable inference that Israel's actions, however disproportionate they may be, even if you consider them war crimes, are motivated by legitimate security concerns against an enemy that explicitly calls for Jewish destruction, or Israel's destruction? Can you point to any historical examples of genocide where the perpetrator faced such an existential threat, and where that threat deliberately used its own civilian population as both shield and propaganda weapon? Welcome, Omar Bartov. So that's I didn't read it as well as I'd like to have, but I think you get the point. So you can respond directly and, of course, in any way you want to.
You read it well.
Thank you.
Look, I can't respond to everything you said. If I had it in front of me, I'd be happy to respond to a variety of things that you said.
So much hate. He didn't write down. He didn't take notes. What kind of a debater is this guy? Come on. I'm preparing to shovel out and get there. No way. Ryan closes before the conference, the chip. Oh, you're talking about sports ball. I am hesitantly interested in this talk. It could go bad. Yeah, I'm. Oh, hey, Maruzzi. Yes, you're right. Well, I think Hutch is live. But otherwise, I don't know what Hutch is talking about either. So, I'm even gonna have cereal, just like Lonerbox does when he's hungry. Although I'm not having cornflakes. Yes, hi Maruzzi. Come here. Here. Or just, I don't know. He's definitely capable of coming up here. He just doesn't want to. 4 bowls, massive, yes. All right, let's keep going. I gotta put the milk away.
But let me just speak about a few things here. I wrote about Hamas, what was it, 20 years ago? Something like that in the New Republic. That's, I think, what you're quoting.
Yes.
Hamas, its founding charter, is a very strange document, I think from 1988, if I remember correctly. It cites at length passages from a fraud document, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. So it's anti-Semitic, it's insane, and it clearly calls for the destruction of the state of Israel.
And the Jewish people, right? If let the rocks and trees say there's a Jew behind me, come out and kill him or something like that.
Yeah, it's more focused on Israel, but it does cite from the Quran as well. So Hamas is not a particularly nice organization. In fact,
can I just stop? I'm not going to pepper you, but just on that issue, because I think it's important because I feel like you're shifting the nuance.
Oh shit, I was muted, sorry. It can't be better than our mod chat. Omar is an Israeli American. It can't be better than our mod chat drum. And I mean, I know that I know there was at least one person in here. I think it was Monkey who was saying that he was a hack. But I don't know that that's true. I don't think that I've ever seen anyone say anything bad about his scholarship. I think I think right now I'm leaning towards it probably being him probably being similar to Benny Morris, where like I probably don't like his politics, but I haven't. No one has presented me with any evidence that he's a bad historian. So you know.
Nuance. You said Hitler could not have put it better. That was your quote about the Hamas charter. Now, that's not about Israel to me. That's about the Jews. But continue. Go ahead.
Right. In 2015, a man who is now the Minister of Finance in Israel and a minister within the Ministry of Defense in Israel, which means that he's in charge of the West Bank, said in a speech that Hamas was an asset to Israel. Now, why did he say that? Precisely for the reason that you cite, that Hamas, for Israel, was the best card that it could.
Wait, who's he talking about here? Is he talking about Ben-Gvir? Is that who he's referring to? Because Ben-Gvir is the Minister of Internal Security now, yes? And I think that it's his guys who are basically like he owns the police. Oh yeah, but okay, well you say Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. Oh, he's talking specific. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I figured. By the way, like I can believe this. Of course, the Israeli right. By the way, I should also add as well too for like any Israeli people out there, or like I guess any like right-wing Israelis or whatever. Hamas also considers the Israeli right to be an asset. It was one of I think it was one of their attacks. That blew up the that bus in Jerusalem that caused Netanyahu to win his election after Rabin's assassination. I believe Netanyahu won that election, and part of it was a close election, and part of it was because of the bus bombing. He said, and finance minister. Oh, so it was Smotrich. Okay. Yeah. Wait, hold on.
Ministry of Defense in Israel, which means that he's.
Wait.
So Hamas is not a particularly nice organization. In fact,
can I just stop? I'm not going to pepper you, but just on that issue, it's not about Israel to me. That's about the Jews. But continue. Go ahead.
Right. In 2015, a man who is now the Minister of Finance in Israel.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear him right. Okay, yeah, he is talking about Smotrich.
And a minister within the Ministry of Defense in Israel, which means that he's in charge of the West Bank, said in a speech that Hamas was an asset to Israel. Now, why did he say that? Precisely for the reason that you cite, that Hamas, for Israel.
Yeah, because the extremists on both sides feed off of each other, and so Hamas also likes rejectionists being in power in Israel because it means that they'll never be exposed to people who are saying, "Hey, we want two states, we want to negotiate with you," and it makes it easier for them to keep their population radicalized if the other side doesn't want peace. And same thing the other way around.
Was the best card that it could hold to the rest of the world, that it could do nothing about the Palestinians, but just manage the conflict, which was Netanyahu's policy for a very long time. Indeed, Netanyahu had a deep.
Although I hope that he also recognizes that this is true in the other direction as well.
deal with Qatar, that Qatar would provide millions and millions of dollars to Hamas. These dollars would be handed over to Hamas in big bags full of money, cash.
Wait, is he going to make this argument? Kalinda, did you want to talk? Oh, hey, you're here, Johan. Can I finish eating first, and then yeah, I guess we could talk probably. I'm trying to even think of like what exactly I would. The only thing that I worry about if I'm going to talk to you, Johan, is that you're going to make it about Miss Rachel, and I am so sorry, but I don't care about Miss Rachel. And every time people try to bring it up or get me to talk about it, then I care about it less and less. It's just I just don't give a fuck, you know, because I don't like the way that people talk about it. And I don't mean you, I mean most other people, which is my problem. And also it's just kind of turned into this dumb drama shit that I just don't care about it. I feel like it is on the list of things, it's just kind of irrelevant. I don't know. I'm also not even really sure. Like, yeah, Johan, we can talk. I'm trying to think of yesterday, like in terms of like exactly what we were going to talk about, but I don't know. Maybe Addie, are you still here? Because I feel like it might be better if you like moderate or something. Because I think Johan, I think we're probably just talking past each other. But let me finish eating first, and I want to keep watching this.
By the Israelis, so as to maintain Hamas in power. Why? Why was Israel maintaining Hamas in power?
Same reason we gave bags of cash to the Iranian mullahs.
By the way, that wasn't the only reason why Netanyahu gave them that money. I think it's kind of silly that he's making this argument. Like, am I not correct? Like, I'm pretty sure that the reason why, like, it was also because that if they didn't give him the money, then like there was probably going to be a humanitarian crisis, and that would have also not been good. So, yeah, I don't know why he's leaving that out. But I guess it seems like he's making this is a right-wing Israeli talking point.
I'm off.
No, I mean, if you want me to respond, you have to let me speak. Please, as long as you did.
Go ahead, sorry.
The reason was, as Smotrich explained, and as Netanyahu made this policy, that for Israel, Hamas was a very good thing. The problem for Israel was the Palestinian Authority, because the Palestinian Authority is corrupt, is unpopular, but has international recognition. Hamas has no international recognition. Everybody thinks about Hamas that it's a terrorist organization, that he ruled brutally in Gaza over the Palestinians there. And so the policy of Israel was, under Netanyahu, and you know he's been prime minister for a very long time, with very short intervals, the policy was, we want Hamas in Gaza because then we can say that we can't do anything about the Palestinians. They are ruled by these people are crazy, they want to destroy us. Now this policy of managing the conflict, which seemed to be very successful, exploded on October 7th. When Hamas actually broke out of this cage that they were in Gaza, surrounded by a multi-billion electronic fence, and murdered hundreds of Israeli civilians. And it was then that a different decision was made.
Well, I guess it
that
was
is, if we can't manage with Hamas, which had been the policy, had been the Israeli policy, then we have to destroy Hamas. And Netanyahu spoke and speaks to this day about an absolute victory against Hamas. So what does an absolute victory against Hamas mean? How do you accomplish that? The policy of Israel, as I understand it, in destroying Hamas, since it is hiding in tunnels that were built with the millions of dollars that came from Qatar that were handed over by the Israelis to Hamas. Since they're hiding in these tunnels, and since they are in one of the most densely populated, what was the most densely populated areas in the world, that's where they fight from. Since that is the situation, how do you accomplish an absolute victory over Hamas? You destroy Gaza. You destroy everything. You level every building there. You make the whole area level. And then, since the argument immediately after October 7th was that there are no uninvolved people, the president of the state, who is not even from the Likud party, was
oh, hey, Epic is here. I love another debate about proportionality and the conflict by two people with no education whatsoever on how to have that conversation.
The former head of the Labour Party said that.
This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. They could have risen up, they could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat, murdering their family members who were in Fatah.
Okay, this I think is stupid. I think it's kind of dumb to say that, like, that to make that super easy. It's sort of similar to the whole like yelling at Russians about like why didn't they just rise up? Like that's not easy to do. And they did. They tried. They protested against Hamas, and Hamas was like brutally repressed them when they did so. Like they didn't feel that it was really worth it, I don't think, like for a whole bunch of people to die, which is what would have happened. Because Hamas is fucking insane.
Fatah, There's a short memory in the world. Israel evacuated Gaza unilaterally in order to show that it's willing to make peace. I was a member of that cabinet. We said to our nation, this will be Hong Kong of the Middle East.
Listening to your answers in the last few minutes, I'm a little confused. Because on one hand, you say that Israel abides by the rules of war and is very careful to avoid the loss of civilian life in the Gaza Strip. But at the same time, you seem to hold the people of Gaza, the civilians of Gaza, responsible for not removing Hamas, and therefore, by implication, that makes them legitimate targets.
No, I didn't say that.
But
I did not say that. I want to make it clear. I was asked something about separating civilians from Hamas. But with all due respect, if you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it.
Oh, this is quoted in the South Africa thing.
Shoot it at me. Am I allowed to defend myself? We are fighting terror. Humanity has to decide, are we accommodating terror or are we fighting terror? We are fighting terror. And we saw the worst atrocity possible. We see the worst atrocities possible by a whole campaign of a movement which has major support with our neighbors. Major. They believe, many people believe in it. I agree. There are many, many innocent Palestinians who don't agree to this.
So there's a consensus in Israel. There are no people who are involved. Everybody is involved. Then you have to move the people out of there too. You have to empty the territory, level it, move the people to Indonesia, to Libya, to Ethiopia. That's the countries that are being now negotiated with to accept those people who would be forcibly deported from there. And then, well, then the territory will be yours, and you can build a nice, either vacation homes funded by Trump or Jewish settlements. Let me just finish this last point.
I spoke a long time, but then after that, let's get a quicker back.
Just this last point. Now, you can say that Hamas has a genocidal intent against Israel. It obviously does not and has never posed an existential threat to Israel, because it doesn't have tanks, it doesn't have airplanes, it doesn't have artillery, it doesn't have a navy. It had between 20 and 30,000.
So, obviously, Israelis in chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the axis of resistance combined, or rather, if Hezbollah had actually attacked from the north, and potentially there'd been something going that to happen in the West Bank as well. But I think that if Hezbollah, even if it was just Hezbollah happening in the north or attacked from the north, like on October 7th, how fucked would Israel have been at that point? I imagine that things would have been way, way, way worse than they were with just like Hamas doing stuff. But Hezbollah never attacked from the north. They just started firing rockets. Because Hamas is just shitty. Or like because it Hezbollah, I guess because Nasrallah didn't want to get too involved, so he kind of just did the equivalent of Palestinian Lives Matter. Way worse, but not an existential threat. Not fun at all, but not fuck. Yeah. Okay. What if there had been like, what if people in the West Bank had started rising up and they'd done like third intifada shit? Although I don't know whether or not they would have been able to do that, but you know.
Thousand fighters, mostly equipped with AK-47s and rocket launchers. But it would have maybe...
maybe Insomniac could moderate between you and Johan. Yeah, potentially.
Had it been able to do it. And the answer to that genocidal intent by Israel, and that's my final argument, is that if you want to eliminate that threat, you have to respond by genocide. You have to destroy Gaza entirely, remove its people, and level it. And that's what Israel...
Wait, what? This is his argument? His argument is that Israel's doing genocidal intent because they want to destroy Hamas, and because that all Palestinians are, or because that there's so many Palestinians in the way of that, this means that it's what? What the fuck kind of weird ass argument is this? I don't think I've ever seen anybody try to argue genocide in this way. This is such a strange type of intent. What?
That's what Israel is doing right now.
Okay, so a few things. First of all, I do think that my answer is apt, that Netanyahu thought he could buy off Hamas along the same way that Obama thought he could buy off Iran. And, liberal people are a little hypocritical on that, I've always thought. They were all for the idea of buying off Iran, but they criticized Netanyahu for buying off Hamas. However, as we all, I think, know, that what it would have looked like to not buy off Hamas. I mean, the Israeli blockade of Gaza was bad enough without what it might have looked like if Netanyahu had made sure not an extra dime, not an extra this. In other words, a full court press on Hamas was not going to be supported by the world.
But that was not the only alternative.
No, well, okay, and I'll get into alternatives. But as far as I was a more.
Wait, what was the other alternative? Lifting the blockade? I mean, like, you could definitely ease up the blockade in certain ways, And Israel did do that, I think, in 2010. I think that they started to relax some stuff because it was kind of getting ridiculous, but like
more on the left. I lived through, the Camp David and Taba, and I saw just recently Bill Clinton with tears in his eyes when he described Arafat walking away. And then the second Intifada was launched. I saw a clip of the day of Arafat's wife saying that Arafat told her, "I'm going to start an Intifada." This was what Israel got in return for its righteous liberal policy.
Just so we know, we don't know if that's actually true. If he actually said that. I don't think we'll ever know for 100% certainty what the fuck it was that caused Arafat to walk away continuously. Although personally, I think that it was because he was too much of a coward to take the deal, because that he was afraid of what would happen to him if he gave up the right of return.
Policies. And then again with Omar, then again in 2014 when Abbas wouldn't answer Obama. And I think just like the Palestinians have a psychology which we should be mindful of and deserves talking about, Israel has a psychology. We tried this, they blew up our children. We tried that, we tried this. Now, and I think that, I don't say this lightly, that a Netanyahu policy, if he's right, and if they are right, and I think they are right, that there is no appetite for peace on the other side. God forbid we should ask of them one leader, one like a Sadat, to say, hey, you know what? That deal you offered us, that was actually quite good. And let's sit down and no more children dying. And let's see if we can work this out. Exactly what Sadat did. There's actually a template for this. It's not even unprecedented what we're asking. To say, you know what? The world doesn't understand this. We understand this. We benefit by our enemies being divided because it takes the pressure off of us, not because we're evil, but because, forgive me if this is his mentality, but because they're evil. If they would say to us and mean it, we want to lay down our arms and we want peace with you, of course we would say yes. And by the way, and if we would say no, the Israeli people would throw us right out of office, just like they moved to the left with Sadat. But the world doesn't understand this. The world gets more and more in the throes of the underdog. So you know what? This might be the best thing. Let's just tread water this way. I don't regard that.
Okay. I just think that like the way that he laid out Israel's potential motivation for wanting to like kill all the Palestinians is weird. Unless he's saying that, oh no, wait, he was saying that. He was saying that Israel views them all as Hamas or whatever, or like he views there to be so much of an overlap that basically they're okay with killing them all, therefore it's genocide. But I don't know if that's I feel like that's not really true. Because it seems like in terms of Israel is mainly targeting like military aged men that they and they might be assuming that they are all Hamas, but I'm not sure. Again, I don't know, there's so much shit that we don't know. Without knowing what Hamas's casualty numbers are, without knowing whether or not there were any Hamas soldiers that died like in each airstrike. Yeah, like we just don't know. It's impossible to know. Also, without knowing the stuff that Israel knows each time they do a strike, as Epic continuously points out very angrily, that we just don't have enough information to say that, and so it just becomes silly. Like, I'm not even necessarily going to argue, oh my god, I know for absolute certainty that Israel's not committing genocide. It's just that right now, with the evidence that we have, I'm not really convinced. Also, I feel like still the most strongest argument in favor of it would probably be like commanders on the ground, like doing some like Yehuda Vosh doing some ape shit, insane shit, you know? Like, I feel like that would be the kind of genocide that it would end up being rather than a top-down thing if they were to declare, and it probably would be like maybe this or that massacre rather than specifically trying to kill people and going out of their way to target civilians. Because I still think that Israel is targeting Hamas. It's just that they've done war crimes in the pursuit of that. And like even that weird hot target shit that they were doing at the start of the war, yeah, I think that was not good either. I'm surprised that I never even heard about that, because that sounds like Dahi doctrine, and I didn't think that they did that this time. Because I remember that was insanely controversial. Okay. The fucking chat keeps crashing. There's definitely a lot more evidence of genocide in Syria and Ukraine by Russia, but I wouldn't call those genocides yet either, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily call them that either. Like, I think that in Ukraine there's definitely a lot more evidence of it. Okay, stop. Jesus. Sorry, I'm like the chat is just ugh. Um, okay. Johan, are you still here? Do you want to talk? Because we could. Okay. I don't know if Addie is still here or not, but you know, whatever. Oh, he's in the waiting room. All right. Hello. Hello?
Oh, I was
Oh.
muted.
Oh, yes.
Ooh,
Hi.
here, let me fuck with the audio real quick.
You sound fine to me. I might have to.
No, I can't hear you.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah, I just had the mute on speaker. I wish that was the default. Like, I feel like I don't know if it's just me, but I can't hear anyone until I put them on speaker. But
Oh. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway,
yeah,
yeah.
all right.
Okay. So what was it that you yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember what we were arguing about. Oh yeah, it was about I I guess like I feel like maybe you and I just have different priorities when it comes to all of this stuff is maybe might be the issue. I also don't know if you're going to be able to put the if you're actually going to be able to get what the thing that you want, unfortunately, which is it seems like what you want is you want anti-Zionism to like be treated the same way as like other kinds of racism or as like racism. Is that correct? It sounds like that's what you want.
Yeah, basically. I mean, a little more complicated, but that's gonna
Okay.
make.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Mostly because that I mean, unfortunately, things are so fucked right now that it seems like people don't even care as much about racism as they used to either. You know, like since Trump has come along, a lot of people feel more comfortable just saying insane shit just right out in the open. And huh, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that we can put it back in the bottle, but I don't think that the anti-Zionism thing is. And I also, I think that I will probably object to, I guess, describing every single person who calls himself an anti-Zionist as like being hateful or whatever. I feel like saying that kind of thing
When we
probably.
say when we say hateful, we should be very clear because every single time anyone says hateful, there's this weird thing that comes up. Do we mean hateful as in the specific emotion of hate, or do we mean general bigotry?
Actually, you know what? How about I say anti-Semitic instead of hateful? You keep describing anti-Zionism as a hate movement, but I'm just going to say anti-Semitic. How about that? Because I don't necessarily think that it's fair to describe every single person who calls himself a anti-Zionist as anti-Semitic, or at least not like or at least not consciously anti-Semitic. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't think bigotry is usually conscious. So I don't like
Okay.
most people are not like I love being a racist. Like, so I don't think that matters that much. I think we just have to describe things objectively as what they are. Um, so when you say that about anti-Zionism, I mean, when in America, we have like a history of the KKK, right? There was a time period where the
Yes,
KKK was very integrated into like people's communities and stuff.
I'm aware. Yes, especially in the South. Probably actually mostly almost exclusively in the South. But yes.
Yeah, like I could imagine many reasons someone would join the KKK or be like attracted to the KKK that have nothing to do with racism, but like the KKK is clearly a hate movement. Like the fact that like that shouldn't matter when we're talking about whether it's a hate movement or not, right? Like
Okay,
it
let
might be an
me
interesting.
let me try and put it a different way. I guess this is something that I'm having a lot of trouble with, okay? Is like Zionism is just a Jewish national movement. There are people who are anti-nationalists in all cases. who would be anti-Zionist and simultaneously opposed to all nations. Is that anti-Semitism? Because these people
No, but
exist. I've met them.
anti-Zionism is not a counter movement. That's a mistake. It's not a counter movement. It tries to present itself that way. It's not that. And if we study how it works, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like a counter movement.
I mean, it's like an opposition to. I feel like this is the issue, is that it seems like you want to conflate every single like.
It's not a conflation. This is like from its inception from the Soviet Union. It's been like this. It's not been a counter movement.
Well, first of
since
all,
its inception, it has been oppressing Jews. Like that
hold
is
on.
just true.
And anti-Zionism did exist before the Soviet Union came up with Soviet anti-Zionism.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I want to start there because there's a very different thing. Like if you're like, I'll give you an analogy, Kalinda. If you're a couple, right, debating whether to have a kid, right, before you have that kid and after you have that kid, it's a very different conversation. It's not the same conversation, right? So it's weird to kind of equalize those two things.
I'm aware. I understand. Listen, the people that I'm talking about are obviously in the minority, but I don't think that and unfortunately, a lot of them are also going to be stupid and they're not necessarily going to understand. Like, for example, obviously, I can't believe that I'm actually in some ways going to defend him like this, but I think I probably will, in at least in some regards, because that I think that Vosh is just sincerely against ethno-states, or what he considers to be ethno-states, and I think that's where his opposition to Israel comes from fundamentally. And the reason why I say this, and the reason why I think that he is consistent on this, is because he got into a shitload of trouble arguing against leftists, leftist black separatist people, because he's like a huge like multicultural dude who wants like everybody to, like live together and shit. And that's why he's against Israel. And I think that that's the reason. Now we can say that he says other shit that's anti-Semitic, like comparing Israel to Nazi Germany. And yeah, I will say that that's anti-Semitic because that's fucking insane. But I don't think that Vosh is like I don't think his anti-Zionism comes from some sort of hatred of Jews. I think it just comes from the fact that he doesn't like ethno-states.
I don't think anti-Zionism is opposition to the state of Israel. I don't agree with that. And when we look at it, it's not that, right? Like one of the cores of the anti-Zionist hate movement is an erasure of Jewish culture and Jewish peoplehood. It's not just about whatever, right? So one of the ways you see this play out is Jews are not allowed to determine their own identities, right? Zionism is not Judaism is like one of these things that is repeated over and over again in these spaces. Jews don't have a say. The only people who have a say in what Judaism is are anti-Zionists and their tokens, right? It's not about actually.
I understand, but you're describing, like, it sounds like what you're saying is that like nobody can like describe themselves at like, you just think that, so you just don't think that people like Vosh exist, even though Vosh is an example of people like him. Obviously,
I don't think anti-Zionism, I don't think when you measure it, what it is opposition to Israel. I don't think that's what it is. I think that's a different thing.
You don't
right?
think there's anybody who might use that label, because the label anti-Zionism does sound like you are against Israel.
Yes,
but it sounds like what you're saying is that you're basically assuming that, like, I'm not saying that's the entire movement. I'm just saying that I think it would be fair to acknowledge that not every single person who calls himself an anti-Zionist belongs in this, in the thing that you are describing, or that they are that type of anti-Zionist.
They do belong in there, and there's reasons we can see why they do belong in there, right? So if you want to talk about the hyphen distinction versus the non-hyphen distinction I brought up earlier, right? We have anti-Zionism, which is what you think anti-Zionism is when you think of anti-Zionism, which is without a hyphen, which is the hate movement we're talking about. There's anti-Zionism with a hyphen, which is opposition to Zionism, right? So the types of people.
I don't think I've ever heard this weird distinction.
It's not very common, unfortunately. It's in the literature, so it's not. They don't. This is people who study anti-Jewish hate. These are people who study contemporary anti-Semitism.
Okay.
This is so. It's not a
It's
typical
so
distinction.
weird that they've decided to call it that when I feel like they could have just called it something else. Are they calling it that because a lot of the people they're talking about describe themselves as anti-Zionist and try to separate Israel from from Jews?
It's because anti-Zionism, from its origin, has never been not about oppressing Jews, right? Like it's what it's been since it's been since the Soviet Union started its anti-Zionist hate campaigns, it's always been oppressing Jews. It's never been this distinct ideology that's just a theoretical criticism thing of Israel. It's not. That's not what it is.
I
Right?
understand.
The Soviet
Also,
Union was like,
hold
don't
on.
speak Hebrew.
Sans, I'm not saying most cases. All I was saying was that like I'm a lot more interested in trying to find some sort of strategy to fight back against this than I am in like just saying you're part of a hate movement. Because to me that's
I
sort
don't
of
think we should
almost.
go up to people and personally call them part of a hate movement. I don't think I've said that. I don't think
Oh yeah, I know.
just
I'm not saying that you are saying that. Although honestly, I feel like even I feel like you could even use fire as a case study. But I guess you've just written him off as someone who's not to be convinced, and that now you just want to yell at him and call him anti-Semitic.
I
Like
haven't
how do
I
you
haven't written.
yeah,
I,
how do you want to approach someone like fire? I guess.
So we don't want to approach people as individuals in this way, like to convince an individual. To convince an individual, you have to do a lot of different things that you would have to do to convince a society, right? If we expose anti-Zionism as a hate movement, that has a lot of societal ripples that are very important. If we go up to an individual person and tell them anti-Zionism is a hate movement, that obviously doesn't work. You can't do that. That's not how you talk to an individual. So public discourse and private discourse need to be like distinguished as separate things. Like we can't just like assume that the best way to convince large swaths of people is the best way to convince your friend who you talk to every now and then, or maybe some random dude on Discord. Like it's a different type of thing,
I'm
right?
not I'm not
But before we,
necessarily
yeah,
saying that we should assume that, although obviously talking to people, like for example, on an individual level, talking to fire, is something that is one example of that. But like on the other hand, I also do think that you have to be careful here because the other problem is that um I think part of the reason why people have such trouble assuming that seeing anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism is because that to a lot of people when they see anti-Zionist shit, like for example, you'll see that Fire will say this, and I'm gonna like steel man to a certain degree here,
don't
just
steal.
because.
Dude, let's not steel man though, because the movement is what it is. Like a steel man of the movement is not what I'm critiquing, right? I'm
No,
critiquing
no,
what it actually is.
no. What? Yeah, but the problem is that when you are presenting it, I think that the issue is that other people, whether they be normies or other people like that, um, don't see the movement the way that you are seeing the movement, and they think you're insane when you call it that because that you have to explain to them why, and the way that people explain it is just it's done very poorly, and you just come off as fucking insane, like because it turns into the stop anti-Semitism shit where they're focusing on all the wrong things.
Well, I
um
don't support stop
yeah,
anti-Semitism. Just
I know that you don't, but like the thing is that I unfortunately this is kind of getting. So here's the thing though, like you can say describe what it is or whatever, but this is what's going to happen when you talk to most people, or when this is how most normies are going to view it when you say I'm trying to think of an example. Uh fuck. Let's see. I don't know. Let's take Hassan. I guess we'll take Hassan as an example. When you say that Hassan is anti-Semitic, and then you claim that Hassan is anti-Semitic, and you point out like some shit. Like, can you think of like an anti-Semitic thing that Hassan has said, or can you give me an example of some anti-Semitic thing that is related to anti-Zionism or
yeah,
whatever?
I can give you an example. I actually have an example that's very present in my mind, but it would kind of prove the opposite of what you say. But or I could think of Hassan if you want like a Hassan specific. But yeah, so actually I did have a conversation with this dude who used Zionist as a slur. And I had a conversation with him about why that's hateful, and I actually convinced him. But this person is also like they're not too invested in this type of stuff, right? So they just don't really know that much about it. So they were receptive to it, right? The type of people you're talking about who are not going to be receptive to it are going to be people who have heard anti-Zionist talking points and already accept an anti-Zionist kind of framing on the issue, where they see it as criticism of Israel, right?
Yes,
That's more
and
so what you're
that's
talking about, and
yeah,
then
yes,
they see me as trying to stifle criticism of Israel.
well, yeah, that's the issue that I have here basically is that essentially if you, I don't know if you listened to my discussion with Fire that I had on stream, where also
I
like
listened to part of it.
Okay, Insomniac came in as well, and I think that there were others who also came in to argue with him. But the entire thing basically turned into me trying to present examples about like what it was that makes something anti-Semitic, and he would dismiss it and he would say no because that they're just talking about Israel, and then he would say that that's why it's not
Right.
anti-Semitic, and that's why we have to figure out a way to inform people that that's not like it's just going to be. I feel like it's going to
We
become
have to
incredibly
break
hard.
that framing. We have to break that framing,
Yeah, but
though. The target
the
isn't
issue
to get around
is
it.
I don't know how to do that.
It's a very
And
difficult thing to do, but I will promise you this, Kalinda. If you do not break it, no matter what you do, anti-Semitism will not decrease, right? Because that framing, while it seems to present itself through primarily talking about Israel, it's about more than that, right? It's about, do Jews' voices matter when they speak up about anti-Semitism? Do we have to grill every single Jewish person? And I and many others have had this experience where you bring up anti-Semitism and the first response is, it doesn't even have to be Israel related, by the way, but the first response is, well, is it anti-Semitism or is it criticism of Israel? Right? It's like a euphemism that silences Jewish people. Right? We're not allowed to bring it up, and if we are allowed to bring it up, we have to get permission by saying, "Oh no, no, of course it's okay to criticize Israel. Of course it's okay to blah 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 blah," which is not how you have an actual discussion about anti-Semitism. You can't force Jews to get this type of permission structure forced on them, where they have to ask for permission and they have to present themselves as a good Jew who acknowledges it's okay to criticize Israel, as opposed to bad Jews who don't. That whole structure is inevitably going to produce anti-Semitism. So
wait a
if we
minute.
play in that structure, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. Like I also think that this is kind of like another problem that I have with this whole thing is that it then turns into and I know that this is the way and by the way I'm going to blame at least in some ways like I think I'm probably going to blame partially I'm going to blame two things for this. I'm going to blame the anti-Zionists for this, but I'm also at least in part going to blame like insane like fucking Christian Zionist people and to a lesser extent people like Netanyahu or whatever for labeling literally any kind of criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic, because I think that all that did was give this, like, provide this as a weapon to anti-Zionists who could
No,
then dismiss.
the problem with that analysis is labeling any criticism of it is the Soviet Union was literally labeling just being Jewish as Zionist, like before any of this stuff
Yeah,
happened, right? Before
I
the Christian Zionist movement,
understand, but
before whatever.
so
So the accusations and the toxic framework predates the bad actors who are Christian Zionists, right?
okay, that's
We're
fine.
already in
You
the
can
toxic framework, and whether we're if
yeah,
in
but they're
specific
still
examples,
playing into it though, aren't they? By literally say
they're
do
they're
you
not helpful. They're not helping,
is
but
it
they're not hurting that much
seriously
either.
okay? Because I think it's fucking stupid to say that the ICJ issuing an arrest warrant for for Netanyahu and Gallant is anti-Semitism. I think that's silly, but like people will say
You know what's
that.
even more silly? You know what's even more silly? Dismissing every single accusation of anti-Semitism before we even consider it as illegitimate. And even if they are
Of
illegitimate
course.
accusations, yeah, but even if the accusations are illegitimate, we don't know that because no one's examined them properly. Now, you personally might examine them properly, and I respect you a lot for that. But as a society, we don't even examine them, right? We just take it for granted that they're dismissed. They're assumed to be invalid. So we cannot blame these people who are bad political speakers or sometimes bad faith or whatever. We can't blame them for it because the inherent dynamic is to dismiss them in the first place,
There
right? It's not
has to
like when you make
still
legitimate it's not like when you bring up legitimate instances of anti-Semitism you don't get the same issues, right? It's they're not discriminating between legitimate and illegitimate cases at all.
So here's the problem that I'm having right now with this though. And like I maybe we are just talking past each other, but my issue is going to be that I'm not going to be able to get out of my head the fact that all I can hear is fire screaming at me in the background in my head like, yeah, but you're basically saying that we can't criticize Israel.
Yes, and those people will say that no matter what the fuck you do. That's the problem. We cannot appeal to them. We have to be bold and we have to stand up to the structures that enforce that type of thinking, right? It's not enough to try to play with it, right? This thinking exists for a plenty of reasons, right? It's infected academia, it's infected all whatever. And plenty of Jewish institutions have tried this to appeal to this type of thinking, to whatever, and it doesn't work, right? They try to maintain relationships with, the certain academic disciplines and the university as a whole,
So
and they try to get their concerns addressed, and they never get addressed. Not a single time does the universities actually take anti-Semitism seriously when you play within that framework. You have to challenge the very framework itself.
I know. Listen, I'm not gonna listen. I know that like academia has been dog shit. Also, by the way, if other people, Insomniac, if you have stuff that you want to say, I know Don't Let Fire have that power over me. I'm aware of that. Yes. So you're basically telling me that in response to like that particular argument, I can't say, well, yeah, of course you can criticize Israel. It just matters how you criticize Israel.
Yes,
Like,
I don't like that response because, sorry, do you have something? I was trying to answer your question.
oh,
Do you have
okay,
something
no.
else?
Well, my problem with that though, I feel like it's important to point that out though, because that's important information. Like, because otherwise, all you're doing is what response would you rather give? Because if you don't like make that clear, then they're gonna probably just run with that. Like, don't you think that it's kind of important? Because like I know, like Insomniac in the chat there, I know that there are ways to criticize Israel without being fucking anti-Semitic. It's not
It's
even
really
that
easy too.
hard.
It's really
Yeah.
easy. Like they do bad stuff. Like it's not like if people wanted to, like it's just very. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. But the problem is the question itself is part of the toxic structure, right? So you cannot legitimize the question. Now it has to be clear that you can legitimately criticize Israel. But let's be real here, right? And I'm sure there are plenty of Jewish people, and especially Israeli people, who have had similar experiences where you grow up, like people care about Israel a fuck ton. They criticize it all the time because we're Jewish people. We like to criticize stuff. And we have none of these anti-Semitic like images or whatever associated with that criticism. Then we go out into the public discourse and it's anti-Semitism like all around. So the issue is, right, that the anti-Zionists have forcibly put this image of the idea that accusations of anti-Semitism are inherently duplicitous or, bad faith or disgusting, right? And there have been some extreme examples where, you find something anti-Semitic and people are still upset you called it anti-Semitic because they think you're silencing criticism of Israel, right? And
Okay.
they're like, I'm not defending the comment, but you're still trying to silence criticism of Israel, right? That stuff happens. So you have to deal with the framework itself. You can answer that question and you may have to even say something about criticizing Israel, but you have to attack the question itself. Why are Jewish people not allowed to bring up concerns of anti-Semitism? Why are, you have to force that into the question. You have to force that into your response. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, it does. I mean, Sand said in chat that the correct response is to say what you are doing is not criticizing Israel, which I think is fair if you're talking about like people saying shit like denying like Jewish heritage in terms of, or like denying that Zionism
Which is core
is
to the
a part
movement,
of
which is core to the
Judaism.
movement. That's core
Yeah.
to the movement. Like that is one of the most core things to the movement possible. So that's like an important thing when we discuss anti-Zionism, right? It's more about
Well,
that
yeah,
stuff than it is
of
about
course it
criticism of
is.
Israel.
I mean, that is the reason why that's core to the movement is because that's how they managed to that's how they tricked people, and that's how they managed to get away with saying, well, we're not anti-Semitic, we don't like Zionism, and Zionism and Judaism aren't the same thing. And then they say you are anti-Semitic if you say that Zionism is tied to Judaism, even though that's not true. That like I think that's how that's their dodge to say that they're not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but it also goes deeper than that, though, right? I remember in our
I
first
and
conversation,
yes,
Patty.
it's also because that they want because they want to deny that that Zionism is part of Judaism. And then if you follow that down that line, then you'll start getting to them basically denying Jewish heritage by claiming, and which a lot of them do, that like the historical kingdom of Israel like either wasn't real, or most Jews are descended from Khazars in Europe, like the Ashkenazi Jews, or like the Jews don't belong in the Middle East, which is what you will get once you go further down, because as a way to like basically deny, and like at that point you're just being an anti-Semite.
Yeah, but it's even more than that. You're describing the factual stuff, which is important, and it's good to think about, and it's whatever. But also, what they're saying is Jews don't get to determine their own identity. I do. Me, anti-Zionist person who knows nothing about Judaism, who only talks about it in the context of hate, gets to tell you, the Jewish people, and the people who care about Jewish people who are standing up to anti-Semitism, because that's where this quote comes in, right? That's what it's used for, to attack criticisms of anti-Semitism. Those people who actually care about Jewish people and the Jews themselves don't get to determine what Judaism is, right? We get to enforce that on you. We get to tell you what being Jewish is about. And we have these anti-Zionist tokens who are going to legitimize that for us.
Oh, you mean like
Right? So it's
Jewish
not
Voice for Peace?
Jewish Voice for Peace. Yeah, as Joni said, Jewish Voice for Pogroms, I think, is more apt. But
That sounds like something David would say, to be honest. But
it's very true. They really like when Jews die. Like, it's so fucked up.
I
But
haven't seen that particular thing come out unless they outward supported or out and out supported October 7th, which I mean they may have. The main thing that comes to mind when I think of them is the fact that they think that that speaking Hebrew is bad during
that's
prayers or
the main thing for
something
me too. It's fucking disgusting.
because that
Like,
it'll trigger, yeah. And all I remember about that is like I think Sev had a funny thing that he said about how stupid that was. It's like telling Arabs that they can't speak Arabic when they pray or something. It's just, yeah,
yeah.
it's or telling Muslims rather they can't speak Arabic when they pray. It's very yeah, like that I just thought was like that, just like I don't know, Jewish Voice for Peace, just like they just scream hella insanely soy, like super woke insane leftist to me. And it's just crazy shit. But yeah, I get what you mean. And I get why a lot of this stuff still survives today, because it came from the Soviet Union, and this became the language of Western leftists, that like a lot of stuff from the Soviets, and that's why Hamas and all those other guys have used it quite a lot, or like have used it to such, like if you read Hamas's I think it's their 2006 charter, or maybe it was their 2000, like their revised charter that was never actually
the
put
revised, the
into
2017.
Oh, the revised 2017 charter. Yeah, they if you read that, it's read like it was written by a woke college student, like
Yeah,
by
so
an ultra
100%.
progressive woke college. Yeah, like
It's also, this is just like a personal pet peeve of mine. I don't know how actually true this is. You need someone who knows more about IP. But their first document is called the Covenant. The second document is called Documents and Principles. I don't think they are the same type of document, and I don't think they're supposed to be the same type of document. And I think that's intentional. You probably have to get someone more educated on Hamas specifically to like deep dive into that. I'm just throwing that thought out there. But yeah, no, they do that stuff, and it appeals to Western leftists. But there's a reason it appeals so much, and there's a reason why the moderates, so-called moderates, who are not pro-Hamas, erase Hamas. There's a reason why they do it, because there's an association that Jewish suffering is illegitimate, right? It's not real. We cannot define ourselves. We cannot express outrage at anti-Semitism. We can't. We like
hold
it,
on,
we are not a culture.
just a sec, sorry. Just underscore emod, I can hear you, or I can see you, and you are showing up at least on my end on the stream. But I can also see you as well too. And Cello asks, have we discovered that I'm anti-Semitic yet? Is Incello anti-Semitic, Johan? Is he the most anti-Semitic?
I don't care to engage in that type of discourse. Like, I don't find it productive or whatever. I don't know
Wait,
Ansel
what?
that well. He seems like a chill guy, but you can.
It's a joke, bro. I thought you were joking.
I know, but Anselmo and I, we had a debate where he asked that same question. Like I do think it's important because it is a joke, but it gets at something real. Like we don't have to have that type of. We don't have to accuse people of things. We just have to point out that there's a hate movement that is attacking Jewish people and destroying Jewish experience, and not letting us define, and is participating in cultural erasure of Jewish people. Like the movement, like literally does not treat us as like we're a real minority. Like they literally don't think we have a culture. They don't think, whatever. Being Jewish is just like being a normal white dude who, is just white and whatever. Like it's not that's what the movement does. So we should all be opposed to it, no matter what our opinions are on Israel. Like that's the thing.
Yeah. Huh. Um I don't know. Maybe my whole thing was also just that there's just been um a lot of stuff related to like I guess for me this whole topic is tied up with anti-Semitism or with Israel and Palestine so much. But I understand that you are pointing out things that I think definitely have nothing to do with Israel Palestine that are obviously like part of the movement, or the fact that Jews
I don't
get
think
purity
part of. I think
tested in
core.
these
I think
spaces.
core to the movement. Core to the movement.
All
I don't
right,
think it's
yeah,
just part.
that are core to that movement, then I'll say like I mean, I obviously I have not been in these spaces. I don't know how much of this is what you've read versus what yourself has he's talking about anti-Zionism, big Nemo fan. By the way, if there's anybody here who like hardcore disagrees with him, although I don't know, Johan, if you actually want to talk to people. I know you've angrily fought
I
with
don't.
fire in the chat, but
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to have a full on debate, but any questions are very welcome. It gets too clustery sometimes. Like our first debate with Mina, you know, I know shade against Mina, but I feel like I like people were debating against like stop anti-Semitism or whatever, and not my actual positions, and it was really hard to talk about them. So I feel like it's
yeah,
better
I
just have a
know.
one-on-one with questions. Like I just feel like it's
Well,
more
I
productive.
mean,
So,
I think a lot of that just comes down to the fact that like I don't want to talk about Miss Rachel because I just don't give a
no, definitely not.
fuck. But it seems like I I guess like the whole shitty part about this is that people get roped into this as useful idiots. Like I don't know if you were here earlier, but I watched Vadim argue with SoyPill on and one of the thing about like Democrats and the election and shit, and one of the things that came up in that discussion was about the was about like how SoyPill or was about like genocide or whatever. And SoyPill basically admitted that or SoyPill basically said, yeah, it's a genocide, or like he agreed with that and he admitted it. But I don't know that I can judge him for that because I don't think that he spends that much time talking
Of
about this
course we can
issue. And
judge
I
him for
think
it. Of
he's
course we can
just
judge him for it. Now, I'm not saying we should judge him for it, but this type of argument I find ridiculous because we literally judge people for it all the time. Should we judge Trump supporters for voting for Trump? That's a separate question. Can we? Of course we can, and we can make great arguments for it. We can make great arguments against
okay.
it.
I'm
But
sorry. I don't know if I should judge him, is what I should say then, because I don't want to get caught up in that particular semantic thing. The reason why I say that is
yeah,
because that's not what his content is about. He doesn't, I don't think he really seems to focus that much on foreign policy as far as I've seen. It seems like he's a domestic policy guy in the same
I
way as I
understand that, but we could apply this to neo-Nazis as well now. Like there are going to be some neo-Nazis who just want a community and they want to feel like they belong and they're not really sure about this type of stuff. Right? Like this
wait,
applies to every human.
wait, what? I don't, that's not really entirely connecting for me. That feels like they want to like I feel like if you feel
Like
that way
some
they
people join
like
hate movements to join because they want to feel a community. They want to feel a group of people where they belong. Like that's a big driver for hate movement recruitment, right? Isolation,
yeah,
that type of
I
stuff.
know.
I'm just like when you make these criticisms of anti-Zionism, I'm not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing with like labeling the whole thing. I'm just saying though this is not an anti-Zionism specific thing. This happens with literally every hate movement. So if we want to be sympathetic to these
No,
types of people, we can be, but we have to extend that sympathy to every
I'm
hate movement.
not that's sorry, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that the label I feel like is that like do you think that if somebody do you think that if someone describes what's happening in Gaza as a genocide that automatically makes them an anti-Zionist? Do you think that makes them part of that movement?
I think anti-Zionism is more about a relation with Zionism than it is with a relationship to actually what's happening in Israel. However, I do think it's important to understand that the genocide accusation has been labeled against Israel over and over and over again, way before October 7th, right?
I
It
know.
started on October 8th or around then in the academic circles, right? So it's not a
Yes.
legitimate criticism, right? Now, whether
I
someone
don't
sees this illegitimate criticism,
I don't think it
right, that is
is.
yeah, no, whether someone sees that and they internalize that and they agree with that, that's what happens when a hate movement gains institutional power, right? So that's what I'm trying to fight against, right? We want to expose it. We want to get it out of institutional power, right? Because when it has institutional power, it's going to spread. Yes, I 100% agree that it will spread. But it's also now we don't have to talk about literally every single person because I don't think that's a fruitful thing, but there's also reasons why it spreads to naive people, right? One of the reasons it spreads to naive people
It's
is
it's
because
I think it's because of the institution. I think it's because that people put a lot of weight and stock in what organizations like Amnesty International say. And they see
that's part of it, but
and the UN, and they say, oh, all these people called it a genocide, and my sociology professor is calling it a genocide, and yeah,
that's part of
they
it.
see all these authorities saying it.
We have to analyze it sociologically and psychologically as well. And one of the prevalent things, especially in American society, but probably, it's a global thing as well, is that Jews do not have a culture, right? They are just white people who have like maybe their own religion. Um, and they're not a culture of people. They don't get to define themselves the way, another culture would, another group of people would. And that denial of Jewish peoplehood is anti-Semitism, right? That is anti-Semitism. So even if we don't want to say because they believe it, why are these things so appealing to people,
Okay,
right? Like,
can I just interrogate that just for a second, because maybe I just
of
never see
course,
this and so I don't understand it. Um, in terms of like anti-Zionism, being denied, or like denying like Jewish identity, I thought that that generally mainly came in the form of like denying Israel, or denying that like that Zionism is important to Judaism or what have you. But like when you're talking about like, do these people also like, and also denying like the suffering of Jews as a minority and stuff, because that and I understand, like I don't know, I'm gonna say it's at least in part, or they would I feel like some of them would say that because the Jews use the Holocaust as a stick to beat you with anytime you try to say that they shouldn't have their own state or whatever the fuck, but the the thing is that like, are in if you go to anti-Zionist circles, like are you finding people like saying that you shouldn't like celebrate Hanukkah, or like I'm trying to think of like other things that we might consider Jewish
I mean,
culture, or
JGP literally has holiday things which they want you to celebrate it. However, what you were celebrating is not a Jewish holiday. It's like a pro-Palestine indoctrination book. Like it's not even about the holiday, right? And they literally like it's just ridiculous. So yes, they want you to decolonize your synagogues. That's a big thing when you get to the more extreme circles.
okay,
Um,
what about like not the
not as
most
extreme
extreme.
people.
Yeah,
So a
I
lot
guess
of
what
this
I'm
stuff,
asking is like, how common is this? Because that there's plenty of aspects, like when I think of Jewish culture, and by the way, I'm not Jewish, so maybe I get this wrong. And obviously, I've learned an awful lot more about like Jewish culture since I've been in Loner's community, and I've talked to Israelis and like other Jewish people. But when I think of Jewish culture, I think of stuff like Hanukkah. I think of like the bar mitzvahs, dreidel, like the menorah. Actually, God, all of my examples feel like Hanukkah. Or wait, what is it? Rosh Hashanah, the Day of Atonement. That's another
yeah.
one. Passover. The fact that you guys have like a billion holidays. The whole thing about the Sabbath. Yeah. Vanna Loven says you're thinking of Jewish culture like a religion. I mean, yeah, but isn't
Yeah,
like,
that's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah, I
well,
love that
isn't.
point. Yeah.
But here's the thing, though, right? Like, I'm not I'm not religious anymore. I'm like a lapsed Catholic basically, but my family and I still celebrate Christmas in the sense that we still participate in Christmas rituals. Is that not
Yes,
also the
religious
case
stuff can
for
also
a
be
lot of
religious stuff
Jews?
can also be cultural. Like just to, because I get where you're going with this. Religious stuff can also be cultural, but there's a whole Jewish culture outside of that, right?
Oh,
And that's
also Chinese food on Christmas was something else that Jane Socks just mentioned, that because apparently I remember Jon Stewart made that joke. He said like, nothing is open on Christmas except Chinese restaurants, so Jews always have Chinese food on Christmas because the US don't give a fuck about Christmas, and because that's not your thing or whatever. And is that like, would that be an example of,
that is an example of Jewish culture that is not related to religion. Yes. Um, so the erasure of Jewish culture is bigger than anti-Zionism. It is a very common thing. And then if you ask like an average person in America, a lot of them will be confused when you talk about Jewish culture. Like I had a friend, she was like, "Oh my fucking God, I just thought Jews were white people." And then she spoke to her girlfriend about it and she was like, "Oh my fucking God, I just thought Jews were white people." So it's a very big thing that even like is bigger than anti-Zionism itself. Um,
Oh yeah, no, I figured that it probably would be, but that's why I was specifically asking: is this like something that's specific to anti-Zionism?
It's not
And
specific to it, but anti-Zionism thrives off of it. So it's important to discuss,
okay,
right? Because
because
anti-Zionism takes it a step further and wants to actively erase Jewish culture, right? Not by denying it ever exists, right? Like by denying it's a real thing. They want Jews to be treated as just white people who have a religion. That's what they want.
and your example of this is to point out like the extent to which that Jewish Voice for Peace is it sounds like based on what you mentioned though that mainly it sounds like most of Jewish Voices Peace like the Jewish the JVP the way they come at this is to try and claim that is to try and claim that Palestinians might find X, Y, or Z triggering and so we should stop doing it. Is that not
No, I don't think
correct
so. I don't
or
think so. So they do that, but the Hebrew thing I'm thinking of is a little different, where they say it's tainted, right? So this main thing comes, Zionism has tainted Judaism. Judaism is now disgusting and gross because of Zionism, and it needs to either be thrown away. You'll find this is very rare, but you'll find some extreme Jews who are like, there's this one dude on Twitter who's like, um, I'm only saying I'm Jewish to criticize Israel, and then once this war is over, I'm done because it's become a disgusting thing. And that
okay.
sentiment is very extreme. It's not the average anti-Zionist Jew, and it's not even extreme ones, but it kind of shows you like directionally where this thing is pointed, right? A lot of the people calling to decolonize synagogues are Jewish people, right? And something hard for non-Jews to understand is Jewish people are very good at being anti-Semitic, and there's a historical precedent for that. But um, it's more so that the
Oh, I
tradition,
have some idea of what you're referring to, but yeah, go on.
there's a tradition
Um,
that like this stuff is super tainted. So you'll have people like Peter Beinart who say, "What are you talking about? Judaism has nothing to do with Zionism. They're completely different. They're whatever, blah 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 blah," to defend anti-Semitism, and then he writes a book saying reckoning with Judaism after the destruction of Gaza. Like, why the fuck do you have to reckon with it if they have nothing to do with each other, right? So there's this contradictory thing where they will use the separation to defend attacks on Judaism, but when they actually see Judaism, they feel ashamed. They feel like it's tainted, it's gross, it's disgusting. And this isn't every anti-Zionist Jew. There are different types, but it's a very strong thing. I think Adam Friedland had this thing where he was uh, like almost crying on stream. He was like, "I feel so
I
bad that."
saw that. Yes.
He's
Actually,
like,
you know what? Explain that. I'll be right back because I'm gonna get some gum. But I
yeah,
can still
Adam
hear
Friedland had.
you.
Okay, yeah, Adam Friedland had this thing where he's like, I feel so bad that I'm like Jewish now, like it's a part of me and it's so tainted and it's so gross and it's so disgusting because of what's going on in Israel right now. And it's like they genuinely know that it is connected with Zionism, and then they feel like it ruins the whole thing and it makes it disgusting, it makes it supremacist, it makes Jewish culture evil. And some people go even further than that and go, it's always been like this, it's been inevitable, it's a disgusting, now these are going to be atheist Jews, but it's a disgusting religion, right? It's a disgusting whatever. And it's important to understand that pull, right? To understand why anti-Zionism is the way it is, because it's not primarily about a specific stance on Israel policy or whatever. It's about Judaism itself. It's about Jewish identity, Jewish culture, Zionism, and it's very antagonistic to those things in ways that don't even make sense for Israel, whatever. Like their main activism is shutting down, like protesting and trying to get shut down like Jewish bakeries and stuff. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with Israel? Fucking nothing. Like, come
Yeah.
on, let's be real here. Like, so they are attacking Jewish culture directly. Like, it's not just like this abstract thing that happens because of Israel. Although I will say that Israel is incredibly important to Jewish people. Like, you cannot have Jewish culture without a connection to Israel. Like, it's so fundamental that it's just like so many
Um,
Jews want to visit Israel in the diaspora. Like that's a big life thing for them. Like it's one of the most important things that they want to do.
I'm genuinely curious. Do you think that like what if fuck, I'm so far outside of like my wheelhouse here in a way because I'm not Jewish, but also Jesus, I just heard myself, but thankfully it didn't go through that much. Like, sorry, just a sec. Okay, I guess like I'm trying to think because the thing is that I hear this kind of expressed a lot. It seems like there are some, I guess, like young progressive Jews who find themselves struggling with how connected like their identity is to Israel when they feel like Israel is doing terrible things and they don't want that to be the case, but they also maybe love the rest of the stuff about Judaism. Like, is there possibly a way that well, actually, no, this is a stupid question. Of course there is. Of course there's a way they can be critical of Israel, but I guess
Yes.
like if they
You don't have to
think
be
that
anti-Zionist to be
Israel,
critical of Israel. Zionism is compatible with criticism of Israel. Yeah.
well, yeah, of course it is, but like, I mean, is it all? But is being Jewish like? What if? I'm trying to think of like how to phrase. What if you're like a Jewish person who thinks that because of all the really bad shit Israel has done that like maybe Israel shouldn't exist as a Jewish state or whatever because you don't like ethno states. What if you have like that whole view about it?
Yeah.
What if you dismiss what if you're like insanely idealistic and you think, "Oh my god, we can totally all just get along. We can make it work. They made it work in South Africa," or like all this other dumb shit that people say. Like, at that point, like, are you being anti-Semitic? Or, like, if you have to go through this whole thing where you feel like you need to, like, separate your Jewishness from Israel because that you feel bad about, like, how connected you feel like your identity is and you don't like Israel, but you also don't want to give up the rest of your Jewish. I guess I'm just trying to, like, in a way, sort of like, not necessarily steel man, but I'm just wondering different ways in which people deal with this or like
Yeah.
how
So
you think
what?
people. Also, by the way, Addie, I'm glad that you're here. If you want, you can come in if you have anything to say about this, because I know you probably agree more with Johan, but I'm just asking questions because this is not my identity, and I'm curious about like the ways in which and I'm also looking for better ways to have this conversation or to debate this with regards to what is and isn't anti-Semitism. Because yeah, like I don't think Israel should be destroyed, but my entire view about that for the most part is based in pragmatism and not any kind of ideological thing, but a lot of it comes, yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So given that this person is Jewish, it's important to understand like what they're doing, and that would probably be primarily anti-Semitism directed inwards, right? Because they feel responsible for the actions of it, the collective actions of Israel, right? Like they feel that they're responsible personally, and that distresses them, right? But the truth is they're not responsible, right? And that being forced onto them is a product of anti-Zionism, right? It's a product of the way we frame these conversations, because the way we frame these conversations is inherently asks questions that shouldn't be asked. Like one of the best examples of this is the loyalty question for Jewish people.
Oh well, yeah,
You
that's
can't
silly,
you
but
you
yeah.
you can't ask that question, be given an answer like actually yes, Jews are loyal, and then just go on with your life. That question changes everything, right? It changes everything. You have to prove now that you're loyal. You have like you're not you don't belong here anymore. You're not like you're just a guest. Like you're right. And in the same way as that dynamic where it's the most obvious,
Well,
if
yeah,
you're
that's
feeling
Jews have felt like that, I imagine, for a very long time, because I remember that this is something, I believe that this is something that's often discussed with regards to Jewish history and the way in which like they were treated as like the other, and all that sort of thing, like in the lead up to the Holocaust, at least more, well, both in Europe and arguably also and in the Middle East too, because like they were lesser citizens. Sorry, but go ahead, I interrupted you.
yeah, so if we want to tie that back to your example, it's the same dynamic we're seeing here. It's just with a different anti-Semitic trope where Jews are collectively responsible for the actions of Israel, right? Like if a synagogue right now goes out and murders a black dude just because he's black, it's
Wait,
clearly a
if
Jewish thing. If a synagogue does that, like just one specific synagogue, right? It's clearly a Jewish thing, right? The synagogue is clearly still Jewish. We can't not call it Jewish. But that act is fucking disgusting. It's horrible. And I'm not responsible for it. And no Jew is. But when
oh
it comes
no,
to
I'm
Israel, No,
think
you're not saying that. You're not saying that. But this
no, no,
Jew is
no.
doing it to
I know,
themselves.
but that I fuck. Maybe I should have phrased the question differently because that I don't know if it would be necessarily. I think that it might be more that our hypothetical young progressive Jew just they like or they feel at home with their identity, but they don't like what Israel is doing or they don't like Israel and they want to be Jewish without feeling like they have to be attached to Israel or whatever. I guess what I'm asking is that would that also still be like some sort of a problem or yeah, I'm just cuz I don't know if is this might actually oh no wait, this isn't necessarily unique I guess because that well no, maybe it kind of is. I was about to use Mecca as an example and how Muslims do a pilgrimage to Mecca, but Muslims don't feel an attachment to Saudi Arabia the country. They feel an attachment to Mecca the place, right? In the same way as like I guess it feels like Christians don't give a fuck anymore, but
Yeah,
it seems
this
like
is
they used to
yeah.
care about
So
like the
just
Church of the Holy Sepulchre or what have you, in Jerusalem.
yeah, it's not
Yeah.
just a religious thing though. Because Judaism, like, it's weird to talk about, and I think in your mind a little bit. I don't think this is necessarily bigotry. I think when it manifests in anti-Zionism, it is 100% always bigotry. But I don't think you're an anti-Zionist.
I'm not.
But your conception, and we love you for it.
Thanks.
Your conception, your conception of Judaism right now is as a religion. You're comparing it to Islam. You're comparing it to Christianity. That's an incomplete.
Yeah,
Uh,
I know. You're right. I understand that because obviously the early Zionists were not particularly religious, but they
I mean,
still
when I
recognized a like an attachment to the land of Israel
and
on
the,
a like a cultural or what have you,
and the
more a
refuseniks under
historical level. Yeah. Oh
and
yeah, the
the
refuseniks.
refuseniks under Soviet oppression, religion was banned. Like, right, like, just in general, and especially Jewish religion, because but they didn't have a particularly strong attachment to Jewish religion, but they have a very strong attachment to Israel and Jewish peoplehood and that type of thing. So it's just the problem becomes when you try to compare it to it's a very ancient Judaism is very ancient, and it doesn't necessarily fit into like all these modern categories as well. Like, I think even ethnicity is like not necessarily the best way to describe it, because you can literally convert to Judaism. We don't think you're a religious Jew when you convert to Judaism. You're a Jew. Like, you're just full stop a Jew, right? So it's not
Mhm.
it's not these, and it may be just impossible for most people to truly understand it. But I do think one of the better ways to combat anti-Semitism in general, but especially anti-Zionist hate, is to elevate and celebrate Jewish identity. And you have to understand and celebrate it as a explicitly positive thing, that because if you celebrate Jewish identity, you're not going to be uh convinced by Zionism and Judaism. Like, you like, fuck no, that argument doesn't appeal to you. That argument only appeals, even if you don't know anything about Judaism, it appeals to people who are trying to already believe something. They're trying to already hold on to something. Right? There obviously is a connection there. If you know anything about Jewish culture, or even if you don't, you see, like, weird. Why do all these Jews believe this one thing? Why do they all whatever? Maybe it's related to their Judaism. Like, yeah, it is. Like, it's just a pretty obvious connection to make. So I do think, like, going back to the point, I think there's more to do in this fight against anti-Zionist hate than just calling out it as a hate movement, but that is an essential part of it. Because if we don't acknowledge what's going on as hate, how can we fight it? Right? If we're like, okay, well, these outcomes are bad, right? Because this is often what happens. Even anti-Zionists will tell you, oh my God, Bondi Beach, that was fucking horrible. That was evil. That was the worst thing ever. No one should ever have that happen. Now, some people are not like that, and more normies especially are more, extremist normies rather than extremist politicians, making it are more willing to support that type of stuff, right? But then we go to all the rhetoric about Jews being like white colonizers and Jews being this evil whatever the fuck, and then they're like, yeah, that's fine. Like, we have to target it at the root. We can't just look at the extremist outcomes to see what it is, and the root is the anti-Zionist hate movement and the lies it spreads about Jewish people.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. That's probably true. Like there's or like I mean it is yeah. There's a lot of stuff. I'm trying to think of like what to say because that was a lot. I guess yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do believe that that like obviously there is a group of people among this whole thing that are like being useful idiots or what have you.
Yes,
Or they're
let's
just
be
brainwashed in stupid leftist shit. Because like that's the other problem. Like I definitely think that at least some part of this, oh, you know, Jews are just white people thing is absolutely part of the whole leftist oppressor versus oppressed shit. Now it's probably you obviously like you we can say that it's like a special thing or whatever, but I think it came from the Soviet Union and it was probably most definitely part of them turning like I'm actually curious as to what I'm guessing that their motivation I think their motivation for this based on that podcast that Addie linked to me that had the talk with the Haviv's podcast that had the talk with the anti-Zionism Soviet history lady whose name I can't remember now
Isabella Tabarovsky, probably. Oh, I love her. She's my
yeah
favorite.
yeah she talked about this a whole bunch and it seems like the Soviet that like I'm guessing that the Soviets must have done this after the 6-Day War because Israel was not their friend in the Middle East, it was the Arabs that were, and they were super mad about the fact that like because obviously they were fighting the Cold War with America and the Soviets didn't particularly like Jews and they probably also saw Jews as or rather part of the reason why the Soviets didn't like Jews is because of like built-in anti-Semitism that they had with regards to seeing them as like a sort of a separate group that they would have considered to be a danger to their whole project, which didn't allow for any kind of like nationalism or like other groups. Like you had to like every in the Soviet Union you needed to subordinate yourself to the state and you couldn't like be part of some separate group of people that wasn't related to like communism or any of that shit, right? Like that was because like this it's a collective society and obviously they would have seen like Judaism as a danger to that because Jewish people are like a separate group and all that stuff. So yeah, or at least that's how they would have seen them because that's how Europeans saw them and Europeans didn't necessarily make a great effort and Russia was very anti-Semitic. I mean, that's where the fucking protocols of the Elders of Zion came from, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Russia is still very anti-Semitic. So yeah, I think that I was just trying to figure out like why, but I'm assuming it was all just like Cold War shit. But now that has survived into the present and it's been latched onto by like basically the axis of resistance people, both like inside and outside of the axis of resistance, or people in the West who are pushing that on behalf of the axis of resistance. I don't know. It's all really shitty. I don't even
One thing about the Soviets, just to like add some context, so they were upset with like Jewish nationalism and those types of ideas because it makes them foreign or whatever. So any type of expression of Jewish culture is viewed as Zionistic, and we hate that, and that's disgusting and gross, right? But what happens to Jews who don't express Jewish culture? What happens to those Jews? Well, those Jews are rootless cosmopolitans who have no loyalty to any nation, right? And that's a disgusting, fucking evil thing. So it's damned if you do, damned
wait,
if you don't.
that was what the Soviets called them, really? Rootless cosmopolitans? That's kind of funny that they
Yes. Yes. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of thing, as it with all anti-Zionism, right? It does target Jews for this specific thing. It also targets them for not doing that, right? You've definitely seen these things like online, probably like whatever, where I mean, Bad and Vananda, as extreme as he is like, oh, anti-Zionist Jews are not good enough, like that type of thing, right? It's not.
yeah.
You can never be good enough.
Well,
That's
he
the
just
thing.
hates Jews, let's be real.
I mean, but that's what anti-Zionism is. It's but
I mean,
um,
I don't think that Baden Vanana necessarily hates Jews because he's anti-Zionist. I think that he hates Jews because he just like because he hates
whether you come to
he hates the
anti-Zionism,
West and he wants like bad things to happen to like he's like this weird third worldist orientalist like oddball who's like, I guess, super ashamed of the fact that he's white, and he thinks that, and he wants the non-white people to take revenge on the white people, and he considers Jews to be white. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, which is, a lot of like people come to anti-Zionism through Jew hatred, but a lot of people come to Jew hatred through anti-Zionism. They're not like it goes
yeah,
both ways. Is
I
what
I
I'm
I
saying.
know, I know, and I think that second one is actually a very dangerous thing, because that there's because like I said, I don't think that I think that in the case of that second one, a lot of these people don't realize that that's where they've arrived at it.
Right. Because a lot of it's not even ideological. Like when anti-Zionists bombard you with these associations and these Jewish symbols doing horrible things, and you have constant, like that's constantly atrocity poured into your brain, you start to develop associations in your brain between those types of things, even if you don't realize it. Like it's just inevitable for most humans to, once they associate two things, that that it becomes strongly encoded in their brain that way. Like if it's repeated and you keep showing it, like, okay, this is when Jew, innocent person dies. When Jew complains of suffering, oh my God, they just want to shut down free speech and they don't want you to criticize Israel, right? Like those things are associated very strongly in these useful idiots you described, like in their brains, right? So again, they may be useful idiots, but that does not mean they're not anti-Semitic either. Now, I don't have an interest in calling every single useful idiot anti-Semitic. I don't care that much. Like for me, if you're anti-Semitic, I don't really care. Like just stop hurting Jewish people and we're good. Like you know what I mean? Like for me, the problem is the social force that hurts Jewish people. So
Yeah.
I'm not super interested in the debate for specific individuals, but this useful idiocy is not distinct from anti-Semitism, right? The useful idiots usually don't support Hamas, but they will erase Hamas. They will erase Jewish suffering. They don't acknowledge it as real all the time, right? So it's not what's going on here is the core of anti-Semitism. It's more than just, oh my God, they have stupid politics. It's them, not seeing Jewish people as being able to define, like a lot of the stuff I talked about earlier, them not seeing Jewish people as able to define their own identities, them not seeing Jewish complaints of anti-Semitism and discrimination as legitimate or real, and especially collective Jewish complaints. A lot of people, Linda Sarsour pops into my mind, will say things like, of course Jews can suffer from individual discrimination and individual hate, but it's not systemic. And it's like, you are the system.
Oh.
You are the system. Who that's the
She's
thing you are.
she's doing the you can't be racist to white people shit, except she's doing it to Jews. Except she's
Yes.
recognizing, yeah. Like I think that like what you just said, if you replace Jews with white people, that probably like obviously in the United States at least, there's not systemic discrimination against white people, but there is still like systemic discrimination against Jewish people, at least like in terms of the institutions that you're talking about.
Yes, 100%. Yes, and that's the thing. Also, she is that systemic discrimination. Also, the event she did this at, by the way, was like a Jews of color event where she was invited to speak for some reason. And she basically did the thing again where you're like, well, Jews of color, of course, experience this discrimination, and then separated Jews of color from Jews, right? But you can't be a Jew of color. That's not a real thing. Can you be an Arab of color? No. Jew is a minority. You're already a minority to be a Jewish person, right? So they're trying to divide and separate in ways that don't acknowledge the Jewish identity itself as real. But then there's also this push, and this it probably predates anti-Zionism as well, but
Wait,
it's
wait,
it's
before you continue with that, I do just want to add the caveat on, although this isn't really related to what you're talking about, because it sounds like a lot of what you are referring to is stuff that's in the West in the United States. Because that I would say that like in Israel, in some ways, or like that separation does exist, just because that like the Mizrahi Jews had to do, like there was like a bit of a cultural class there with in terms of like with because the Mizrahi Jews had somewhat of a different culture than the Ashkenazi Jews, or at least there were parts of that culture that weren't the same. And the Mizrahi Jews did face and deal, and I think they still do to this day, racism when they came over from like the Ashkenazi Jews. Or like the descendants of the European Jews, I could say, and we could call them the Ashkenazi Jews, just because of the different cultures that they had and stuff. But I mean, but that's not. I don't even know how much you know about that. But yeah, like so, I
I
guess
know a little
in
bit about that. don't
In
get into too much
Israel,
of that.
that's different, but that's not obviously that's not
I
really
mean,
a thing in the
I
United
wouldn't necessarily
States.
say that's different as well, though, because like, yes, of course, Jews are not these like perfect angels who are never racist ever. Like that does happen, but there is still a shared identity between Mizrahi
Oh
and
yeah, of
Ashkenazi.
course. Yeah, there is.
And
I
to
like
erase that
to.
identity the way Linda Sarsour tried to is just not real. Now, of
Yeah,
course, there's other things like Jews have other identities as well, but to pretend the Jewish part is not important
I
is
like to
ridiculous.
say that maybe this is an incorrect term, but I like to say that Judaism is like a an umbrella of ethnicities, because that within Judaism there are multiple like sub ethnicities, like the Mizrahi Jews, or the Sephardic Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, the Ethiopian Jew, like, yeah. Actually, I don't know which one the Ethiopian Jews fall under, but Funky Tortoise just said in chat that the Ethiopian Jews today face their own form of racism. And Insomniac said that yes, that they do face racism, but not as much as Americans think, though. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't even know how much. Basically, everything I've learned about this is stuff that I've heard from basically you guys, and stuff Sev has said. Sub ethnicity sounds like a slur. I don't know. I'm
Yeah, I
just
mean,
saying
I don't.
yeah.
I mean, that probably served its purpose well enough, but I don't personally think Judaism is an ethnicity. I think a peoplehood is a better descriptor.
Or well, it's
Um,
an ethno-religion is how I've heard people refer to it as, but
that,
yeah, it's
that is probably the best term you're going to get, like just to explain it to people. I think it's a very complicated identity in modern language, like as we moved away from those types of identities. But ethno-religion, like if we religion as it's currently understood, I think came about in like the 1300s or something, and it was like the concept was informed a lot by Christianity. Judaism is like the culture kind of subsumes the religion, whereas like you cannot practice this religion in a different culture, right? Like you can't, like there are no, well, I'm culturally not Jewish, but I'm religiously Jewish. Like that doesn't make any sense, right? Like it doesn't work that way. So they're kind of like, to even like put that as two distinct categories is kind of wrong. They're very interconnected, right? But to explain it to a world that it does not function this way for the most part, I think the term's fine. Like I don't have a
yeah,
problem.
ethno-religion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Insomniac. I would assume that that like after 3 generations of living in Israel, that the various Jewish ethnicities have intermarried with each other. So there is like, yeah, and pretty soon, I guess, whatever, it's all you're all like Jewish. So yeah, it's fine. I was just saying that actually, instead of saying sub ethnicities, I would just say, I guess, like different categories. Maybe that's a different. I don't know. I'm just saying there are different types of Jews
Yeah, definitely.
within the overall broad like Jewish identity. There are different ethnicities in there, but yeah, or sex. Wait, would sex be a way to? I mean, like the Haredi not like a sect? I feel like when you say sect, Addy, I think of religion, or like religious denominations or whatever. Um, we call them Moza, meaning where we come to Israel from. Oh, okay, interesting. Anyway, yeah, I think I broadly have like a generally better understanding. Yeah, especially with regards to stuff with shit like JVP or whatever, or all this stuff about these ideas of like Judaism is tainted. Um, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to understand like if you're not Jewish. Like
Well, yeah, of
it's not like
course.
you don't you don't whatever. So I completely get it. It's difficult. I was saying something earlier about hyper whiteness. I want to get back to just
Oh
like
yeah,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
'Cause it goes along with the Jews don't exist thing. These are like the two main modes of, you know, the ways anti-Zionists see Jews. They're not just white; they are the whitest of white. So Jews are everything. This is a little bit of a distinction. It's more about Western anti-Zionism and Soviet anti-Zionism. This is one of the places they diverge. Soviet anti-Zionism, they all borrow from each other. So you're going to find examples that contradict this. But Soviet anti-Zionism was more about Jews are foreign, Jews are evil. They're these whatever people who are subversive of a column or whatever. Whereas the Western version is more Jews are everything that's horrible about the West. They are hyper white. they are colonizers, they are racists, they are supremacists, they are whatever. And oftentimes the label given to them is white supremacist, which doesn't make sense. They're not white, they're Jewish people, right? You wouldn't, but
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. By the way, I thought that this came from the notion of and I mean I always thought, and you're about to tell me different. I always thought that the reason why this is referred to this way, or that like Israel is a white supremacist nation or white supremacist colony or whatever, and like then it gets tied back to stuff relating to Judaism or Zionism. I always thought that this idea came from the fact that the Jews who came to Israel to found Israel were, for the most part, European Jews, and so therefore they would have been considered white people. Like I think a lot of what you're talking about probably gets applied to Ashkenazim rather than other types of Jewish people, because
right,
people
but
in the West
also
are stupid and ignorant, and they also don't know that there are other types of Jews. So, yeah, they don't
that is
realize
a
that like Israelis aren't white. But yes.
That's a type of discrimination, not just against Ashkenazi, but also against Mizrahi, Sephardi, whatever other Jews there are, because they don't exist. They're not real, right? Judaism is hyper white. Like you're erasing them. Like that's an
Yeah,
attempt type of
exactly.
behavior.
Yeah,
But
that's
it's
part of it. Yeah.
it's also awful towards Ashkenazis because it strips away their identity and it treats them as something they are not. They are the worst of the, which doesn't even make any sense. There is like that probably plays into it a little bit, like you go back to Poland, whatever. But I don't think it's
Yeah.
I don't think it's like directly based on that. Like a lot of it is just the way we conceptualize race in general. There's too much of a focus on a white black binary, which is toxic beyond its applications to Jewish people. But
I
obviously for
mean,
Jewish
that's
people,
just
it does not
American
work.
shit, right?
But,
Like
but American shit is global shit because of American culture is globalized.
oh yeah,
So
I know. Although well probably more so in because like I would imagine, like for example, I suspect that I know that to some extent, I feel like I'd have to ask Seb about this actually, because he probably would understand this better in terms of how, and in terms of how it manifests in the Arab world. But that's like, I think that anti-Zionism, like Arab anti-Zionism, is probably looks like at least somewhat different. Well, actually, no, it does look
no, it
different, except
definitely
for
is.
when
The
they're
regional
talking
variants are
to
definitely different.
Westerners, and at that point, then they start using Soviet anti-Zionist language. But
Yeah,
yeah,
also, but to understand, they are definitely different, but they developed side by side, right? Soviet and Arab, like they exchange culture. Soviet anti-Zionism is also influenced by Arab anti-Zionism, right? And Arab anti-Zionism is weird because Arab anti-Zionism is the one that like pulls from anti-Judaism a lot, right? Which
yes.
predates anti-Semitism. But an Arab anti-Zionism like does all the hate. Like they're just like, you hate Jews, we want it. Like they're very open with that. The Soviets in the West like more so generally pull from specific types of tropes, right? But they will always slip into anti-Judaism, like sometimes, like every single anti-Semitic movement slips into it a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
So there is like cultural exchange and cultural trade. Weird to say about a hate ideology, but there is like cultural exchange and cultural trade, even if it's primarily not that thing.
Okay, yeah. I mean, there's also other stuff with regards to, like, I guess, Palestinian, specifically anti-Zionism, but that's a separate conversation related to why Palestinians don't like the concept of Zionism or wouldn't want to call themselves or like Zionist or whatever, even if they're Palestinians who live in Israel. And that's a lot more related to stuff related to their history. And I hesitate to just write all of that off as anti-Semitism because I don't think it's all that. I think that there's other stuff besides that there that's buried in there because obviously yeah. But that's, you have, go on.
I don't want to dispute that specific claim, but I just want to make clear that like legitimate grievance does not mean something's not anti-Semitic. Like if I steal $500 from a neo-Nazi, right, and I did do it, and then he kills me, hangs me up on a pole, and says no K-slur allowed here, whatever. He has a very legitimate grievance there. He got $500 stolen from him. It's still extreme anti-Semitism. So just
Oh
because
yeah,
you have legitimate grievances does not whitewash it. Like it does not necessarily change
oh
the
no, I'm
structure
not.
of it or the
Yeah,
culture of it.
I'm not
You're not
saying that.
saying that. I'm just
I'm
trying
saying
to.
that these two things overlap is what I mean. Like we were talking about this last night. I don't know if you saw, Addie and I were talking about this last night about like why the Palestinians were angry when all the Jews started coming in the 19 like to the to mandatory Palestine, or even before that, why they were mad, and how like their reasons for being mad were part of it was anti-Semitism, and then the other part of it was also that they were mad that all of these people were coming with the intent to make it like to form a state in a land that they considered to be theirs. And yeah, so like it was like these two things kind of mended together, and like both of those things were true is basically what I mean. Is that like, yeah, like so you can probably find especially, I would imagine probably the number of non-anti-Semitic Palestinians is probably higher among the among like the Palestinians with Israeli citizenship than not, because those people interact. Like Sev's not anti-Semitic, even though people have accused him of such, because he'll make Jew jokes and shit, and then the Israelis in the server will make jokes right back at him, and yeah, so it because they're all like fucking people in the Middle East are all fucking edgelords. But yeah, like I don't know. I think that I think that that's more complicated, but I'm not saying that that there's no anti-Semitism to be found there. And I mean, like, hell, I think Sev will even be the first to say that there is anti-Semitism, because like he's the one who talks about how fucking crazy shit like Al Jazeera is. So
Yeah, my
and
my
that's
objection is
yeah.
less about Palestinians specifically and more about the fact that legitimate, because you didn't say it, but when you associate those two things, when you just like bring them up together, there are legitimate grievances. I just want to make it clear that legitimate grievances exist in a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
types of
yeah,
racism.
I
There are
know.
plenty of
I know.
right, like the racism in general is not excluded from legitimate grievances. A lot of racists have legitimate grievances. Now that doesn't mean
Yes.
the way they go about it is good. They're still fucking racist, right? Like that's what I'm trying to point out.
Of
So,
course, yeah. No,
but in
obviously, that's
regards to the thing you said about not identifying as Zionists, I don't think we should like. I don't think it matters as much if people directly identify as Zionists, unless you're Jewish. Okay, we love. Come on, Jewish people, you gotta represent. But um, uh, it's more important that you respect Zionists and you respect Zionism rather than because if you don't personally feel this way, if you don't personally want to identify a certain way, that's your fucking business. Like I'm not going to tell you what to call yourself, right? Like
wait,
a lot
hold
of
on. What do you mean when you say like that you respect? Do you mean that like that you understand Jews who refer to themselves as Zionists rather than the only reason why? I'm sorry, my mind keeps going back to the Palestinians, but we should probably separate them out from this, because I think that
yeah,
like they are a bit of a
we
different.
can separate them down. It is definitely a different situation because they are directly affected by it, and it's different in ways like some level of racism is kind of inevitable when you have like a local conflict. Although their
Yeah,
level of racism seems to be extreme in ways I would not say is inevitable. But
but yeah, well,
um,
yeah. Also, by the way, like, but yeah, like that's because that the extremists are kind of like the extremists have reigned, and the same thing is true in Israel. Like the level of racism against Arabs there is out of control, as far as I have been told by like people who are there. So yeah, it's kind of just kind of it's gotten fucking it's pretty fucking nutty. So, but yeah, we can because these two groups of
I
people are
like to
pretty
talk about the
affected
West.
by
That's
each
what I
other.
know about the most.
What'd you
Yeah,
say?
I like to talk about the West generally because it's like I'm very knowledgeable about the West. If you want to talk about,
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
a little bit less knowledgeable. But uh, yeah, I think you need to respect Zionists and Zionism because just as people, like it's not necessarily just like an ideological thing. Although I do think it's important to respect it ideologically, right? Jews should have a homeland. I think that's important, but more than that, we need to respect Zionists as people, right? Like we can't have these BDS campaigns or these whatever who are like harassing Jewish people and like you can't exist as a Jewish person. No one should talk to you if you have any connection to Zionism. You have to be completely ostracized. Like that's ridiculous. Like we cannot be treating people this way. Like
Yeah.
you have to,
No,
even if
of
you're not a Zionist,
course.
you have to respect Zionists as people. That should be non-negotiable. If you don't want to call yourself a Zionist, I don't think anyone should pressure you to if you're whatever your political positions are on Israel, because identity is a very important personal thing. When you call yourself a Zionist, it's not just a political position for a lot of people. For some people, it is. Like a lot of Christian Zionists, for them, it's just a political position that has roots in their
Yeah.
religious identity or whatever. But to a lot of people, it means something else. Like I had a friend, I asked her, "Do you think you're a Zionist?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't like it because that has associations with religion." And she's like a hardcore atheist. I'm like, okay, that's fair. Like if you don't want to be associated with
Yeah.
religion, you feel Zion. Now I don't think that's true of Zionism. Like I think that's wrong. But that's her personal view of it, and she doesn't want to be associated with religion. That's perfectly okay.
So hold on, I want to ask you something now because I asked the last time when I was talking to Addie, I asked her questions like this, and I'm curious if you were coming at it from the same way because I suspect that there's probably some people who maybe don't come at it from this perspective, or who and actually, you know what, Addie, you can also tell me in chat if Kahanists come at it from this perspective, the perspective that I'm about to elucidate here, because you said when you say Jews should have a homeland, do you feel that that is the case because that are you saying that from like as a practical perspective, you feel like Jews should have their own country practically just because of all the shit they've gone through, or do you feel it for some, or is there some other reason that is making you say this? Is there some sort of like, I guess, more ideological thing that is not at all born out of practicality that causes you to say this thing? Because this was something that I was having trouble when I was talking to, or last night that I kind of wanted to, that I elucidated when I was talking to Addie, was defending the notion of Zionism purely on an ideological, non-practical basis of like Jewish people specifically should get a homeland or whatever.
Well, you don't have to do
yeah.
that because every group of people is, nationalism is a big thing. It's not just a Jewish thing. So
Well, yeah,
you
I
don't
know,
necessarily have to
but
defend it just on that ground. Like,
yeah, but the problem is that the issue is, and like I'm just trying to think best here about, because I defend Zionism based on a pragmatic lens. I think after all the shit that Jewish people have gone through, it's entirely
yeah,
understandable
that's
that they
my
should,
main position as well. But
okay, yeah, like that is how I feel about that. But the problem is that oh, hey Addie, you're here. I think that there are other people who maybe might, because the issue is that you are then, like, I understand that people get nations or whatever, but the problem is that people will describe that as like essentially saying that this particular ethnicity wants their own state, and then they start calling that ethno-nationalism. And like I do have trouble like denying that that is kind of what that is, although obviously Israel's not an ethno state in the same way that fucking Nazi Germany was, and I hate that comparison because that's exceedingly
I don't think it's
stupid.
I don't think it's an ethnic state at all. Nation states have always. I'm sorry. Do you want to?
Well, no, I was going to
one
say
thing.
it depends on how you define ethno state, but I mean the way that Israel's not an ethno state in terms of like a white ethno state, like it's like the people use that term to try to say like they're thinking of like white nationalism, and Israel's in no way that kind of state, because I mean for fuck's sakes, you guys have like a 20% Arab minority, and they are even if they face shitloads of discrimination, they're still equal under the law. So anyway, sorry, go ahead, Addie.
I just wanted to say one thing. I've been losing my voice, so I don't know how long I'll be able to stay. But
Oh no.
I think, yeah, I know, it's very annoying. But the thing with Judaism and how it approaches the world, like what the philosophies in which it engages with the world, is that it's a core principle of it is that we engage in reality. We don't engage like there's a lot of like phraseology and talk between the rabbis about how like people are here to basically draw the bridge between like the theory, which would be like in the Torah or the Talmud, and like reality and practicality. And it's not really our business to engage in the theory of it as much as to engage in the reality of the situation, which is why coming at it from a purely philosophical lens, like applying it to Judaism, is going to be always difficult in that way, like slightly, because it like the answer, a very Jewish answer is like, that's never going to happen. So like, why are we bothering with, you know what I mean? Kind of, and you can like go.
I mean, I can say personally that is exactly how I would describe my position on it. So
okay.
Right, but like that's like core to Jewish philosophy, is like we deal with an imperfect world that we're given, and like our job is to kind of engage with these values in this world. It's not really about like, and to like kind of bridge the two.
Yeah, because I think that people who talk about like the whole I guess the idea of each ethnicity should get their own state shit or whatever, or like they refer to that idea as like sort of exclusionary and whatnot. I think, and maybe it's probably going to be more Americans who are probably going to say this kind of shit just because that, and I mean,
No, I
well,
don't. I,
Johan,
don't, I think it definitely happens in. I mean, Europe. Obviously, it's ridiculous that they do it because they literally have their national. They have their nation state, and America's still a nation state, but it's a little different, obviously. But
yeah, but
Europeans will still make
anyone
these same
can be an
arguments,
American. So
right?
yeah,
But
they,
Europeans will still make these arguments, even though it's ridiculously hypocritical. But
I mean, it is, although in Europe, I think, I guess they would say that the difference is that everybody, actually, wait, hold on. Addie, you have to, someone needs to clear this up for me because now I'm fucking confused. I looked it up, and apparently anybody can become a citizen of Israel through naturalization, but then Lannis said that basically it's very rare that people will accept you as a citizen of Israel if you're not Jewish. I'm assuming that that is the case, that it is the second one. Is that true? Or like, but other people can apply, I guess. Now my voice is like...
I can't speak for that for Lannis, but anyone can be naturalized. There's a fast track for people with a Jewish grandparent. What he's talking about accepting, does he mean like culturally? I don't know. I feel like it's not really a problem.
Well, he said that it was
society.
rare, and then he said that like, and he made it sound like when you apply to be a citizen, like you have to basically you must submit yourself to like the board of, I don't know, Jewish Israelis who tell you whether or not you can or who you do or don't get citizenship. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Funky.
I mean, like, it is rare. I think that's probably a combination of like who the fuck wants to move to a war-torn country in a war-torn region, and like the fact that generally like gaining citizenship in another country is like a long, drawn-out, weird kind of culty
Yeah.
process.
Okay, so it's
I
not
wouldn't say
so
it's
yeah.
easy for people, but I don't know how like necessarily unique that is, or like
Okay,
like
well,
I know
it's
that people who aren't
unique
Jewish have a
because
hard
fuck
time
Jews
getting.
do.
I can
What?
expand on the legal aspect.
I just made a joke about it's unique because everything Jews do bad is unique. Like not
We're uniquely evil.
yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
in order to get naturalized, hey Kalinda, by the way, sorry if I'm
hello.
barging in. In order to get naturalized, you need to get like approved by like the Ministry of the Interior, and specifically the minister has to like sign approved, and there's no like actual like legal process that like gives you the right to get naturalized. So it's just like whoever the minister feels like allowing to get. So it depends on who's in government. So the current government won't allow many people to just get naturalized. Now, if you get married to an Israeli, unless you're like specifically accepted by the like family reunification law, then you'll get citizenship. But if you're just like under if you're a permanent resident because you have a like work visa or something, then you probably won't get naturalized. That's the
Oh,
the gist
okay.
of it.
So it is the you have to like sign up for it or whatever, and you just won't get all right. So it's not, because I know that in European countries you absolutely can get naturalized, but I imagine it probably takes a long time. I don't know how fucked. Obviously in the United States it takes like 10 fucking years to get like to become a naturalized citizen if you do so like legally, which is why they have such a problem with illegal immigration. But I'm not sure how easy it is to get citizenship in like European countries.
Yeah. The way
Maybe
they kind of resolved it is giving a lot of rights to like permanent residents. Like they have almost all the rights except for voting in the prime minister election and for the Knesset, but like they can still vote in local elections, and they get all the rights. Like they get like the free medical service.
Yeah, it
and
was the main
education.
reason why I chose the Netherlands when I moved to Europe. Because like as a resident, I have like except voting, I have everything, every right.
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Well,
Same
wait, you're a citizen now though, aren't you?
of the Netherlands? No, I lived there for a
No,
few
no,
years. Like I
of
worked there as an
Israel.
expat. Oh yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. You grew up in Israel, but you were talking about it was like that in the Netherlands. Sorry, I'm fucking distracted. Or it was. Okay, so Oh yeah. I know, Moki. You can get you can get naturalized through common marriage laws, of course. I'm assuming there are other restrictions if you are like a Palestinian and you're trying to and you're trying to marry someone who is or who like from the West Bank or whatever. But that's I guess like a security thing and not a actually what if it's like someone from any other part of the Arab world? Um Probably
They
not, I'm
can.
guessing.
They'll probably get like a lot of like security background checks, but they probably can get naturalized. But it depends. Like if you're from Iran or Iraq, which are kind of like enemy states, then maybe they won't accept it. Or
You
Lebanon
also might
or
not.
Syria or something. But I think that from Egypt and Jordan, it's probably a lot easier.
You also might not want to get naturalized because then you can't go back home.
Oh
Yes,
yeah, that's true.
exactly.
Yeah, from those countries. That's true. Absolutely. Yeah, because of those countries, there's like a lot of stuff going on there. Yes, like the
Yeah,
stream guys, and if you
yeah.
want to, yes, give me money. Um, since yeah, we're on about 5 hours now. We'll see how much longer I go. Damn, it's almost 3 o'clock. It still feels like it's the morning for me. What the fuck?
I get what you mean. Yeah, I feel like it's like 11 in the morning.
I had a
Yeah.
I had a different point. I guess I should have jumped in earlier, but I thought it would
No,
be
you can go
inappropriate.
ahead.
Then, yeah, then Adi came and she broke the dam. Um, but like, I wanted to challenge you and
I'm just a
Johan
modern day
to
Nachshon for
to
all the
look
zero people that don't get my joke.
to look at the relationship between Zionism and Israel. Make like a counter to challenge you to like counter that with like a counter positives. Does when Israel does good things, for example, earthquake in Turkey, IDF comes, helps, or Haiti, that like IDF forces helped like that like point for Israel kind of thing. Is this a Zionist act? Are these Zionists being based? Is this like, do we attribute that to Zionism as much as we attribute bad things that Israel does to Zionism? Like in our mode of thinking, I'm like I listen to you talk and I'm thinking like, okay, like all of the examples, everything that we're talking about is in the negative, and I think that might be a good way to like distinguish if this is like what is a validity of concern and versus what is like just hate, right?
Well, I don't think
Yeah.
there's I don't think there's an inherent contradiction to valid concern and hate. You can have both at the same time.
Okay, fair. I mean,
Like
fair in that point.
when I go to the neo-Nazi example I said about myself being, if I steal $500 and then I get like strung up, hanged, and then they write on my body, no case lawyers allowed. It is like I did steal $500. That is very legitimate. Like it's a very valid concern. No one wants to be stolen from, but it's also
Yeah.
clearly. So I don't think those two things are in contradiction. And I think to really understand this hate movement, you have to understand that they can have valid concerns. That's not primarily what the movement is about. It's primarily a hate movement. Um, now, to get more specifically into your example, they're not. They're not like they don't associate. Like even, no one associates positives with Israel that way. Like it's just not.
It's actually
I don't.
insane. Like fuck. What was it? Was it Yair Golan who went to the border with Syria to help get people to hospitals like during the Syrian civil war
Mm-hmm.
that like injured people or whatever?
Yeah.
Like everybody fucking like shout on Israel for trying to help people out on the Syrian border. Like I think wasn't there a field hospital or something that they set up to try and help refugees? And instead, like anti-Israel people turned this around and said, "Oh my God, they armed al-Nusra and they helped al-Nusra fighters and then
Yes,
sent
of
them back."
course,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah. So
Yeah.
to tie this back into your early question about the nation state thing, right? They're selectively defining ethnostate to target Israel, right? Like it's a pejorative. It's not a
oh
legitimate.
well, yeah,
Just
I mean,
like it is a like not even like getting into the question, is Israel an ethnostate? They're literally tailor fitting it to attack Israel. Like it's literally like you know it is deployed as a pejorative, which is more important than whether it is true or not true. It's so there.
Oh yeah, it's the pigeonhole that Doobie tried to give me the other day.
Yeah, yeah. So it's not like we can't treat this as a legitimate argument. right? We can't just whatever. Now, that doesn't mean we can't engage with it. We obviously have to engage with it. But what's going on here is we are conflating nation state and ethno state, and we are using that to attack Israel and only Israel. There's a reason this only comes up in anti-Zionism, and we have no people who are activists going to the UN saying, nation states should be illegal. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Germany's fucked up. Are you kidding me? And this came from the Nazis, and now we just let them slide. They can have their German ethno state, like after what the Nazis, like no one does that, right? Like this is so it's not legitimate. Now there are people who are against nation states, right? But I remember this quote from this German anarchist that someone said. I don't know where it's from, but it's like, we need to abolish all states, but Israel last. Like that guy is not the same guy as the people who are criticizing Israel for being an ethno state. Even if he's against all states, even not even nation states, right? That is a legitimate criticism, whether you agree with it or not. I think it's insane to abolish all states. That's a criticism, right? That's like a thing. You don't like states because they're a structure of hierarchy, right? But you're not doing the anti-Zionist bullshit where you're like ethno state, whatever. So it's important to understand that this discourse is not legitimate discourse. Even if there could be legitimate discourse, it's not.
I guess like I feel like Doobie's not here, and so again, like and I know you're gonna yell at me for steel manning, but I am steel manning because I'm trying to prepare myself for future arguments here. The problem is, I guess, when people say that Israel is an ethno state, what they are saying, also by Funky, he unexpectedly left, although maybe because he had shit to do, I don't know. But what they are saying when they say that Israel is an ethno state is they're saying that Israel as a state is it's a state that actively invites Jewish people to come live there, and they don't really invite other people who aren't Jews to come live there, and they
That's not what that word means.
well, okay. I mean, like, all right, then what do you think that what does ethno state mean? And keep in mind, like, I am putting on my steelman hat right now. Like, I don't necessarily entirely agree with this. In my mind, an ethno state is a state for a specific ethnicity that excludes other ethnicities, and that usually there's racism baked into it. Like, obviously, when I think of ethno states, I usually will think of the white nationalists who want like a state for white people because they say that like everybody should keep.
Isn't that where the term comes from? Even isn't that even where the term comes from? Like, isn't that like the genesis of the term ethno state, like the white nationalists?
I have no idea. I mean, Nazi Germany also was like wanted to be an ethno state or was an ethno state.
Well, whether it wanted to, I'm just talking about the genealogy of the term, not like the concept. Obviously, Nazi Germany wanted to be one too. I don't know for sure on that one. I think it was like, I don't know. I'll look into that. I'll get back to you on that one.
I'll look it up as well too. But the thing though is that like an ethno state, like people will talk about ethno nationalism is all I'm saying. And like I guess the argument would be that Kalinda, please Google the origins of the term ethno state. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I will in a sec. Listen, can you guys not see the cat? The cat, he's in my lap, he's trapping me. I'll have to if I Google anything, I'll have to
It's not
phone.
immediately necessary to know for sure, but I think the better way to approach this question is not to talk about ethno states. Just using buzzwords is just negative for the conversation as a whole.
I
any progress.
agree with you,
I think
but okay.
if you focus on nation states, I think that would be a better way to
but
approach it. What a
no,
state
but
is.
the
problem that's happening here is that nation states are very tied to ethnicity. They always have been. Like, it's literally like very obvious. And what's happening here is that the people accusing Israel of something are not engaging with what a nation state actually is. And they will use nation states. So some people will bite the bullet and say, no, all nation states are bad. But it's obviously not coming from that place. There are ideologies that do actually believe that, but it's not coming from that place. They're just like, oh, well, I have to bite a bullet in this argument. Of course I'll condemn Germany too, or of course I'll condemn France. But they're bringing up this concept to uniquely attack a specific nation. There's a reason this comes up in anti-Zionism, and anti-Zionism is a big thing, and anti-nation statism is not seen anywhere. It's not a serious position. And you cannot address the concern without addressing the toxicity behind raising this concern and the toxic discourse that it's designed to produce, because it's accuse. and that's the strategy that happens. Like you disprove that. You haven't argued for Israel at all. You haven't argued for anything. All you have done is you've engaged with this person who's trying to do something like. Do you know anything about Plato's World of Forms? Are you familiar with that?
I've heard
Okay,
of it, but
Plato
no.
had this idea about a cave, right? And
Oh, I mean,
that
I know about the allegory of the cave, but go on.
allegory of the cave. Yes. So when you get out of the cave, you realize reality is more real than the shadows on the cave wall, right?
Yes.
Plato believed that our world was a form of shadows, and the world of forms is like everything where that it has like its true ideal. So there was a true ideal of a chair that is more chair than any other chair, that type of thing. I find this concept ridiculous, but to bring that around to what's happening here is Israel is the platonic form of evil, right? Like that's what's going on here. It's not just a double standard. It's that Israel is evil. Israel is whatever. So you get some people who will, it's a very common mode of thinking, but some people will explicitly say this, like Israel's the imperial core. When it falls, all oppression falls around the world, which is obviously ridiculous.
Oh,
But
well, yeah,
it goes to show you the style of thinking, right? It like so you cannot engage with it like it's like a legitimate argument and expect it to be convincing, because what you have to argue with is not the specific claim that they make. You have to argue with the idea that Israel is this ontological evil, this whatever, right? It's not just a double standard. It's even worse than that. It's Israel literally is the epitome of colonization, all these other evil things that are the worst things ever, racism,
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Which
of course,
no
no.
country is that, not even Nazi Germany is that, because the world of forms doesn't exist, right? We live in the real world. But
yeah, I know. I understand. Like that sort of comes back to the whole idea of like the genocide truism, where if you're arguing with someone about how they should vote Democrat and they say but the Democrats support genocide, and like to them Israel is literally Nazi Germany, and would you support a candidate that wants to fund Nazi Germany? And obviously Nazi Germany here is basically a stand-in for like the most evil thing that you can imagine, because it on a cultural level, like that hits really hard, like it's
well,
like
yeah,
that
but
troll guy
but also the
said.
answer is yes, we would support a country that wants to fund Nazi Germany, right? If they're going to fund Nazi Germany, and what they're going to do is, okay, we're going to take some Jews and we're going to take them into our country. We're going to give some money to the Nazis. We're going to save some people. Of fucking course you would. Like what? Like
Oh
right? So it's
yeah,
not
in
legitimate
that
political discourse,
circumstance. Oh, I'm sorry.
right?
Actually, I should change that. Would you support a state that is arming Nazi Germany? There you go. That would be the argument that they
Arming
would
Nazi.
actually
Well, it
make.
depends. Are they arming Nazi Germany less than when I voted for the other guy? Like, are they going to stop arming Nazi
True.
Germany and then they're going to start nuking Jewish people? Like, is that the trade-off? Like, what's the situation here, right? Like,
Yeah,
the
no,
more
I
guys,
know all that's dumb, but I'm just saying that that's the kind of shit that these people will say.
right? Because but
However,
they're saying it right. And I think you get this, but I just want to emphasize they're saying it because it's not legitimate discourse, right? It's not that it's like not an opinion someone could have. Like hardcore philosophers will be like, yeah, they'll own that position, right? But your average everyday person does not own these types of positions, right? It's so you can tell it's not legitimate. Like if you're like, okay, they're gonna kill the Trump administration is going to kill 5,000 Americans at gunpoint. Harris is going to do 1,000. You're obviously going to vote for Harris. Like it's like your normal average person is not going to be convinced by that argument. So something else is going on here, where they're making these hyper technical, hyper philosophical arguments only in these like weird ways. Like something, it's not about that actual argument, and you really have to attack the root of it.
okay, so I guess like I understand what you mean. However, the issue is if I have an argument with an individual like Doobie, he is mainly going to focus on Israel. He's going to say that Israel's an ethno state, and he's going to say that's why he doesn't think America should support it. And the reason why he's going to say that Israel's an ethno state is because that Israel as a state is basically is based around like Judaism. But I understand what you were saying. Ethno states basically are just nation states, because I did just look up like nation states specifically. However, the problem is like because the Doobie is an Americanoid, he's an Amerifat, as the Europeans, at least the Europeans in DGG will refer to them. and they call the Europeans Eurocucks. But because Doobie's a fucking American, he views like nation or like states built around like a specific shared like ethnic identity as like stupid or bad, or he
Well,
has like a
European
fundamental opposition to that. And he'll argue that European countries don't have this anymore because that multiculturalism has become a thing in Europe now, and
you think
it's
Europe
and
is multicultural? That's kind of like the way America is. That's very obviously not true.
I mean, it's
But
not like the same thing, but like well, okay, America's not multicultural. America's got the melting pot, which is some based as fuck shit, where you guys are like just
yeah,
really good at like subsuming cultures and putting them all together and mixing them up and whatnot. Whereas like multiculturalism is a different thing. But I digress. What I'm saying though is that like in Europe, for example, like clearly, at least in non-Eastern, in like Western European countries, like the UK, for example, what it means to be a British citizen is no longer based on like ethnicity.
I would
That's not a
hard disagree with that in some ways. In a lot of ways, you're right about that.
yeah,
But
because
there is
anyone can
literally
become a British
discourse.
citizen.
There's literally discourse right now in Britain about Rishi Sunak. Is he really English? Right?
Well,
Like,
yeah,
so the
I
idea that
know,
the
but
idea that the citizenry has moved on from this concept is very not true. Right? They don't agree. Now, whether
they haven't, but one would argue that they should, because that as soon the problem is that in my mind, my first thought is, yeah, but they should, because questioning whether or not Rishi Sunak is British is just comes across like, unless you're defining British as an
see where we
identity.
got now? Now we're like, Europe should do that, right? But Israel, where we were talking about Israel is the only country that does it, it's clearly not, right? That's like
Well,
the point I'm
no,
trying to get.
but no.
But
What I'm saying is, when I say that Israel's the only country that does it, what I'm saying though is that Rishi Sunak is a British citizen who I think pretty sure was born in the UK, and it's very possible for like I guess like white Anglo-Saxon British people to go to the UK and easily become citizens. Whereas Doobie's argument would be that's not the case in Israel.
yeah, but who gives a fuck?
That's what he
What
would draw the
immigration
difference.
immigration policy is a state's own business. Like that doesn't matter.
I
Like, you
agree,
need to
and that
treat
would
people right. That's what matters. Treating
I
people right.
agree, and that would
Yeah,
be my response to him. But his answer is that's what makes Israel like basically an ethno state, because it's centered around the Jewish identity, and it's nigh impossible unless they're born there for anybody else who isn't a Jew to become a citizen of Israel, or like it's incredibly difficult, and therefore that's what he will say. He'll say then like that's why he calls it an ethno state. And I understand that like really it's just a nation state, but he'll say that it's a type of nation state that's based around the like an ethnicity as like the national identity is like Jewish, and that national identity is an ethnicity, and that's why he calls it an ethno state right now. And I'm not, and because
what do you
we
think? What do you think about the
as
idea? What do you think? This is just a new idea. So when I come into this call, we argue. I'm arguing against anti-Zionism. I'm not really arguing for anything, right? I'm arguing against hate. Have you ever tried like proactively? You start the conversation. You get to argue. You get to frame things, and then you can attack his type of anti-Zionist worldview on your own terms rather than letting him force you into his world.
I'm not even sure exactly how I would do that, and the reason why I say that is because that like it like how the fuck would you even that here's the problem, it's not even just his world. This is the issue that I have, and to some degree it's my world too. I don't like the idea of a state that is centered around a specific ethnic identity, because I find that typically is exclusionary, and we tend to argue against this when we think about white nationalism. The reason why I support it for Jewish people is because that on a pragmatic level, like they would otherwise just be fucked. But like in a perfect world, obviously it'd be great if they didn't have to do that. But like we don't live in a perfect world, and that's where I would come at it from. And the problem is that like otherwise, yeah, but otherwise like I don't want to say that no, Rishi Sunak's not British, because to me that just sounds racist, and I don't want to
Well,
say that
you don't have to say Rishi Sunak is not, like, there is more legitimate forms of this. I don't necessarily comment on British politics. I don't really know. You don't have to own the position that Rishi Sunak is not British, which is ridiculous and obviously just like racist to think that there is an ethnic component to being British. Like they're not inherently tied together. It doesn't have to be that expression of racism. And part of the reason I would say it comes out that way a lot of the time is because the only people willing to talk about this type of stuff are racists, are extreme, like neo-Nazis or whatever the fuck, other type of extreme racism. I think if you talk about this type of stuff in productive, healthy ways, I think it would kind of be better for people just in general from a pragmatic perspective. But that perfect world thing doesn't exist. Like even America, but it doesn't even exist in theory. Like even America, anyone can be in America, has a xenophobia problem, which is not necessarily racism in the way the Rishi Sunak thing is, although obviously there's racism in America, but I'm not talking about that. Like America has a prejudice against non-Americans regardless of their race, right? So that's a thing even in states that do not have like a coherent ethnic concept. So the idea that in a perfect world, that would be what creates that perfect world is not necessarily true, right? Because we've seen America, which isn't completely divorced, but it's mostly divorced from ethnicity, and you still have massive like xenophobia that may not be racist, but it's still a bigotry, and it's still very important to tackle.
I'm not saying that like we're ever gonna like get rid of that or whatever, or like I wasn't even talking about like a perfect world. All I'm saying is that like I guess in every other instance besides the practicality instance for Israel and I might make this same definition for the Kurds just because that in the Middle East minorities just get fucked and the Kurds have also gotten fucked. But aside from like that, I would also I don't know that the establishment of a Kurdish state would involve any sort of exclusion of other groups either, because that I don't know that they would like be kicking any, like I'm pretty sure they would just automatically be the majority in like Kurdistan if they ever got to make Kurdistan. But I guess all I'm saying is that I feel like Israel is the only instance where I will basically defend the existence of a state that's based around like an ethnicity and I do it based on practicality reasons because it's very hard for me to do it in any other way because like it's difficult for me to make that argument outside of like the pragmatism. And obviously all that stuff that Addie said about like how you can, about how like that's the way that Jewish people would approach the world anyway, according to like their philosophy and stuff, which I think makes a lot of sense. And I'm also at heart a pragmatist too, because I live in the real world and I'm not going to be like, oh my God, what if we could make things like this in our utopia? Because that's fucking dumb. But I do try to aspire to these values, I guess. Or I guess like to put it a different way, when I was arguing in favor of how Jewish people should have self-determination, just like how everyone deserves self-determination, my argument was that Jewish people decided to self-determine in a way that like gave them their own country because that's the only way practically that they felt they could survive. And arguably that's true. It is basically the only way that they could survive because they were getting fucked everywhere. But we in the West, in our infinite and privileged wisdom, decided that we were going to self-determine in a way that allowed other people to come and live in our countries and like acclimate to our culture and shit.
But I don't think that's true. I don't think it's as different. I don't think it's as different in the West. I mean, America specifically is very unique, but America still has a massive prejudice against immigrants, and it has throughout its history. So it doesn't really work that way. Right. So when you're saying this,
but although the melting pot thing works a lot better in like I think America probably does better at integrating their immigrants than Europe does.
I mean, I fucking love America, so I don't, but
the melting pot aspect is partially true to Israel as well. Like I would say there's more of a melting pot of Jews rather than the national, like the more European like national identity as well.
Because the Jews. That's also why it's silly to refer to it. Like in some ways, that's also why it's silly to refer to Israel as an ethno-state, because you guys aren't even like, Jewish isn't even one ethnicity. There's like multiple groups in there, and it's not like you guys all have like the same, like the culture is all the same, or like there's definitely a level, like what you just said, Insomniac, about the melting pot, like there was, or like even some level of multiculturalism that you'll find there. But anyway, sorry, Johan, I interrupted you. I didn't mean to go on.
the thing is though, like first of all, it's just not true that this is unique to Israel. Like as you said, Europe in some ways is more extreme on this stuff than Israel, and we see what's happening in Europe. And you say you might not necessarily defend it, but we don't have a better system yet. Like America is a little different, but it didn't fix the fundamental problem of people not
I
being
know.
excluded. It's done a great job, but the fundamental problem is still there in America. And then if we want to move to Europe, that problem exists like crazy, right? But it's not really a white American's job to tell Israel how to run its fucking country
Oh,
or Arab states or whatever. If the
I
system works
agree.
and people are being treated well, that's what's important. We don't want people to be treated poorly, but we shouldn't tell people how to govern. If Iran, for example, I don't think they necessarily believe this, but some people are like disgusted by the idea. If Iran wants a king, they want a king. That's their choice. You can't take that away from them. Like
You
I'm not
mean
pro monarchy or everything.
Iran? You mean
Yeah,
Iran, not Iran, you disgusting
yeah.
American fuck. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah. Fire called me an Israeli. I don't know
Farsi.
why he thought I was an Israeli. Like I'm clearly not, but
The
um,
language is Farsi, not Persian. My God.
if they theoretically, I haven't seen no evidence for this, but if they theoretically wanted a king, you as a white person, like in America, is like, no, you can't have a king. Democracy, like chill, right? Like people have to be able to run their own countries the way they
Oh
want. If
no,
people are
I
suffering, like
agree.
yeah, so you can sidestep the question entirely, and you can just be like, "This is ridiculous. Why are we trying to force this group of people to run their country? Like we don't do this for other countries. We're trying to force this one group of people to run their country the way a progressive white person wants to." And we're like not colonial, by the way. We're not colonizers. We don't want to oppress the third world, but they have to they have to look exactly like we want them to. Like it's a toxic mindset. You can't control people that way. Like you shouldn't play into it. Like the question is bad, right? If you would think it would be ideal, you're entitled to that opinion, but it's also none of your fucking business. You know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah.
right. Like
Okay. I mean, Doobie's next thing was also then to say that like, yeah, but Israel has like it's because America enables Israel or whatever. Because I think otherwise, like I would say, yeah, because like nobody's fucking telling Japan that they need to stop being so xenophobic. Um
yeah, I mean, America enables a fuck ton of countries. Like it's not like
oh yeah,
this is
America
ridiculous. Like
enables
it's
Japan
just
too.
America enables every country. We are the world order. Like this is ridiculous. Like even countries we hate, in some sense, we allow them to behave the way they do. Like we could bomb Iran. Like that's a really realistic thing. A lot of people wanted to bomb Iran for a long, long time. We could have done that. Like no, we enabled them to
If
be whatever they're.
you
Like
if
even
you
through our inaction.
if you say bomb Iran 3 times, it will summon David. I'm just kidding, but go
Okay, it's
on.
good to know. I will. Yeah, like we literally have our hands everywhere. Like this doesn't make any sense. Anyone who we like, we enable, and anyone who we don't like, we enable by not pushing their shit in. So it just doesn't make any sense. Like it's not a legitimate position. And I don't know if you saw that education. The Department of Ed released their donors, and Qatar is like a fuck ton of money, more than APAC ever spent on education. That's not even Israel policy. That's like
Always fucking Qatar.
yeah, that's our fucking citizens. That like they're trying to like influence how our citizens think directly. China has fucking TikTok. Like if this is such a big issue, like with the
It's
relationship,
COG, guys, or Quag. Quag. There you go. People are typing in the chat. Qatar
like
occupied government. Yeah, go on.
yeah, like it's ridiculous. Like there's connections everywhere, right? We don't enable Qatar. Like are you kidding me? We don't enable it's just a ridiculous argument because
It's
you're
actually
trying.
it's actually funny how much America, well, especially more so because they gave Donald a plane. Um, but I mean, I
Yeah, but
don't even know
Qatar, I
how.
mean,
Yeah.
that relationship goes back a long fucking time. There are more knowledgeable people than me that you could have a very interesting conversation on about that. APAC, especially pre October 7th, hasn't spent that much fucking money. Like, it's just post October 7th, they up spending like crazy. Like, oh my God, why? Who knows why they did that? Pre October 7th, it was like
Yeah.
so little money. It's ridiculous. And this stuff may have been more mainstreamed after October 7th, but come on, it was always there. Everyone was always doing the things. And when we criticize APAC, when we criticize those types of things, the criticisms aren't actual criticisms. They're like, it's foreign. Ridiculous. It's not foreign. It's Americans. We have those rights. and it's all powerful, which is also ridiculous. It's just like Jewish money tropes. Like it's not. No one's actually like this policy that AIPAC supported is the worst. Like this doesn't happen. Like there's no actual legitimate engagement with it. So like again with like everything Doobie says, try to target the root. And if you don't understand the root, or you don't know, you might have to engage with it or whatever. But I do think there is like a lot of value even to like figure out, because you're a more reasonable person, and I think reasonable people, including myself, have this like issue where we always let other people set the tone of the discourse, because they make this outrageous claim and we're like, oh my god, what, let's debunk that, let's debunk that, let's debunk that. But what happens when you have that type of debate is you can literally debunk every single thing they said, and yet they've spent hours or however long it takes building up a framework, and that framework can seep into the audience regardless of the fact that you're debunking everything, right? So I think it's important to like put a countervening perspective.
Sorry, I did Van Loven. I didn't see you there.
All right, I missed the last. All right, I missed the last minute, so I don't know exactly what Johan was saying in that last minute. Can someone give me the 10 seconds? Because I want to say something directly relevant to the problems I think you're having.
Okay.
In your
Also, yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, I don't know what happened. Barabas left the waiting room. I was just gonna say, I'm sorry, Barabas, but this conversation is reserved for Jews only, except for me.
He was keeping me
guess.
company.
What?
He was keeping me company.
I think the stream. I think
that's nice.
I think the stream is an ethno state, and I think it's unacceptable.
True. No, I'm not even Jewish. I'm like the one.
Yeah, that's what you tell us. That's what you tell us.
Maybe I'll convert. It's not easy though. No, I won't. Oh, he's so cute. Give me more money, guys, so that I can give him extra scritches.
All right.
Anyway,
I guess maybe I should just jump into what I want to add then.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, I think Johan is. I think Kalinda. I think. Okay, how should I put this? I think Doobie and a lot of the people like him. By the way, Johan, I'm basically going to be probably rehashing the conversation I had with Ansello that very long night. So that's like the TLDR.
I didn't read that, so this should be interesting.
It was baked. You're gonna be in for a treat.
Well,
okay, go ahead.
I'm going to try and keep this as short as I can. Well, because I think Doobie and a lot of people like him are like sniffing around something legitimate, and I think that's part of the reason why he keeps coming back and why this is a tricky issue, and especially for you, Kalinda, to talk about. And I don't think Johan was really hitting it on the head. No offense, Johan. And the problem, I think, is it is fundamental to Jews and nationalism, where Jewish identity, it's very anachronistic. Like it's kind of hard to describe, but because Jewish peoplehood, like its roots, is like some of our earliest records of specifying a people of Israel is like the Merneptah stele at like 1400 BCE. Like we've been picking up rules of who is and is not in the people and part of the community for literal millennia, and a lot of those rules hang on. Like Jews initially were not matrilineal. Like if you look at the Bible, like they're going through like people's fathers, like Abraham, son of to like establish lines, and then around Pompey's invasion of Judea, Jews become matrilineal, and we still become and we still have that rule today. Why is that important? It's important because we're talking about trying to fit Jewish identity into a paradigm of identity and societies that only came about in the past 200 years, with a society who's maintaining rules and artifacts of millennia and of different social paradigms. And this doesn't lead to tons of problems, but it does lead, and I will generally argue that there is no perfect label to put on Jewish culture and identity that will fit in the modern era, and the nation is probably the best, but it's still not perfect. and that leads to very specific problems. And I think that's what people like Doobie are kind of narrowing in on. And it is this, and you guys are narrowing in on especially when you bring up civic nationalism.
I push back on that a little bit.
Sure.
So what you're talking about, I touched on it briefly. I 100% agree with you. However, just because there's something legitimate there does not mean that's where the conversation's coming from and where it goes. Like people like Doobie, now I don't know Doobie specifically, but a lot of them don't believe that Jewish, or believe is the wrong word to use. A lot of them behave in ways that make Jewish culture like not even a thing, right? It's just not real.
I'm just gonna say, obviously, like, I feel like Doobie would probably like angrily deny this, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. I mean, Doobie like was out here saying a bunch of shit about like he basically pushed this idea that Jews are not that like Ashkenazi Jews are not even descended from Middle Eastern from people in the Middle East anymore, because they mix with a bunch of people who because he's saying they're descended from people who converted to Judaism.
Right, because we love to.
He was pushing the Khazar theory, and he told me I should get over the Holocaust. So
yeah,
he's the thing. That thing, by the way, get over the Holocaust is not an uncommon thing in anti-Zionist circle. But anyway, back to the point. They're not behaving like Jewishness is the thing that you're describing. So if we want to talk about Jewishness, and I think that can be important in generally like pushing back against anti-Zionism, just like increasing cultural awareness of this type of thing. But they're denying what you're saying. They're saying Judaism, they're going the opposite direction. They're saying Judaism, there's no culture, there's no whatever, right? It's just a religion. This is a fake culture. Like a lot of them do that type of stuff where they try to attach it completely from that. And then your argument is more talking about the culture itself. But if you're already denying that the culture exists, if you're already whatevering, the discourse is not legitimate. It's not sniffing around that legitimate thing. Now, that legitimate thing may make it easier to pass it off in serious discourse, right? But this discourse is not serious. It's unserious by nature on purpose. It's just accuse, right? So I don't know that just because there is a legitimate concern that could be had, that's what's going on here.
Well, I mean, I was going to, I'm narrowing down on where exactly this. Oh God, now it's chess.
It's fine. Just keep talking.
Well, I was like, I mean, first of all, I haven't really made much of an argument yet. This is mostly context because I'm about to get to kind of like where the kind of key point where all this manifests in the issues with Israel, where I think it's not just about, this isn't really convincing Doobie. This is why I think even like Kalinda is struggling with this. And this is what I kind of jumped into trying to.
I have a better understanding now, I guess, but yes, I was struggling with it in the sense that like because
Well, I'm only halfway there right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? Please continue.
Yeah. Because so like what that means, like, so like to kind of like reestablish the key points of what I'm saying, Jewish polities have existed throughout history. There've been, multiple Jewish political identities, even some with their own ideas of citizenship. But the reality is that Jews had a conversion, like Jewish conversion. Like I've even seen people who like want to like, when translating the Hebrew into English, they don't even want to use the word conversion anymore. They want to call it naturalization, like it's Jewish naturalization, joining the Jewish people. And if you like look at Jewish conversion, it is very different from Christianity and Islam. It's not like, you will study like religion and God and a little bit of that, but it's like, it's not like you make a proclamation of faith and then that's it, you're in. Like,
hello?
Whoa. Joining a community in all of its aspects.
Hold on. Sorry, you were saying it's not like you make a proclamation of faith. And then that's it, you're in, and then I lost you and the stream lost you because Discord's being, you know what? So we're just gonna abandon the chess because I think I'm asking too much of this fucking computer. And you can keep talking. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's okay. So it's not like you make a proclamation of faith as part of your conversion and then you're in. It's about joining the community and keeping its rules, laws, and traditions. Like you will get rabbis who will like come to your kitchen and make sure you're like you've learned to properly keep kosher in the kitchen. For my mother was like about, even though she's reformed, it's like a year and a half of studying. So Jews, like without a political entity, have had to learn how to regulate who becomes Jewish. I mean, this is like another reason why the genetics argument is very stupid. Jews have almost always have been comfortable with the idea of new people coming in. The Book of Ruth is kind of like the original convert. At no point in Jewish history ever has like a Jewish baby popped out of like the womb and everyone's been like, hold on, before we check if he's Jewish or not, like let's test his his ATCs and Gs. Like this is not a thing, but it does mean that we do have and we do hold on to mechanisms for joining the Jewish people, and that predates and remains relevant even when we have a Jewish state. So having a Jewish state and getting a citizenship to the Jewish state does not make you Jewish. And that's like the core issue. Like Johan's right to point out that like if you become like American or something, like yes, you have white nationalism or Christian nationalism. That's like, if you're not white or Christian or all these other things, like there will be some barriers to social acceptance. But it is true that like because Jews already had these pre-existing ideas of how people become part of the community and join the nation, like just because Sev is like Israeli and has Israeli passport, he's not Jewish in the Jewish state. Like there is like, this is like the point where that anachronism raises its head. And I think that like when people like Duby, like or maybe not Duby or whatever, but like people from outside, like kind of get stuck on this point, that's why like they're used to the idea that like you can like citizenship in the state gives you citizenship in the nation, and that doesn't really, we have to be, I think, real that like that's an issue here, and that's a real one.
Well, I mean, citizenship in the state doesn't, or I mean, I think that's the thing though, right? Like actually that's even an argument that's being had in America right now when people argue over birthright citizenship and they ask the question, what does it mean to be an American? And oftentimes the answer to that question is you were born in America. And I guess like xenophobes or Nazi people who are trying to push this idea of heritage Americans or like I guess racist or whatever, people who want America to just be like a white country for white Christian people. That then they'll push for like a different thing and they'll say that it involves more than citizenship. But that's I guess like I understand what you're saying like about how it's obviously complicated for like with regards to like Jews and whatnot and like letting people becoming Jews and Jew doesn't necessarily like you guys as a group don't necessarily have like it's not necessarily the same for you as it is for other groups. Although I feel like the problem, of course, is that there are going to be some people who are going to say, but I mean, it is because it's an ethnicity and you're born into it. But also, I guess the trouble comes in that people can also convert to Judaism and then they would, I presume, be allowed to come to Israel and become an Israeli citizen. So it's really not the same. And then there's all those there are people in Jerusalem who are like Muslims who live there who I think are on the path to residency, but if they converted to Judaism they could probably like get Israeli citizenship way faster. So in that way it's not, is that kind of like what you're getting at? It's not the same thing as saying, oh, it's an ethno state, because it's not really necessarily entirely about the ethnicity. Like there's definitely other shit, right?
I
You can join it.
I think he's primarily trying to say there are like legitimate concerns with why Judaism is different from like nations like Germany, or France or like that type of thing.
Yeah. Oh
I just don't.
yeah, he
I
did.
don't. I don't think it's super relevant though to even Kalinda's issues because I think there's a thing happening where you know so much about this, and like you, but I don't think this is like present in the discourse. I don't think this is like really driving things.
Well, I mean, it's
Um,
not, but that's because a lot of these people don't necessarily understand. But go on.
I mean, I don't
yeah,
think they could articulate the way it was, but like when I'm listening to these people, it's like they're smelling it. Like they can smell the idea that even if you're an Israel, like if even if you're Israeli Palestinian, Israel as a Jewish state is built around the Jewish identity. Like the calendar here, like even your school year is going to be built around the Jewish holidays. If you go like there's a Star of David on. It can be very aesthetic in a lot of ways. Like the Star of David is on the flag. The national anthem talks about the 2,000-year dream of returning home. Like these are clearly things that
I mean,
a Palestinian can't really relate to. Like even though that's supposed to be their nation, they're getting like they can tell and obviously these people don't know these exact examples, but they get that Jew and Arab, not the same people group, and Israel is state for Jew, and they
Yeah, and that's part of why they feel like they don't belong because of all this stuff. Although that's unrelated to this conversation. Although maybe it's kind of a bit related, but yeah.
these issues also appear in other countries, though. I understand what you're saying, where there's a difference. Um, I think if we're going to have like a hyper intellectual conversation, I think you do raise interesting points. Um, and points I kind of raised earlier when I was like, well, I don't think ethno-religion necessarily fits is a great descriptor of Jewish identity, but these issues still exist in like Europe, though. Like that's the thing. Now, whether they're like less essential to the problems, that's a different story. Like there's a different question. Like, is there a conflict here that doesn't exist there? But
I
Europeans
mean,
literally will call like I brought up with Rishi Sunak, like they're like, nope, that guy's not whatever. They do see ethnicity as a very, very important to their identity. And while it mostly usually gets expressed as racism, because non-racist people don't usually talk like that, there is like a sort of legitimate concern of British people or like whatever, where they want to be proud of their ethnic identity. They want to like, whatever. And that's like a big part of what it means to be British for a lot of people. That's a big part of what it means to be French for a lot of people. Like it is a thing their populations are thinking about. It's not a thing that doesn't exist there. Like, and it's important to acknowledge that as well for these types of conversations, because you're saying, yes, there is a way to integrate in France and Germany that may not be the same for uh,
yeah.
Jewish nation, but it doesn't matter that that's a if it hasn't happened in France and Germany, if it hasn't happened in Britain. In
Well, it
some ways it has,
has for
but
some
in some
people,
ways
right?
in some ways it has, yes, but a lot of people don't see it that way, right?
Hi,
And this is not
Addie. Sorry.
Addie.
Oh,
Yeah, but a
actually,
lot
no.
of people
Yeah.
don't see it that way. And the idea that their opinions don't matter because they are hitting on something real. It's not that they're making shit up. Even though 99% of the people who are talking about this are racist lunatics, right? There is a legitimate thing where they're like, this is part of what it means to be British. And non-racist people who understand what's going on will tell you, like, yes, it is an important part of what it means to be British is the British ethnicity, but it's not an exclusionary category. You can still not have this ethnicity and still be British, right? Even if that is an important part, it's not necessary, right? You could be Rishi Sunak, who is very British. I don't know that much about British culture, but I've heard that he is like the embodiment of what it means to be like a Brit. But in the same way, you could have like a similar thing with Israeli culture. Like you may not, there is this thing that is part of it that you will not subscribe to, but that doesn't mean you can't be part of it, right? It doesn't have to be exclusionary.
So
Right.
I think the key, there's a very key difference here. And again, I think this is something that people can smell and is causing problems in Kalinda's conversations. Is that it's the questions of norms. You're right to point out that these things are present, but we're very comfortable in Western society saying well, this is white nationalism. This is Christian
We're
nationalism.
not though. The voter bases are like, no, we fucking care about this shit.
Well, okay, hold on.
Maybe elites will call it that, but people really care about this stuff. Like, it's not just white nationalism.
Not to the point to saying like these people aren't like part of the nation. Like they will want to, like there are ways like they'll want to, you know, define or enshrine bits of like that nation's like common national identity in its Christianness, in its like or maybe even in its whiteness by like, you know, don't erase, you know, these white figures from history or whatever. But it's not to the point where like there's like a mass call out that like take like these people aren't part of the nation. I like it's because it's kind of hard to analogize. I guess the analogy in like the UK or something would be take away their citizenship. Like Stephen Miller and his like denaturalization thing is not very popular. He's not on this main side of people like the issues with the border in the United States is the thing you'll hear in focus groups is people say, we do want immigrants, we want them to come the right way. Like, yes, like
people will say that, but there is something like to understand.
Hold on. Can I just throw something out there? Okay, I think we might need to draw a distinction here, okay? Because I think that in America, probably because of the principles upon which America was founded, and the fact that even though the founders might have said a bunch of shit about like how they wanted maybe they might have written a bunch of shit about how they wanted the country to be a country for like white Anglo-Saxon people, except I don't think they said white because that wasn't really a term people used back then. Nowhere in the American Constitution does it say anything about that. And because that America as a nation is built upon a sort of a different idea that basically anybody can be an American and, you know, like all men are created equal and all this other shit, right? I think that America kind of has it differently because you are going to get pushback against the notion of a heritage American and all that other shit. And like Johan, I think Van Loven is right here when we're talking specifically about the United States, because that America is unique. Now, I don't actually know how popular this idea is in, let's say, the UK, but the problem is that like I guess like questions about what it means to be British it's like a in my mind, all that keeps running back to me is if you actually want to define that, or I claim there's an ethnic component to that, then in my brain, all I think is just like, okay, yeah, but that it's just fucking racism. Like, why does there have to be an ethnic component? Why can't anyone come to the UK and be and become British or whatever if they naturalize and yeah.
Yeah, so Van Loven, this is what I'm saying, where I'm saying what you're saying is real. It's a very real thing, but that's not what they're sniffing around. Because if we talk about Britain properly, like the way it actually is, we get the same issue, right? So I don't think it's as relevant as you think it is to the broader conversation, but I don't think that's true necessarily. Now, there's this weird thing going on right now, and you'll agree with me on some things, like where wokeness is horrible and bad, but the people who oppose it are usually like psychos and fascists and whatever. There's this weird thing going around where normal people and people with liberal or like normal politics are not talking about these issues at all. And the people who are talking about them are the racist straw man of the position. So if we want to analyze the movement and that type of thing, yes, it is typically like the Rishi Sunak example. It is racism. That just literally is racism. But they are hitting on something legitimate that, you know, theoretically, you could have a population that wants to celebrate British culture. Like there's nothing wrong with that. They want to celebrate British ethnicity and all the
hold on
cultural.
a sec. Can I just throw out some more stuff too? Because like what you're saying about like hitting on something legitimate, like I guess the problem that I have, and maybe it's a little bit different because of like the various shared experiences that Jewish people have had, because like you guys did spend, or at least well, actually no, all most of you spent like a long period of time basically living in a diaspora, and so like you held on to various cultural like things and whatnot, as you were also forced to be set apart from the rest of society, so that never got assimilated away either. But I guess like for a lot of other like regular people, my response to that would still be, why does ethnicity need to be part of this in terms of like the whole British thing? Why does this matter? Why do we care? Why is that a legitimate thing to say? Why the fuck can't, like when you talk about British culture, for example, I feel like anybody could be part of that, just like anybody could be part of American culture,
Wait, no, you can be
right?
part. Well, I'll give you an example that probably hits closer, that it's easier to understand. There are essential parts of Jewish culture, like Jewish religion is an essential part of Jewish culture. It doesn't mean you're not Jewish just because you're an atheist, right? So there can be essential parts of culture and essential parts of what it means to be something that are not necessary to be part of that group, right? And the reason it has to be that way is not because it's the best thing ever. It's not because whatever. It's because that's how the citizens feel. And if you're not going to appeal to that, you're going to get Nazis who
Well,
will talk about that stuff, winning elections and running your country.
yeah, but
Because
if they feel that way, then I'm gonna try to change their mind, because I don't understand like why does
you're
it
not going to be able
matter?
to. You're not going to
But
be able to though, because it's important to them. It's a core thing that's important to them.
but
So
why?
I don't feel that way about things. I do have a strong sense of Jewish identity, and I'm an American. So for me, my concept of what America is very different. But they feel this way, and while we can quibble about why they do, and there are non-racist
Okay,
ways to express
actually,
it.
hold on. Let me rephrase that. If I actually think about it, yes, I do understand in some ways why they feel that way, because getting down. But like, it's hard for me to reconcile that or see that as like anything else other than like this weird in-group preference that they have. And
And I think
obviously,
that's I think that makes a lot of sense because when we see the people discussing these things, it's always Nazis and weirdos, right? And that's part of the left's fault for not providing a non-insane alternative that still meets people where they are.
I don't know
But
how to even but the problem is though is like, what does that policy then look like if you take it out, or if you draw it out, like, or rather, what does it look like to meet people where they are on that? Because like,
I don't have that. I don't feel that way personally. That
well,
I
yeah, of
don't feel
course
that
you
way
don't,
about
because you're an
America. Well,
American
I
and
don't.
I'm not.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. Like I don't personally know. But if you're a British politician, you need to figure it out. Like I'm not really concerned about that too much. Like you maybe talk to a British person about that. But if you don't figure that out, right? If you don't acknowledge these needs as legitimate, you're going to lose to people who do, which is important because those people are psychotic and those people are actual racists and they are like neo-Nazi adjacent. They are whatever straw man you want to do. And that's why they want to talk about it, because for them, it is about these hateful things. But um, more to bring it back to like the general conversation, Van Loven, you see how when we're talking about the British thing, like the same issue comes up. Like it's not, I don't think it's because they're sniffing around the Jewish thing. I think
No,
it's,
I'm sorry. I'm still where Kalinda was. I'm still not convinced. Like, if you poll like stuff on, like, yes, you like this is kind of. I think you're washing over like a lot of differences and like and how explicit. Like, if you get like actually like like very clearly explicitly racist, and like people are like, oh, this is like Trump being like Archie Bunker, or like, oh, this is like some weird weirdo that doesn't like Nazis aren't like that sort of stuff is not actually popular. Like, yeah, there's a lot of like racially coded
it's
language,
not,
and
it's not that it's popular. It's not that it's popular. It's that if psychotic people hit on the needs of your population, it doesn't matter if they agree with them fully. They will vote for people who meet their needs over people who don't, even if they don't
Hold
agree.
on. I think that
okay,
this
but
argument probably applies better in Europe, and like, if let's take
Yeah, it's
away like
about
the
Europe.
whole
It's about Europe. Forget
Nazi
about America.
aspect. Let's take away the whole Nazi aspect of it, and instead just talk about like for example, I don't know enough about Reform UK, but I don't know if I would say it's fair to say that like they're just Nazis. But
They're
it's
not
clear that they
Nazis, but they
have,
are definitely racist.
yeah,
well, can I take
exactly.
this back to
Mhm.
our discussion, like our original points back with Israel though, because like what Johan just said that they're about popularity, I think is the point, because like in Israel, like it is that norm to be accepted as Jewish and into that common Jewish peoplehood and nation sense. There is something parallel to the state, to state citizenship, that needs to be done or addressed to really be part and really be imagined as part of that community. Like, that's the main point here. that
but
like
the discourse isn't centered around that. My point is not disagreeing with you. It's just like this is not what they're sniffing around. They do this weird thing. Like they will literally. I've seen people do it where this is usually more normies, but they will deny that German is an ethnicity. Like they obviously don't believe that German's not an ethnicity, but it's this weird construction of an ethno state that does not include things that obviously would be included.
Excuse me, the ethnicity is actually Germanic, and German
Yeah,
is the national. I'm sorry.
right. Like when people talk about things, we can understand what's psychologically going on there, right? Like it's definitely like your average anti-Zionist doesn't fucking know shit about Judaism, and they don't know enough about it to even grapple with the concerns you're bringing up. Now, whether we want to say that some of it is based in that, I would probably say almost none of it is, if at all. But it's clear that the broader conversation is not that. And the broader conversation also functions less as a criticism of Israel specifically and more of a criticism of Jewish identity. You get into that a little bit when it's like, okay, it shouldn't be an ethno state because that is like Israel's intersecting with the Jewish identity there, but it's not because they have an understanding of what Jewish identity is. They're not sniffing around it. They are having the issues that Kalinda just had, and then maybe you're with Kalinda that you're having when I talk about Britain as well, right? When I say people have these needs, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's a racist, right? Now, there's a reason this gets applied only to Israel specifically, but there's a general weirdness around the concept of a nation state where we don't acknowledge the the ethnic component. We don't, but
I think. Hold on. Sorry. I think part of the reason why we don't acknowledge the ethnic component is because that is because that we in the West feel that we have moved beyond that, or at least like
well,
I guess
some Western
because
elites, Western elites, maybe
well, hold
a lot
on,
of
don't no, wait a
Western
minute.
left.
Don't say Western elites or whatever, because that I guess like the I sorry, I should say when I say the West, I'm also talking about like specifically I'm referring to like, like I guess Western liberals. I don't know if you should call them elites necessarily, or like even Americans too, because this I think this idea has permeated outwards probably from America, um, and like kind of it's been outsourced to Europe. But Europeans don't necessarily hold it to the same degree as Americans do. But it's here too in Canada because that we, much like America, anyone can come here and become a Canadian. Um, and so, yeah, like I think that that's why the whole nation state thing has kind of been left behind, because or like the whole idea of the ethnic component of nation states has kind of been left behind because like I said, we kind of decided that we were okay with that. I understand that not everybody decided that they were okay with that, but typically speaking, at least for a very long time, if you said that you weren't okay with that and you express yourself as wanting to be like, oh, like, and saying like, no, I think it's important that you should be white in order to be part of this or whatever, then you were usually shamed, and then you ran away to other corners of the internet because
Well,
nobody ever wanted to talk to you,
even
which
the
is
fact that
not
you
good. But
say
yeah.
white, like British ethnicity is not necessarily white.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, I know
you're including a broader
that's
cap. So the thing is, white nationalism is not just a nationalism. Like it is very explicitly racist and like a lot of horrible other things on top
well,
of it.
yeah,
But
I know, but it was what I'm saying is that also even the fact that I just said white there, I think speaks to the extent to which that like whiteness as a concept probably was exported from America. I don't know how often Europeans use this. Obviously, I understand Europeans don't see themselves as Europeans. They see themselves as British, French, German, et cetera, right? Yeah, they don't group themselves as like Europeans or white Europeans or whatever the fuck. But I don't know, like I don't know how much the term white gets used in Europe. Probably a lot more so thanks to the United States. But I'm just saying we as liberals have kind of decided that the nation state thing, or like I guess liberal values have sort of done a lot of work to push out the idea of ethnicity from the concept of the nation state. But go ahead, sorry, I'm just gonna wash my hands.
if you want to talk about liberals in terms of like very politically invested liberals, like who watch whatever, like sure, but the average British liberal, no. Like the population as a whole does not believe these things. Normies who are not even invested in politics do not believe these things. Now, I don't need to convince you of this, because for the context of this conversation, that's a separate conversation about democratic decline. But for the context of the conversation, the fact that we're even disagreeing on the British thing kind of proves my point that it's not just an Israel specific thing. Like, wouldn't you kind of agree with that? Or
Well, I guess so first of all, I will just say that I feel silly talking about this in the context of the UK specifically, because I don't live there and I don't know enough about it, and all I'm thinking is, Jesus Christ, I wish Lonerbox were here, because I feel like he could add way more to this conversation if you were talking specifically about the UK. And Canada's not a good example because we are like the United States, except we try to do multiculturalism instead of the melting pot. But yeah, because that we're a former colony, and as such, we don't really have an ethnic identity.
You guys have you guys are kind of binational. Like, this is the thing. Like, we're saying like that the ethnic component is, you're saying the ethnic component is bygone in these Western nation states. That's not really true. Like, if you get citizenship, one year okay, people will argue about whether or not about living there, but like part of living there, like a requirement to live there, is assuming you absorb the culture and like the cultural norms, and you can
Yeah,
you'll be tested
but
on the language. You'll and Lona was talking about like you'll be tested on British history in order to like that's there to create an understanding and a connection to that national identity, to that broader identity. The main issue here, getting back to Israel, and again, I'm still like on this point that I still think like these people who are leveling this ethno state accusation at Israel are sniffing around this, is that like once you get that citizenship, you are, and as a part of that, you've jumped some hurdles of like cultural assimilation. You've had to demonstrate that through picking up various cultural artifacts, history, language. It'll depend on the country, some more specifics. The problem again is that there's a parallel process in Israel, and like that leads to this thing where people are like, you're telling me this is a Jewish state, there are non-Jews for this that live there, but you keep telling me like this is a state for Jews, but being in the state doesn't make you Jewish. So what about those people? And like that's
well, a lot of these people don't even know there are non-Jews in Israel. So I just like, they don't even know that.
Yeah, but
like, people will just straight up tell you it's 100% Jewish. Like,
I know, but I'm not talking about those people. Like my proxy, but the thing is that I think that Doobie is probably a higher level than like at least some of these people in terms of like the amount of knowledge that he has. I guess, and that's why I'm kind of using him as an example, especially because that I only have talked to I haven't talked to that many people about this yet because I haven't been doing this for very long. But yeah, I
just have a question for you, Vanna Loven. Doobie hits like so many other anti-Semitic things. Why are we assuming that what you're talking about has a presence in his brain when we know for a fact that anti-Semitism has a massive presence in like why he talks about Israel the way he does? Like, that's very easily provable. I mean, he literally told Addie to get over the Holocaust. I mean, like, anti-Semitism, demonizing Jewish ethnicity. Oh my God, it's an ethno state. Like, that's a very clear line. We can map that line. We can show that line. We can whatever. And people who don't even know that there are non-Jewish citizens of Israel will tell you the same thing, that it's an ethno state, that's an ethno state, but they'll also be like genocide. They'll also be like whatever. They'll say all the fucking libels and whatever. And it's like, why would we just assume that the legitimate thing that does exist, that I do agree with you on, is in the discourse? Like, why is that an assumption?
Because this is what I mean, partly because Kalinda was kind of started this conversation asking for I'm looking for something to how to deal with this in conversations, and Doobie was the most recent one. But it's also, I kind of wish we could find the timestamps, and I'm saying stamps plural because there was multiple. Like there were points where you could just kind of hear like his brain just kind of not click. Like he was legitimately like not clicking on this idea of just accepting, like being able to accept Jewish national identity as in as opposed to like Israel is a completely different thing that then keeps like a
But these people don't believe in Jewish identity at all. Like they erase it.
I mean, they try to they erase aspects of it because they want to redefine it in ways either that are convenient to them or that they can understand.
Yeah, but a lot of the ways they redefine it a lot of the
are
ways they redefine it is complete erasure. Like, especially if you get into the more extreme whatever. And then when you get to the less extreme people, they redefine it in partial erasure. That's still erasure, right? Like, so they're not getting at something legitimate. That's my whole point. Yes, they don't recognize Jewish identity. That's the problem. It's not that they do recognize this thing that's actually Jewish identity, right? They can't even engage with that because they don't recognize it at all.
Well, wait,
That's
hold on.
There's that, but there's also that, like, because this is getting at a real sticky issue that there isn't a real good answer for, Kalinda's stuck in this problem where she doesn't have a real good answer, like, as a
But she
response.
she doesn't have a good answer to the British problem either, right? When we were talking about that, like she's still, you know.
Yeah, well, no, the reason why I don't have a good answer to that is because in my mind, I'm just like, bro, you're just being fucking racist. Even though I understand that you can't just say that to these people.
That's
But
my whole
yeah.
point, though. That's my whole point. That's your reaction to Britain as well. The entire concept is viewed this way. Why is it only being levied at Israel, right? Because you could make way stronger arguments against like the Rishi Sunak thing. That shit's fucking insane. Like this guy literally is British in like every single like this guy looks Brit. Like I look at him, I'm like, oh my god, that's a Brit. Like I don't know that much about Brits, but like he seems so British, and then just because he's Indian, they're like attacking him. Right? And he's a conservative. He's not like, you know, but
I think looking at him is like can give you the like can connect the dots for you about why some people are treating him that way. Like
I mean, you know what? Even though he's
no one's like Britain needs to be abolished because it's an ethno state. Like no one does that shit.
even though he's brown, Rishi Sunak still looks very British to me too. He just
like,
has that British
I don't know how to
aura
describe
to
it.
him.
I don't know how to describe it, but like that's what I think of when I think of British people. Like you know, so but there is a legitimate ethnic component, and whether you think it's legitimate or not, if it's illegitimate, then now you're not like this, you're pragmatic, but then you would think an anti-Zionist would be like, oh, abolish Britain. Like, but
Well,
they don't do that.
no, hold on a second. They won't say that because that it's possible for the reason. Here's why they won't say that. They won't say that because that it's possible for anybody to go to Britain and become a British citizen, no matter what their ethnicity is. Whereas that's not the same with Israel, is what they're going to say. Or the barrier to do that in Israel is so high that nobody does it. Yeah, but no, hold on. I understand.
Serious discourse.
Yeah, I understand that you keep saying that, but is that not a true like statement though? What I just said, like, people don't.
We don't have to engage with what you're saying is a true statement because if like just because like if you go okay, Kalinda, if I let's say I murdered someone, okay, and I murdered someone today, and you're like, ha ha, you just murdered someone, you're a fucking psycho. Right. And you go to your whole audience, you're like, Johan is this evil, blah, 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 blah. And then literally every single day of my life, we can go back. You said I murdered someone and I didn't murder someone. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, just because it happened, you're like, yes, we're vindicated. I said a true thing. No, we have to analyze what's motivating you. We have to analyze why you call me a murderer my entire life when it clearly wasn't true. That like, it's not a vindication just because if they say something that happens to be true. Like, do you get what I'm saying here? Like, we have to analyze what's going on here beyond.
The problem that I have is that you're dismissing that argument entirely by saying, yeah, but it doesn't matter that they say that. That doesn't mean anything.
I'm not dismissing the argument. I'm dismissing their whole perspective, right? If you want to have a serious conversation with someone who brings up that point, like maybe an Israeli or something, you should have that serious conversation. That's not I'm just pointing out that that's not the conversation you're having when you're talking to someone like Tubi.
But now you're just like, maybe that's true with
like in a nutshell, like there's two components to this. One is that like I mentioned earlier, like in Jewish national identity, there is this parallel process outside the state in order to gain, you know, membership into that national identity as a whole. And at the same time, I mean, The UK doesn't define itself, it's certainly in no specific legal way, as like a white country. Like Israel does define itself as a Jewish country.
Well,
Like,
white, it does define itself as a British country, and that it is interpreted very ethnically. Like they don't see themselves as white. Like British
Yeah, there
racists
are.
are built. British
Yeah, there are.
racists are built different. They don't want other white people. They're not like, but
Yeah, I understand that. Obviously, that's the case. That's also going to be the case with other Europeans. Sorry, like yeah, Van Loven. That's I know you're also in Israel, Van Loven, but that's your America brain coming out by using the term white. But yeah, like you could say that they define themselves as a British country, but like they're talking about Anglos. But like because now it feels like you're just giving weight to that again, and you're trying to say, but like I don't think that it. The problem
whether you
there.
disagree with it or not, the problem is that what I'm trying to point out is this is an issue that exists beyond Israel, and it is only weaponized against Israel. That's
But
what I'm trying to
it's
bring up.
but the thing that I'm saying is even if in the British Constitution it defines itself as being British, the rules are still different there because it's possible for anybody, no matter what color or race they are, to go to Britain and
Well,
become a
don't they
citizen.
have
But that's
immigration
not the
laws of return?
case in
Don't they
Israel.
have immigration laws of return in
Yeah,
Britain as well? In
they
Jordan?
yeah. I mean, I assume that they do. I know I know that
they
like there are
do.
other European countries that do. But here's the thing about that though, again, is that all that means is that your citizenship gets fast tracked. Whereas in Israel, the answer that you're going to get is that it's very unlikely that you're going to become a citizen unless you are married to a citizen, or if you're not Jewish, unless you were married to a
Right, but the
citizen
problem with
or
that
you were
is
born
there are
there.
so many countries that have strict immigration processes. Like that happens. That's a thing. It's not an uncommon thing to have a very strict immigration process, right? It's not an uncommon thing to have like weird immigration priority. Like that's not insane. That's a country being a
I
country. Like
I know, I'm aware of that. But they were talking like usually what they'll say is they'll specifically talk about other countries, or they're not talking about countries like China or Japan or whatever. They're specifically talking about like I guess like or making the comparison to like European countries, and because you were drawing that
so
comparison.
when Britain or whatever gets reform UK in and they close the borders or whatever the fuck they do, are we going to see the same thing? Like no, come on. This is
Well, I mean, no, because that. Hold on a second. They might try to do that, but the thing is that in Britain there are rules built in. Like it's much the same. Like I think what will happen is there'll be like the same kind of shit as what's happening in the U.S. right now, where like they're not going to find it as easy to just like cut off all like immigration or whatever. You know.
right, but these people feel it's foundational to their identity. Like that's important. Like
Yeah,
it's
I know. I just think that's
but
bullshit. But
you
yeah.
think it's bullshit. But they don't engage with this type of thing. Like I said earlier, I think the best way to approach this is to put your own perspective out there rather than only responding to misinformation or truths that are like taken out of context and like used to sell misinformation. Um, if you put your own perspective out there, you put your own like when I come into this conversation, I haven't defended Israel a single time. I've attacked anti-Zionism, right? So I'm putting my perspective out there, and then we can engage with that, right? You can do. You're gonna have to. You do IP more than I do, so you're gonna have to talk about Israel more. But um, you can put out your perspective on things. You don't have to just respond to their framing and their forms of misinformation, right? Like you can
I mean, a
say,
lot of the way that I debate is I will ask people questions, or like I will respond to something that they said in the chat and present like like that's usually the way that debate goes, right?
I
I mean,
know, and what
either
I'm saying is you
way.
can do that. You can do that same thing, but instead of responding to them by answering their question directly, you can put your own framework in that happens to answer their question, right? So if you ask me a question about, let's say, okay, do you think an anti-Zionist, this theoretical anti-Zionist I just made up, could be not anti-Semitic? I'm like, I don't take that to be what the movement is. And I tell you what I think the movement is. So I'm giving you what I think, right? And I'm answering your question at the same time, right? You could do that. You don't have to just respond directly to what they're saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean it does, and obviously like I will try to do that. I think that there's like some other shit in there that like I'm trying to think of what would we say here? Like hmm. Um I mean, like, yeah, I can try. Obviously, like when I talk about this, it's still going to end up being about IP, and I'm just trying to think about like hypothetical discussions or debates, like with,
Right.
for
And
example, like
what
Dewey
you
or
can do
someone like
too
that. But
is when you say it's going to be about IP, it's actually not about. I made this argument like a couple days ago. We get more into that another time. I don't know if we have time for a full on thing, but I don't think the IP conversations are primarily about IP right now. And I think you can steer them to actually be about IP, to actually be about Israel policy, to actually be about those things, rather than this like cringe shit of random accusations or random statements about Jewish identity or Apex fucking controlling whatever the fuck. Like I think you can force it into a framework that actually is about Israel policy. Like you talk about specific policy, you talk about what like you get what I'm saying, right? Like you get the point I'm making. You don't have to like you don't have to let them lead you around.
well,
I
yeah,
mean, it's
well,
something
actually,
to engage
sorry,
on,
okay,
really, though,
go ahead.
because
Well,
like,
actually, I'll just say one thing, and then Van Loven, you can go ahead. I was also just going to say, like, when I was having my conversation with Dewey, we did eventually end up getting into that because we started talking about how his one state solution shit would work. And that was specifically just about IP. But like, obviously, it took a while to get there, and there was a bunch of insane shit that he said in that convo that I thought was crazy.
And,
At some
yeah,
point, I will probably have a conversation with him though about anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and also about the fact that I don't think there's I don't think there's anything wrong with the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Although the statement
no one serious does.
well, okay, well, yeah, but the statement of people who say that Israel or like Israel's existence or the existence of Israel is a race or the state of Israel is a racist endeavor or whatever, which they're basically just saying that the very existence of Israel is racist. But the problem with that is I just know that the second that I said that, you're going to come back at me and you're going to say, yeah, but it's not really about Israel, it's about attacking Jews or whatever, you know.
No,
Yeah.
but you can attack Israel. You can attack Jews through Israel as like a primary vehicle. It's not they're not mutually exclusive. When I say it's not about Israel, what I just mean is it's not about actual like pragmatic politics around Israel. But in some ways it is about Israel, right? Like the ethno state thing is explicitly about Israel, but it's also about any potential Jewish state. Um, but I'm trying to find a way to say this that like you definitely get like why where it is and where it isn't about Israel, but it's more about marking people as Zionists and how we treat those people and how we treat people in our countries who have relationships to Israel, how we do whatever than actual Israel policy, if that makes sense. So the IRA definition is amazing as an example of this because the second it brings up Israel we go, oh my God, this is silencing speech. This is whatever. That's not about Israel. That's about America, right? That's about wherever the fuck the definition is. It's not about Israel, right? It's about how we treat American Jews, how we treat anti Semitism. And what you find is I don't know how much you read, probably none. It's okay. But I linked a resource from, David Hirsch linked a resource. I
Yeah,
re-linked it where I wrote the bunch.
I've been steeped in the Ukraine shit a lot, and last night I was doing more research on it because I continued to listen to the Wick versus Lactoid conversation whilst getting insanely triggered the
No, I
entire
100%
time.
get it.
Yeah.
You're busy. You're busy. I get it. You don't have time for Jews as much as I would love you to become a Jew exclusive stream.
I mean, like,
Um,
no, I definitely am curious about this, and obviously this is something I want to look into. It's just that right now, like, probably should schedule the Lactoid debate so that I can give myself like a time limit or whatever about when I want to. But that's part of what I'm going to do because I'm going to ask Destiny if he would be willing to host it. I should also ask Lactoid if he would be willing to engage in that kind of thing. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm
but
like,
what
yeah.
you find with the replacement attempts of the IHRA is even if you forget about Israel, they fail as definitions of anti-Semitism. Now, some of them, the JDA specific, I don't want to get into a whole thing about this guy. I feel like it's a whole conversation. I can't stay forever, but the JDA has examples in it. You know how the RIHA has examples, it has definition and examples. The JDA has examples that literally contradict its own definition, right? And they clearly aren't anti-Semitism according to the definition, but they are because the JDA says it is, right? And you run into those problems specifically because they're trying to find a way to cut out Israel from the definition. And the ways that they do that cut out essential aspects of anti-Semitism, even pre-Israel, right? So the fact that there is a movement around hurting this, destroying this definition that includes anti-Semitism based on Israel, that can't even reckon with regular anti-Semitism properly. Like, what's going on there? That's not about Israel. That's about America, right? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I guess the other issue too is I don't know. I feel like the problem is let's set aside the money. Hell yeah, more Kalinda debates. Oh yeah, Funky, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end soon. Jesus, my head hurts. I don't know why.
You
Starting
started
to feel
early.
a
I like
headache.
woke up after you started streaming. Like, it was crazy.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but wait, what time zone are you in?
I think we have the same time zone.
Oh, if your time zone is EST. Wait, you
Yes.
woke up after I started streaming? Oh, I started streaming at 9:30 a.m.
I woke up. I woke up at like 9:38 or something. So I guess it was close.
Okay, I mean, I think I was basically awake at or I was out of bed by like 7:30 or 8, which is my usual wake up time. But yeah, it used to be way earlier than that. In any case, I guess like the last thing I'll hit on, or do you have to go soon? Because otherwise, I was going to say, what about BDS? But you're
Yeah, we can talk
basically
about
just
BDS. We can talk about.
the problem. So here's the thing. All I'm doing here is I'm just running this down to try to like bring this up because I do think that like there are certain points here that are maybe like at least somewhat realistic or somewhat understandable from or they could be understandable, and that is the fact that like Doobie feels like his that Israel has a greater impact than other countries on America. It's not just the fact that America enables Israel, it's the fact that like he feels like Israel has like a disproportionate impact on like American
It's not
domestic
true.
policy.
As we talked about Qatar earlier, it's just factually not true.
Yeah, I
You're
know.
obsessed with us, all right? Stop
I
being so
know.
obsessed with us. Oh my God.
I mean, we have more of
But
an
then
impact on
he'll
Israel than they
bring
do on
up
us.
BDS laws, although I don't know if he understands how BDS laws work because he seems to think that BDS laws are like well actually I guess you could maybe argue that they are like they do go against like freedom of speech or whatever in the
They do
sense that
not. They do not go against free speech.
what is it that he said? What is it that they are? It's like I think it makes it
The
so that
government's not gonna. The government's not gonna do business with you if you do this. Like, that's basically what it is.
yeah,
It's
the
attacking
government
like schools and their funding too. It's like
Yeah, the government's not gonna fund you either. They're not gonna like fuck with you. The government, right? You don't have a right to the
well
government's money.
yeah,
I mean, government reprisal is explicitly what freedom of speech is meant to protect you.
yeah. Yeah, I know, but like, arguably, I guess people would say that boycotting is a form, or should be, is seen as a form of speech or whatever. But
But it is
I don't know if.
implicitly.
Yeah, money is speech in the U.S.
No, not in this sense. No, because you can make non, you can make non, you can make non BDS specific arguments to like why BDS is bad. Like, one of the reasons is, as a taxpayer, you have to pay more for goods because the government's doing a deal with a BDS thing. Like, that's a reason why not to do deals with BDS. Like, there are non reasons. Also, discriminating based on nationality it's not necessarily illegal in all aspects in the U.S. But you, like, for example, with Title VI of the Federal Civil Rights Act, you're not allowed to give funds to people who do that, who discriminate based on nationality within the U.S.
Wait,
Foreign stuff is a little different, but
what
within the
would
U.S.
BDS look like if it was because I thought the idea is that you're basically the if let's say a company decides to engage in BDS, that basically means that I don't know. Let's say I have a construction company and I don't want to buy I guess lumber from a company that also does business in Israel and I would like to take up a contract with my local state government in order to build something for them or I want to be involved in like their infrastructure funding.
If anti-BDS laws are active, they're not going to do business with you.
Hmm?
They're not going to do business with you.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm asking is like how is that? How is that discrimination based on nationality though? Like if you're just saying,
Well, how is it? No, BDS is because BDS doesn't just. Well, I'm not saying it's illegal based on the Title VI because first of all, Title VI only applies to federal anyway. But
oh fuck it, let's say it's with the federal government. Actually, I don't think it does.
well,
I don't know.
let's just focus on states because that's where the anti-BDS laws are.
Yeah,
Let's just
I don't think
focus
the
on.
federal government has one, but yeah.
38 states.
Not allowing people with a certain nationality is like not
Yeah, but
it
it's
is a
not.
form of discrimination, and it is about Israeli people as well, because BDS is not just about Israel itself, it's about anyone who does business with them, anyone who has these types of connections, right? And if Israel's a big part of the Jewish identity, right, especially Israeli Americans who are here, like it's going to cause problems with their businesses, right? You open an Israeli food, whatever, and then you have like a relationship back home, I don't
Well,
know, with another bakery in
yeah.
Israel as a supplier. Now you can't fucking sell shit because no one wants to do business with you because of BDS. So now you're being discriminated against for importing like maybe an Israeli delicacy from Israel. Like it does intersect with that stuff a lot. Whether it's like explicitly just
Hold
because
on.
of that
Leave
is
Bamba out of it.
Hold on a sec, just a sec. Listen, no, Sans, yeah, I know. Doobie does kind of like I'm pretty sure that he like I don't even think he explicitly went against the notion of like the Zionist occupied government. Yeah, I understand. Yes, he is like I actually probably am
Oh,
gonna
he's
do
totally
like
soggy.
yeah, I'm
Like
probably gonna
Kalinda, he's
do
totally soggy.
no,
It's
I
something
know.
that
also
kind of needs
BDS. Like,
to be
let's be clear
acknowledged.
here. BDS is boycott, divest, sanction. But like, if I like Zoran Mandani's mom, great example, tried to get Gail Godot banned from a film festival because she was
Yeah.
Israeli. Like
Yeah.
that's not fucking. That is clear discrimination. So
Oh
if you
no,
want the steel man of BDS,
I agree. I
sure, but
agree.
BDS like explicitly wants to even if that's not the core focus of it. The core focus is businesses. They do want to discriminate against Jewish people. Like they actively try to, right? Especially Israelis.
Yes.
They actively try to. So this movement is ideologically motivated by that, even if you
No,
can
I
find the
don't
policies that aren't. So
listen, I don't like BDS. I never said that I did. I think BDS
right, but
is
doing
fucking
doing doing
cringe.
something legal for illegal motivations is this isn't illegal, by the way. I don't think, but doing this type of
I
thing
mean, I'm
for these
looking at
motivations is something a state government might.
2018, 2019 ACLU and Palestine legal challenge to the Texas one. And it looks like the federal district court blocked the law in Texas, ruling it likely violated First Amendment free speech rights.
Yeah,
That might be like not all BDS laws are the same. I think some of them do go further and like literally do some stuff. And then I think you also have to understand why the law was passed. Like if the law was passed for an illegal reason, it's still so the law itself is not. I don't know that case specifically, but just because something was blocked does not mean any form of it would be illegal. This specific form of it is illegal. Does that make more sense?
No,
Yeah,
that's
I mean
true. It's just, oh, I'm sorry, go on.
no, go ahead, Vanilov, and I feel like I've talked over you enough. I should not be talking over Jewish people.
Dude, I gave such a long spiel earlier, and it was about American history. No, like, look, I can pull up more into this case, but like, I mean, even besides that, like, if there's a good example of when, I think sort of like, I don't know what we call it, like pro Israel, pro Zionist, whatever advocacy, like, just like trips over itself, it is the anti BDS laws. Like, at like a very gut level, you're not going to get Americans to not be like, well, I'm going to put my money where I want, and I'm going to not put my money where I want. I'm going to associate who I want with, and I'm going to not associate who I want with. Like, I think like at a very gut level.
Yeah, there is definitely an issue there, 100%.
I think
Although,
I brought this up with you once.
unfortunately, I think there's at a gut level, you have that issue with anti-Zionism as well, and that's something you have to address. There are definitely but the thing about BDS to understand is whether their conduct is discriminatory directly or not, because it's more complicated, right? Because they allege different reason. They do want to like their ideology. They don't want you talking to Jewish people unless they like submit to an anti-Semitic loyalty test. Like they do have this
Well, yeah,
ideology that motivates them.
that's why I
Like,
think that they're hella fucking cringe because they're basically like they're not like if you actually wanted to engage in some sort of a boycott thing that maybe was like helpful to Palestinians or whatever, I think Loner talked about this before, then like you could specifically do some sort of targeted boycott against like companies that do business in the West Bank to the detriment of Palestinians, like that build homes for settlers. And then you could contact, like Israeli leftists and ask them to join in on this too. And
Right.
yeah.
That would be more of a legitimate form of boycott, right? So, especially with the way some Christian Zionists work, obviously you're going to have people who don't like BDS because they're anti-free speech. Like, but the Republican Party is not very pro-free speech in general right now. But
Yeah.
but BDS does have discriminatory motivations, and if you can prove that like that's part of their conduct and that's why you did the law, I mean, that's probably going to be legal. Or if you're doing a thing, now I don't think this technically motivates a lot of BDS laws, but if you're doing a thing where you're like, this is going to charge consumers more, like, of course you could pass that law, right? So the intent behind the law is going to matter. All this stuff's going to matter. Yes, it does look iffy, but I don't think it's a big driver, to be honest. Like, I think if there was I think you have to fight the anti-Zionist core, which is not about like anti-BDS laws. Like they don't want the APAC shit is fucking insane and unhinged, and like that's not like it's just fucking Americans. Like and they're like Farha, foreign American citizens got to register as foreign agent. Like it's fucking insane. So
sorry to go to because this will connect BDS to the IHRA that we were talking about earlier, and it coming up for you in debates. I remember, I think it was like last week, I actually found some sort of, in the EU, there's some sort of, I think it was like a class action or for people challenging the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, trying to make the case that it was overly stringent and discriminatory. And something I noticed, I didn't go read through all the examples because they were like listing dozens of examples from different countries across the EU. But like I noticed, I think it was like the majority of when I was skimming of the examples of the people who were tripping up on the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism were BDS organizations. Like I think that's part of the reason why it stayed so alive and like stuck in the craw.
It's because
These pro-Palestinian groups, they're the ones who keep tripping into it.
Yeah, the reason why is because of this. Specifically, I think it's this. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. And there's probably maybe other stuff too.
I was talking about it with Dante in the chat. He said that one, and then he also said the questioning Jewish loyalty one. So I think those two are like pretty big ones.
I mean, I think it is insane that people get tripped up on the questioning Jewish loyalty one. Like, I can understand the Israel being a racist endeavor ones, like making that like.
No, I
can see where people are coming from when they say that. But that's partly because of my conversation with Fire. But yeah.
The way the text is structured is specifically, it's not saying that. It's literally not even saying that thing. It's like, if you do this thing, for example, by doing this thing, which means you have to do the first thing, right? But they don't read it. It's not, they're not actually reading it, right? They see a headline and they're like, fucking, this is insane. Like, they're not reading it properly.
I know. Well, I mean, but it says denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. And an example that's given is by claiming the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. So it's not the state of Israel, it's a state of Israel.
Right, but it's not even claiming that it's racist, right? You have to use that as a justification to deny Jewish people self-determination to trigger the definition. If you're just like, it's racist, but they should still have it and they should work on being less racist, that wouldn't trigger it. Right, like
yeah, I know, but none of these people say that, though, right?
Because they don't care. Because they don't care. It's not an actual engagement with the substance of the definition. They just want to attack a Jewish civil right. Like that's the truth. They want to roll it back.
They don't want Israel to exist as a Jewish state. And I understand.
Right, but they also don't want Jewish people to be protected from discrimination in their countries based on these types of things. That's another thing.
I don't think they know how to critique is like a lot of these people. I don't think they have the ability to critique Israel in a non-anti-Semitic way. So they
it's all.
And then
look, coming from a coming from a perspective of a liberal, like lefty Zionist, right, who believe in like a two-state solution, who believe in all that. Like I explained that to Doobie, like and we walked by it step by step by step, and every step, like meeting him with his own liberal terms, he agreed to, like, to the idea. But then once it came back to the acknowledgement, suddenly, like, oh yeah, no, you're actually, yeah, you're a terrible ethnostate. Like, it's not even in the argument itself. Like,
you're a blood and
not.
soil
That's the-
ethno-nationalist. He said that.
Yeah, that's my whole point. It's not legitimate discourse, right? Treating current Israel-Palestine discourse as a conversation about Israel-Palestine is wrong. It's a conversation about Jewish identity, and it's a delegitimization of Jewish identity, especially collective forms of Jewish identity. That's the worst forms. Even like Hebrew is a form of collective Jewish identity, and that is demonized heavily in anti-Zionist circles. Or you have the Jews steal food thing. Like what it is not. So if you're going to argue with someone like Doobie and you don't cut out the anti-Semitic roots and you try to actually have a decent policy proposal, it doesn't work. That's why it doesn't work, because you have to target the anti-Semitism. Like, that's why he believes what he believes. It's not because of whatever. Like, if the type of person to be like, Jews need to get over the
the point is
Holocaust.
there was nothing else there. Like, I still didn't hear like any argument that wasn't that.
Yes, because acknowledging Jewish experience, Jewish suffering, or Jewish proposals is the problem for him. It's not a specific Israel thing. Like, if Israel didn't exist, this guy is not going to be like, oh, okay, I have no problems with Jewish people. No, he's like, they need to get over the whole, so I'm reinforcing your point. I'm not
Actually,
disagreeing.
you know what? I will slightly defend Doobie here, because that I do think that, and I'm not. By the way, listen, Doobie, if you ever show up here and listen to this conversation or whatever, I'm just using you as an example of like someone who knows more than the average anti-Zionist. It's not like I'm not like necessarily. It's not specifically. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just
The knowledge, to be clear, to put a modifier on that knowledge, the knowledge is specifically knowledge to attack Jewish people. It's not actual like fair knowledge on
Okay,
the
well, yeah, I know, but what I'm saying though is that like he knows more about like I guess the conflict than the average anti-Zionist. That's not necessarily a in the same way that Athena knows more about the conflict than the average
Yeah, but Athena
anti-Zionist.
is like a literal fucking neo-Nazi. I
Oh,
don't know. We wouldn't
yeah,
put it in
I know. Well, I mean, I
She
don't know if I
is-
would use that, but yes,
Would you be
she's
content with the
racist
term
as fuck.
ammunition rather than
What?
knowledge?
I was going to use the use ammunition.
Yeah, ammunition's a better term. I mean, it is not, but it's important to understand certain
Yeah,
types of
ammunition,
knowledge.
yeah.
Like, this is a general thing. It's not just about Israel. Certain types of knowledge are damaging to your understanding of things. They don't help.
I know. Well, it's like Lactoid. All of his knowledge seems to just come from like whatever fucking Russian propaganda he read, because that's literally everything. And like I was watching some of the stuff that he just didn't know about Ukraine, and I was really surprised that he didn't know X, Y, or Z, because for some reason I made myself think that he actually knows about these things, but it's more like the knowledge that he has seems to be entirely rooted in Russian propaganda.
Yeah, exactly.
back
And they fall, even though they're generally knowledgeable about things, they fall for basic lies that you wouldn't fall for if you were actually knowledgeable about these things. Like, you could even believe like the specific direction, but make it more sophisticated. But they don't do that. Like the basic anti-Israel or anti-Jewish propaganda, they fall for it. Like, so. I do kind of want to like
hold on though. Wait a minute, just a second. Sorry, there was something I was going to say with regards to Doobie though. I don't know that he looked at this and he specifically said, "Oh my God, I don't like Jewish people, therefore I'm going to come to this." I think that like
I don't think bigotry works that way in general.
Okay, well, remember we said earlier that some people become anti-Zionist as a result of being anti-Semitic, or like people come to their opposition of Israel because they're anti-Semitic, like Nick Fuentes, and then there are other people who start off as being opposed to Israel and then they become anti-Semitic as a result of that, like Hassan. And I think I think Doobie is probably the second one rather than
I don't know.
I know you don't care.
I don't think I would put
but...
Hassan in. I wouldn't put Hassan in that camp. I disagree with that. Very hardcore.
Okay.
I think it's gonna.
Actually, you know what?
I think it's an important disagreement to like the reason. I wouldn't put Vosh there either. The reason I'm going to disagree with you is because these leftist types do not think Jewish identity is valid in general. When I describe anti-Zionism as a bigotry against collective Jewish identity, I mean it, right? They come to that.
I know.
They
I know
don't think
that
Jewish identity is real in general. They don't think Jews deserve
Although
minority status in general. They
Hold
don't
on,
think.
wait. Just a sec. There's one other thing that I want to add to that, because like I feel like you're going to tell me that it's not the same thing. they also don't think that Asian people deserve minority status. They don't think Asians count as a
But they
persecuted
do,
group.
but they do in some sense. I mean, the COVID, the China virus stuff, they're like, that's racist, right?
Yeah, but the
The
only reason why they cared in that instance is because it was white people doing it.
right, but that's something. Like Jews don't get that, right?
No,
Because
no,
Jews aren't
hold
a real
on. Wait
culture.
a minute.
Asians
Wait a
are a
minute.
real
No,
culture.
that's not true though. Because that you will hear these guys talk about anti-Semitism when it's coming from Nazis, i.e., white Nazis usually.
Yeah,
That's the
because when
only
people they
time they
hate do it.
care about
Yeah.
it.
But they
Yeah.
but they accept a premise, right? They're saying Nazis are inventing a Jewish identity, right? They don't believe that the Jewish identity is even real, right? So it's easy to attack a Nazi, right? Because
Wait, hold
why are
on.
you pretending?
Nazis? Are you sure Nazi? Okay, I'm
No, 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 no,
sorry.
no, no, no. Vosh and Hassan, Vosh and Hassan.
Oh, okay. I was just
They
gonna say
don't think
Nazis
it's
do think
real.
Jewish
So
identity is real. They
yes,
think you guys
Nazis do think
control
it's
the
very real.
world.
That's their problem with us, right? So of course they're going to be opposed to Nazism. Jewish identity is not real. Why are you attacking random white people for this? Like this is racist. This is what whatever, right? But they don't believe like Jewish identity is real. They don't believe we get to define ourselves. I mean, you hear it with Vosh when he talks about Zerman Mandani. He's like, Jews, you got played. Like you don't have any connection to Israel. Like what the fuck? Like he's literally saying it. Your identity is fake. Like he literally even says it. You don't have any real connection to Israel. Why are you pretending you do? And he's not anti-Semitic. The wool got pulled over your eyes. That's what he says in response to it. So you can't say for sure which happened first in these people's minds. For sure, you'd have to go back in their history. But this type of thing, where it's this explicit, is typically you come to anti-Zionism through not seeing Jewish people as a legitimate minority, through not seeing their identity as legitimate. Because when you already think that, anti-Zionism is very appealing. When you get the
Okay, I
other
mean,
version,
now that I think about it, I was just gonna say maybe I mean Vosh did grow up in Beverly Hills, apparently around a lot of Jewish people. So I mean maybe he doesn't maybe he did
What the
was
fuck is from
is like
Beverly
a
Hills?
kind of weird sorry, just a sec, Fan Lover. Maybe he is a kind of weird anti-Semite or anti-Semite in that way, because he probably thinks they don't count as a minority because all the Jews that he grew up around were fucking rich people, or like rich white
I mean,
people,
but
and that's
it
how he
also
saw them. And he's a leftist, right? Sorry, Van Loven, go ahead. I feel like I've interrupted you so much.
Oh, well, no, I was kind of like dumbfounded that dudes from Beverly Hills, but then those would probably been Persian Jews. So,
Yeah, I'm guessing. I actually, as I was saying that, I was like, wait, what? There are Jews in Beverly Hills? Isn't there like two places in America where lots of Jews live? And I think most of them are in New York. Oh, there are
mostly,
Persian Jews in LA, is what Teargas is saying. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
quite a
that's
lot.
what I said.
I think to kind of like draw this back to the original reason I came on though is just like it's not just Israel stuff that makes anti-Zionism anti-Semitic. Like they don't treat Judaism as a real identity. This is common among the useful idiots. It's not like a thing that you only see bad fit people. Jews don't have ownership over their own identity. They don't have all these things. And we have to treat it that way. We have to like to fight a bigotry, you have to treat it as a bigotry. We can't like just appease these people. We can't just like whatever. I mean, you're gonna get some people who react negatively to pointing it out. But what's the alternative? Not point it out? Like just leave it hanging there, let it like do what it has done with our institutions. You have the people, in the media who treat anti-Zionism just like as a normal thing. Like that's harmful, that's destructive, that normalizes it, right? And the people will even say, like I've seen people, it's literally neo-Nazis. It's not even fucking anti-Zionist anti-Semitism, and they will literally say, oh, I don't have a problem with political positions like anti-Zionism while criticizing anti-Semitism. Why the fuck do you have to say that? To criticize anti-Semitism, this whole dynamic of legitimization for anti-Zionism needs to go, right? And if you have a better way of rhetorically getting at that and talking about that, that's fine.
Hold on. No, it's not a Jew only call, Epic. If you have a question for Johan, you can totally come in because I'm curious about that. I promise Epic's not gonna yell at you. He's generally very respectful unless he's talking to Fire or dumbasses and you're not
I
stupid.
generally like Epic. It has to be a quick question though, because I do have to go soon. So
Well, he may
Come
just
on
come
in,
in and scream
Epic.
"Silence, Jew."
That would be kind of silly, but yes, go ahead.
Just actually have one question. I get everything you're saying. I'm just curious. Do you agree that like there might be small groups of like, I don't know, kids at some university in Michigan, like 20 of them make an anti-Zionist group, and for them, they just like are horrified by what they see on TikTok with like civilians getting killed and reacting to that, and there's not much more to it.
No, definitely not. Because the reason I say no is because, I mean, let's let me rephrase. Okay, let's step back a little bit. Um, there's obviously people who are horrified on TikTok sometimes, but these people you're talking about, they do not differentiate themselves by not doing stuff. Like, these people will say things like Zionism is not Judaism, while not being Jewish, while not looking at what Jewish people think Judaism is. They claim ownership over Judaism in that way. You can't do that and not be anti-Semitic. So if you want to say they don't buy into all the fucking insane and most extreme stuff, yes, there is going to be diversity there, but but to buy into anti-Zionism, the fundamentalness of it
But I
is.
think there's a misunderstanding. I'm not talking about buying into anti-Zionism. I'm talking about they self-describe their movement as anti-Zionist, but all they really want is the war to end in Gaza. Because I've met those people. They're real. They exist. They don't
But
like.
but when you talk to those types of people, like, I mean, they're not good on anti-Semitism either. It's not like if you like
But some
separately
of them
bring.
are. Like there are literally people that will say I'm an anti-Zionist, and you say what does that mean to you, and they'll be like it means I want a two-state solution. Like those
Right. Why
people
do
are
they? So why
real.
do those people get to
Yeah.
define Zionism? Why do they get to redefine a Jewish form of identity? Like,
But
you don't
they're
get
not
to
trying to
do
do
that.
that. They're just trying to
But
define what
it
they're
doesn't
doing.
matter what they're trying to do. What matters is what they actually are doing.
But
Right?
what
Does
they
that make
actually
sense?
are doing is like getting drunk at college parties and hooking up with
Yeah, but
women.
like,
It's like
when the KKK was like in with communities, you could probably find people who are doing the same thing, but it's still a hate.
and
Like,
yeah, but yeah, I'd say KKK could be a hate movement, but I'd say there were people like black people in the South. This is real American history that went to like KKK bake sales because it was a way to get like a cheap apple pie, and like to like that happened. And I wouldn't say like those people were participating in racism.
oh well, that's buying a pie. It's not really a rhetoric thing. If you
Well, the
think like it,
KKK set up like institutions in a lot of the South that like served
yeah, but
local
I don't think
communities.
engaging with a racist institution makes you like. I'll give you an example. Okay, I think non-anti-Semitic uh, people sometimes engage with anti-Zionism, but they wouldn't like when you say this is
Well,
this is
that's
getting
all I'm
different.
asking. I think you just
They
because that's all I'm saying.
It
Sometimes you
definitely
don't.
happens to
Yeah.
some extent, but when you're talking about the useful idiot who is literally engrossed in this thing, they go to protest, they're literally inside the movement, like hardcore protesting or whatever, the answer is going to be no. They're literally part of the movement hardcore. If you're just like someone who saw one TikTok thing, they're like, I don't really know anything about this, but I don't like Zionism. Like, I don't really know. Like, it's kind of bad.
I'd
I
argue
guess I'm
that's like
anti-Zionist.
a huge percentage of Americans that call themselves anti-Zionist is what like I saw a
Well,
TikTok and this seems kind of bad.
you can have that stuff and have other stuff on top of it, though. Like, you have
I'm
to
I
gonna agree with
agree.
that.
I
I'm sure
agree.
you've
and most
seen the
of the time,
poll where most people didn't know what river and what sea. Anyway, go on,
Yeah.
guys.
yeah, but just because
Again,
they
I'm
don't know
not saying
specific,
that the
but
broader
most of
movement doesn't have all the things you're saying. I'm just saying there are components of that movement that are just like ignorant young kids that don't know what the fuck they're
no, but
doing.
when hate movements legitimize themselves, they spread beyond themselves. Like, that's the problem with legitimizing a hate movement. I think we disagree on the specific application here, but one of the biggest issues of anti-Zionism is you'll have an anti-Zionist on one side, a Jew on the other side, and a moderate neutral person on one side. And the moderate neutral person's just like, who may not be anti-Semitic, is like, I don't agree with anti-Zionism, but that's legitimate discourse. You can't call it anti-Semitic. You can't whatever, which is ridiculous. It is, right? But this moderate person isn't necessarily anti-Semitic just because they don't know that. But that person's not an anti-Zionist. Does that help?
Yeah, I guess I just lean more into self-ID than you do. Like, I think if someone calls themselves an anti-Zionist, that's just what I'm going to categorize them as, even if it doesn't have anything to do with like the actual anti-Zionist movement that's like organized and shit.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can call themselves anything. So
Yeah.
obviously, like, if I call myself an anti-Zionist tomorrow, I'm not. I don't like come with that back. But what's important to understand is the
Well, but
self-ID.
if you're defining Zionism by the war in Gaza, that's already
That
like
is
you should be
anti-Semitic.
corrected. No, you should be corrected for just making like such a wrong like assumption about Zionism. Like
Yeah, but
anyone
I
who
live in
knows
a
the
country
first
where like these stupid assumptions about other regions are made all the time about everything. Like
Yes, but when you
not
get
just
corrected, and when it's like Jewish people should determine Jewish identity, and you're like, no, they shouldn't. That's where the anti-Semitism comes in, right? You could be
that
wrong,
I would agree there. I'm just saying there's a lot of people
but
that like
most
these are just
people,
college kids that don't know what the fuck
most
they're
college kids, if you get a Jewish person and they're like, actually, this isn't what Zionism means. Zionism's a very personal thing to me. They'll be like, no, it's fucking not. You're a hateful piece of shit. That's what they do, right?
I
It's
mean,
not the
that's true, like where I live in the Bay Area, but like again, like I mentioned Michigan or Montana, like there are rural communities where these like college kids are like 20 people, and they might have a very different conversation than like the big campuses in New York City, where like there are these huge, or Columbia. I'm just saying, like America's a big place. There's a lot of different communities that have like different connections to these issues, and that's
right,
all.
but it's not as big of a part of the movement as you're suggesting. Most of the people who do
he's
what you're
not
saying,
I agree.
saying that.
But I think it's like 10 to 20% of the kids that call themselves
no,
anti-Zionist.
definitely not. Definitely, no, definitely.
It doesn't really matter what you believe. You are engaging in basically an anti-Semitic talking point.
Yeah,
You're
but I believe there's a
engaging in
different.
denying Jewish self-determination.
Yeah, no, well, look, I just had a minute. I just wanted to ask that one question. I will just say, to me, there is a big difference between a useful idiot and someone who's like knowingly like driving anti-Semitism.
I agree with you,
I
but
have a huge
useful.
difference.
Wait, let him
But a
finish,
useful
Johan.
idiot
Hold
is
on. Johan, let him finish.
No, that's
Hold
it.
on.
And I'll listen to what you say, but I do have to get going. But I'll be listening to what you say.
A useful idiot is a different type of bigot. A lot of times, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not a bigot, but
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's saying that anyone
Okay.
who's engaging in anti-Semitism is Hitler. Like there are levels to this.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, I feel like what Epic just said was also like what I was trying to say at the start. But I mean, whatever. That's neither here nor there. I don't necessarily think that
yeah, no,
matters too much.
I think it overlaps a lot with your point. I think it's part of the problem. Like when we talk about anti-Zionism, we have to go, no, 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 no. This one person is not that, so
I
the whole
mean,
movement's not
to
that.
be honest
But
with you, hold on. What I would just say to that is like the example that Epic gave, I would probably just think to myself, I don't think that though I probably would like if someone says, I'm an anti-Zionist, I just want the war to stop, but I also want a two-state solution, then my thought is probably going to be, well, this person's not actually an anti-Zionist, and I wouldn't even put them into the category of people that you're talking about, because the anti-Zionists fundamentally are against the existence of Israel as a Jewish state, and if you want a
I would
two-state
put them in the
solution, you're not
category
an
of Zionists.
anti-Zionist.
I don't think that's I don't agree with that conception of anti-Zionism. I think anti-Zionism
Yeah, I know,
is
but
I would call them Zionists. I would call these people Zionists because they are talking about supporting an existence of a Jewish state.
Yeah, they
Anti-Zionism,
want two states.
The
anti-Zionism
existence of
is
Palestine is not the existence of Palestine is not an anti-Zionist point.
It's not, no. But anti-Zionism is not just about that, right? Anti-Zionism encompasses people who are like, no, a Jewish state is fine. Zionists are Nazis. That's still an anti-Zionist, right? Even if they're okay with Israel being a Jewish state, right? So it's not just about the Jewish state. Like, it's important to remember.
Yeah, I understand that. Although that's weird. I don't know how anybody could say a Jewish state is fine when Zionists are. I feel like so much of this shit just doesn't fucking exist. Yes, Jordan, Mondani is absolutely an anti-Zionist because he is. I mean, I'm sorry, in my mind, I still I understand that there's more to it than that, but my conception of anti-Zionism is still like, you don't want Israel to exist anymore. If you're an anti-Zionist, that typically means you're not okay with Israel continuing to exist as a Jewish state.
Yeah,
There's also a whole bunch of other stuff to it, but that's, I would think generally that seems to be a big part of it.
Because I think you see it as a legitimate political position that is stupid and potentially racist. I don't see it as a legitimate political position. I see it as an illegitimate political position, which is, I see it similarly to race science, where it is still political. Race science is clearly a political position. It's an illegitimate one, though. Like, it's a politics of hate, where you classify people a certain way, right, based on race, and then you have a politics around that. Anti-Zionism, you classify people and by marking them as Zionists, and then you have a politics around that. And the way they construct Zionism is very important. Even anti-Zionists who are against the state of Israel do not define Zionism a lot of times as supporting the state of Israel. Like someone like Hassan is not going to tell you Zionism is, oh, they just want Jewish people to have their own state. No, they're going to say Zionism is Nazism. Zionism is all these other. Right, but those are people who do still think Israel shouldn't exist as a state, but they won't define it that way. That's important to understand, right? Like even the people who do believe that will still not. Their core way they relate to Zionism is not about a Jewish state. It's about marking people in a way that deserves them to be hated and attacked. And the classic line, Zionism is not Judaism, when responding to being called anti-Semitic. They acknowledge the hate movement and say it's not about Jews, though, right? It's about Zionists, right? The movement is more about hating Zionists than it is about whether or not Jews should have self-determination. Now, they also don't believe Jews should have self-determination, but it goes beyond that. And when you talk to normies,
I think a healthy cross-reference is to ask them about their opinions about Iran. I think that's very telling about like where a person is coming from.
Well, I mean,
like comparing the two. I mean,
yeah, but I mean,
even your average.
Hold on, wait.
When the
Hold on.
police step on your neck, its boots is laced by the IDF. What the fuck was that?
Oh no! Listen. Obviously, that's anti-Semitic. No. What I was gonna say is
No, right. But what Sands, I think, is saying, I don't know. He's saying, why is this so prevalent in the movement if it's just about Israel as a state?
I'm not saying that it is just about Israel as a state. Obviously, I understand that like there is more to it than that and whatnot. Although like a lot of like what someone like I feel like at this point we're basically just looping. And you said you had to go soon because that we're kind of coming back to the thing that Fire was saying though was that like a lot of the criticisms that they make is that it is that they're just talking about Israel and not about Jews. But I get it because that's like how they managed to do it. Like that's how they managed to get around it or whatever. And I mean I guess like it's hard for me to I still don't know if I fully necessarily buy into like the way in which you are I like this guy says in chat like Zionism is a spectrum. Johan is trying to make it black and white. Same with anti-Zionism.
I made zero claims about Zionism. I only made claims about anti-Zionism. So no.
Yeah, but he's saying that anti-Zionism is also a spectrum. I don't know if I agree with that or not.
That's very not true. So
but yeah, but I guess that's what I mean is that you are you're trying to yeah I don't know, it's hard for me like listen I do think that anti-Zionism is stupid and I do think that like it overlaps a lot with or like basically is
does not overlap.
Anti-Zionism or anti-Semitism, but you're just going to disagree with me because you think the entirety of it is, and I think that maybe might be where like I'm definitely gonna say most of it is today, most of it that we see, the vast majority is just anti-Semitism.
I guess to wrap up my conclusion, we have these from 1948 onwards, right? In the Soviet Union, every single fucking anti-Zionist country has oppressed their Jews to an insane fucking degree, right? It's literally insane, right? But somehow we don't acknowledge that as part of anti-Zionism. They're literally expelling, hanging, not allowing Jews to practice Judaism. They have this whole fucking historical movement behind it that's anti-Zionism. This is where anti-Zionism comes from, right? This is its genesis. The current discourse is literally from that movement, right? It's literally, you can genealogically trace it and it's the same, right? And you have all this stuff, right? They're literally trying to roll back civil rights of Jewish people, right? They're attacking Jewish bakeries, they're attacking Jewish synagogues, they're attacking whatever with their protests. One of the ones in New York, they literally said, we need to kill these people. We need to intimidate these people, right? Like this is what, and then
I know,
like
I know, I'm aware of that. I understand.
But then we have the case
saying
but no one
not
said
the majority of the movement. It is, and
but
that's
no
because
one says the KKK is a reasonable movement when they're talking about Christian values. They're only hateful when they cross into black people. No, the whole movement's a hate movement. The way they conceptualize Christian values is anti-black. That's just true. If you take them at their word, you might be like, well, the Christian stuff's okay. But it's not. It's not okay. It's literally part of the whole dynamic.
I mean,
the way anti-Zionists even conceptualize Judaism and Zionism is the problem, right? So it's all hate. It's all hate. That's
the
the
problem.
thing.
Okay, hold on. I guess like if you want that to be, you know what, you can have that be your last word if you want, and I'll just let you go at this point.
I'll
And
respond to
yeah,
whatever you say. Yeah.
no, it's fine because I don't even at this point like I feel like we're just going in circles because I don't know if I necessarily fully 100% agree. Like it's yeah, we're still just back to like the same thing is like my general
Okay, yeah,
overall
I'll
issue.
send you. I'll send you a. I'll
I
send
mean,
you
like
a.
you can, bro, you can send me whatever you want, but it feels like you are trying to like get me to be 100% on, and I don't even know what you want the result of this to be.
No, I'm
Other
not
than
trying to
it
get you to
seems
be
like
100% on my side. It's just this idea that it crosses the line into anti-Semitism makes it impossible to actually deal with the movement properly because everyone's like, well, when it crosses over into anti-Semitism, we'll deal with it. You can't do that because it's at
no,
its roots anti-Semitic, and when
yeah,
you
but
don't
I
deal with the
think
root,
here's the issue that I'm having is like I feel like first of all and I don't even think you're going to agree with this because it feels like you want to see something far more nefarious behind this. But I think that like this is
I don't think
partly true unless you can provide me with other and like some other reason for it. But like I suspect that part of the reason why this whole thing is such a big thing still in the West is because that it came from the fucking Soviet Union and like by and large anti-Zionism is a thing that you will find in leftist circles and those guys are still hung up on the goddamn Soviet Union because
yeah, but
like
it's
they're
in the
fucking
mainstream.
tankies and
That's the
shit.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know it's
I don't
come from the
disagree with that.
mainstream, but so's a lot of other leftist shit that came from the Soviet Union.
Yeah, yes, I don't disagree with that. It is from that. I 100% agree. But
Okay,
that kind of
good. I'm
supports
glad
my
that's.
point. That kind of supports my point. No.
I mean, like, yeah, it does, but I'm just saying I don't necessarily think that that means that every single person, like, yes, I think the fact that the term anti-Zionism has become mainstream definitely says something, but I will also then add on to that to say that because that term has become mainstream, I feel like a lot of people understand it in the same way that I understood it as like, oh,
No, but
anti-Zionism.
I'm
Well,
not
I mean,
disagreeing with you on definitions. I'm saying what people see when we talk about anti-Zionism, what people think
but
about
we
is a hate movement.
Yeah, but
Not that I'm defining it differently.
you
It
are
is a hate
no,
movement.
you are disagreeing with me on the definition of it though,
No, I'm
because
not
that
though.
I defined it as to me or like when I define anti-Zionism is like belief that Israel shouldn't exist that Israel shouldn't exist or that Jews shouldn't have a state or that like there shouldn't be a Jewish state because you're against the idea of like I guess like Jews having a state and like people will say yeah I'm anti-Zionist but I'm also anti-ethno states or whatever the fuck even though they mostly are
Yeah,
just
and then they
obsessed with
support
Israel
Britain or
and I
whatever the fuck.
think
They
that
support every
that's
other nation.
yeah but okay I
They
don't want to circle
associate Jewishness with ethno-states. That's the
no,
bigotry.
I don't
But
want to circle back around to that because again, we already went through the entire argument about like why Britain isn't the same, and I don't think that's a good example to say. But then they support Britain because like you can't say, but then they support Japan because most of these people don't, and they'll tell you they think Japan is really fucking racist.
well,
Although you might be
it's not
able to
about whether they
say,
support it or not. It's not about
yeah,
whether
but
they support it
do
or
you
not. They
watch
have the same
anime?
issue.
Because they might like they might watch anime and they might like, basically support Japanese products, which means that they don't give half as much of a fuck about Japan's like
Do
racism
you
slash xenophobia as they do about Israel's. So,
do you think when the KKK talks about Christian values, do you think that's
No,
like
yeah, but
legitimate?
I reject that comparison. That's the
Why?
problem.
Why?
Because that like what Epic was saying in here, because that I think that anti-Zionism has become so part of the mainstream that that term is a thing that exists, and somebody who just wants the war to
When the
end with a fucking
KKK was part of the
ceasefire or
mainstream, when the
whatever,
KKK was
it
part of the
doesn't mean
mainstream,
that
they were thought
they.
of when the KKK was part of the mainstream and they were paragons of society. Do you think we can't call it?
No,
Would you
because
have the same problem? You did.
um honestly, I don't think that it's the same because the KKK explicitly defined itself as like being like against like black people and whatnot
That's not
and
how they
against
sold
like
them. That's not how they
desegregation.
sold themselves. That's not how they recruit. They don't recruit by being like, oh my God, like especially back then when they were a respected institution. That's not how they recruited. That's not how they sold themselves. Anti-Zionist speaking the language of human rights does not mean they're not bigoted, right?
Oh, I'm
A
not
lot of racists
saying
will
that
speak
they're
that way.
not. Listen,
But you're
bro,
saying
that's
that at
not
its
what
core, it's not.
all I was saying I'm not even saying that I disagree with you at its core, because that I agree with you, because I think the problem is that modern anti-Zionism came from the fucking Soviet Union, and so it's rooted in all this leftist bullshit, and because that the fucking
When that
Soviet
bleeds into
commies
useful idiots'
basically
minds, that's
defined
anti-Semitism
that.
bleeding into their minds. When that bleeds into the useful idiots' minds, that's anti-Semitism is what is bleeding into their minds.
Yeah, I
Now
know.
we're
All I'm saying is that like I agree with Epic that I think that there are some people who saw that term
okay. Sure,
and
I don't care.
all they
I don't
want
care. That's not
is
our main disagreement. I don't think.
okay. Well, no,
If you,
I think it probably was our general main
no, I don't care
disagreement.
that much about. If that's all you're saying, I generally disagree. But there definitely are some individuals who are like, I'm an anti-Zionist, and then I go up to them and be like, oh my god, that's not what Zionism is, and they're like, oh my god, I had no idea. Thank you. Like that person's obviously not a bigot, but it doesn't cross the line into anti-Semitism. It doesn't overlap with anti-Semitism. It is anti-Semitism. If it crosses the line into anti-Semitism, if it overlaps with anti-Semitism, we cannot fight it, right? We'll fight it after the Jews are dead. We'll fight it. No, we have to attack the core because the core is the anti-Semitism, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it does make sense. Listen, there's still just a whole bunch of stuff that I have to think about, because I mean, like, again, there was all that stuff that we thought about, like the stuff about about British people and whatnot. Yeah, like I still disagree with you about that whole thing. And I don't think that that really, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that Israel's comparable to Britain. I think that you probably would make a better comparison to like Japan, except Israel has like a better reason to like have the kind of policies they do towards immigration than Japan does. Japan's just
You
fucking
should really talk.
racist
You
or
should really.
xenophobic.
You should really talk to the British population right now because they are very racist and xenophobic. But
Yeah,
yeah, I do have
I
to go.
know they
All
are,
right.
but I'm saying, but it's not reflected in their laws in the same ways as it is in Japan. In Japan, it's very hard for a
They
non-Japanese person
disagree.
to
They
immigrate.
disagree with you. But that's laws. A lot of nations' laws are not necessarily always written down, right? It's like a body. Like a lot of
I
nations
don't.
found
What do you?
stuff. Like,
No,
uh,
currently in British law, it's not impossible for somebody to immigrate if they're not like, or like
I mean, that's not
it's
true for
easier to
Israel either.
get.
But we are going in circles. I do have to go. Right. I do have to go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Israel immigration law are not that different than Britain.
Okay. Oh, bye, Johan. It was a good conversation. No, I mean, like, you say that, but now I feel like I'm hearing like 3 or 4 different things, because my understanding, based on what people have told me in this call and like what I was looking up when I was reading it online, is that typically people don't tend to get naturalized in Israel unless you are Jewish, because that's not really a thing that happens, and you also have to be approved.
Naturalization process is very similar to the one in the United States. You have to get to Israel with a working visa, like for a high skilled job. And after 3 consecutive years of working, you can apply for permanent residency. And once you're permanent resident, you can there is a process for naturalization, where you have to denounce other citizenships.
Yeah, but how often do those people actually get approved to become citizens? Because my understanding is that that's not really a thing that
So
happens very often.
the big hurdle there is acquiring a high skilled job, because the local population is already very high skilled. So the demand for foreign high skilled workers is low.
I understand what's written into the law, but I'm curious as to like how often this actually happens in terms of people, Belinda, the sun is starting to go down, so Jews will be going to Shul and doing Shabbat stuff.
So the problem
Will
with
they?
the citizenship process is rather the other process, routes, ways, I'm not sure how to call it. Like the family marriage or being born, and specifically for Palestinians, where even though the law allows them, like Israel government is stonewalling their applications.
Okay, well, yeah. So
But that is illegal. Like the government is breaking the law.
Okay, that's kind of like the question that I was wondering, right? Is like, because obviously there's a difference between what's written in the law and then also what is and then also what practically happens, right? So that's kind of the question. Obviously, there's a bunch of reasons why people aren't necessarily going to want to move to Israel in the same way as they would want to move to the UK, because the UK does not exist in like you know, they don't have to download the Red Alert. If you live in the UK, you don't need to download the Red Alert app and yeah, and worry
Yeah,
about
when
possibly, Go on.
Yeah, when Addie was saying it doesn't happen that often, I think she was saying that Israel is not a desirable place to immigrate to generally for people. There's we've had some numbers of refugees from East Africa, and so I think in particular there's a Christian Sudanese population here in South Tel Aviv in particular who kind of arrived because it was way better option than Egypt, and they risked their lives actually to get through Egypt to get here. But in general, if it's like Sam said, high skilled labor, a lot of those people aren't technically really high skilled labor. There's lots of people who come
There
in
are
working at home
low
here.
skill working visa that don't offer path to citizenship, but that is also very similar to other countries in the world.
Yeah.
Well, there's also
yes.
the home care workers, and then you can kind of see now, I'll see now around Tel Aviv is obviously Tel Aviv, but I'll see kids now walking around speaking Hebrew, clearly of Southeast Asian descent, and just hanging out with their friends after school and stuff.
Sorry, hold on a second. I'm so sorry it's bots all the way down. You're right, that's not fair. Although I do have to say, if Reform UK wins the next election, then I don't know. It's very possible that then it's going to be much harder for me to say, damn, the UK is not really very racist. If because it seems like people are going pretty fucking insane with that anti-immigration shit, and I can't see that's fucking England. Okay, I'm sorry. Do you want me to just say Britain, or if you want me to just say England or Britain instead of saying the UK? I should just do that. You're right. That's true. I should not be. I'm sorry. I apologize for impugning all Scottish and Irish people and people from Wales, although I have no idea what they think. Anyway,
and in regard to Canada, not everyone can migrate to Canada. It's.
I mean.
I know because I tried.
Wait, really? What happened? Why didn't they let you?
Well, it's a complicated process. I need to first find a job.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're right that it's not easy to do. Although it's not, in America, it's not easy to do either.
No, it's not easy to do. Yeah, so,
you're basically kind of fucked either way. Yeah.
Yeah, and in Israel, it's also likewise, it's not easy to do, but there's not an inherent ethno-nationalism behind it.
Yeah, it's not that Israel is especially a hard place to immigrate. It's just that for Jews, it's especially easy to immigrate.
Okay. I mean, I feel like at some point I want to say that we should see some data on this, but I think that I could probably make the reasonable, or I could probably make the argument then that that most people probably aren't going to want to immigrate to Israel anyway who aren't Jewish because, like I said, why would you do that when you can go literally anywhere else where you don't have to install the Red Alert app on your phone and worry about fucking rockets or getting text messages from Iran to scare the shit out of you about how you need to go outside and look up in the sky and all that shit, So
again, for people from the Congo, it's easy living.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so, you're right. It always depends. Also, hell, I would even imagine that some people from Ukraine probably would rather live in Israel because it's still going to be safer there than living in eastern Ukraine, So yeah.
Served in the army with people.
Yeah,
but I think in terms of immigration, it's not only that, but Israel's not just expensive. It's expensive, and you don't get paid as well as in other expensive countries. It's not.
Oh
it's
yeah,
not
that is also that too. Yeah.
It's not very desirable in economic terms. The welfare here doesn't, as far as I'm aware, isn't as generous as other countries. There's war-torn aspects.
It depends.
Yeah.
Welfare can take care of you, but until it if you and you can make it happen, but the process is excruciating. Like, and you don't get a lot of help throughout the process. That's the main issue.
It's better than some and worse than others. But
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like when people are like picking like or saying which countries I want to go to, they're like Germany because, in part because it's particularly generous, not average.
Insomniac,
like
you should
Israel.
look at my stream.
I know puffins are so
Oh,
cute.
hello, puffins.
So like there's that, and there's also
Like
like
all
just
of
the
my
reality
people.
that like Israel's not in a good place to be like a country like as a matter of like policy to pursue high immigration. I mean, Israel has pretty high, relatively for a developed country, a relatively high birth rate, and it has unique constraints on. It's just a reality of unique constraints on like just land and like the way and like the natural like. It's not a place that could both handle a lot of population growth, and because it's also in the back of its mind might need to accept Jewish refugees at any second still, because I think you can kind of forget that like 1948, after that it was instantly accepting like Holocaust refugees from Europe, and then refugees from the Muslim world until about 1979, up to the Iranian Revolution. And then it was not that long after that that it suddenly had to accept, 1 million people around the fall of the Soviet Union. So like Israel has also been in a position where it's just had to, like it's been pretty stretched before too. So it's just not it's not the U.S. or Canada in a million different ways now.
Can I ask Insomniac a question on a different subject?
Yes, but first of all, I have to say, like, I have to nerd out about this. Kalinda, do you know what they do when they do that thing with the beak?
Is that is this part of the mating? Because the video is called Puffins Pairing Up.
Yeah, it's not just mating; it's part of their monogamy. When they come back to the nesting grounds, they beak that thing, and like they recognize each other as their mates because every set of two puffins would make a different frequency together.
Oh, that's
so like
so
they recognize
cute.
the frequency that they both do together, and that's how they recognize each other as their mates. Sorry, just wanted to nerd out about this. Puffins are awesome. Yeah, sorry, Sans.
So do you know yesterday in the big strike and demonstrations, was it just Arab cities, or did any non-Arab, like Jewish organization joined it?
I know that Jewish organizations peace organizations joined it.
Definitely was part of it.
Yeah, Standing Together joined it, and I think some other groups, but I don't think any official
like worker
cities.
unions and something like that didn't.
No, nothing official from cities and such.
That's disappointing.
Wait, there was a strike for did the Arabs go on strike?
Yes.
Against what was it for? Like the war or?
No, it was the police treatment.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay.
Or lack of. It was. It started in an Arab city called Sakhnin, I think, where a shop owner went online and complained that he's being rocketeered and that he's not going to pay anymore. And that sparks a whole debate about the rampant organized crime and and the non-existent police response to it in the Arab communities.
Yeah, this year has been insane in terms of murder cases in Arab communities, and the police is really not doing.
Yeah, it's like 1920s prohibition era gang fights in the US. That's kind of the level of just people machine gunning each other in the streets.
Personal fantasy: after these elections, Ram is in government, and they give Both Ben Gvir's old job.
That would be funny. I mean, also he's I mean, like,
How
then
about
he.
give this very important position to someone moderate?
Wait. He said Mahmoud Abbas though, right? Because he would be.
Mansour Abbas, yeah.
Oh, Mansour Abbas. Okay, I thought you said Mahmoud Abbas, which would have been funny. But who's Mansour Abbas? Is he a Arab leader guy? Arab
Yes.
Party? Okay.
Yeah.
Is he moderate, or is it?
He's a very conservative Muslim.
Ah, I see. I
And,
see.
Yeah, so it's basically like not UTJ, but
He's Sev's guy.
yeah, he's Sev's guy.
Oh,
Well,
is
I don't
he?
know. Actually, I
Well,
don't know.
oh no, I think Steph said that he's voting for Ram out of pragmatism, not because he
Yeah, fair.
necessarily agrees with all their shit. Yeah.
I mean, fair. I'm hoping not to vote for Bennett for the same reasons. I'm hoping not to need to.
Oh wait, hold on. Didn't you guys say that there's finally a joint list, or you guys have a list, or what's going on?
Yes.
The Arab parties, yeah.
The Arab parties have agreed to run together as one big joint list.
Oh, interesting. Wait, so is it just them, or not? Like, don't there also have to be Jewish parties as well in there in order to win?
Well, now they're looking for coalitions.
So
I see.
The problem is that many of them won't agree to sit in a coalition, but I think Mansour Abbas' party explicitly said that they are just doing it only for the election, and after that, if it will be prudent, they are willing to sit in a coalition with Jewish parties.
Oh, based. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Based
basically this
pragmatism.
will keep Ballad's votes from getting thrown in the trash can, because they almost certainly wouldn't make the threshold.
Okay.
Yeah, so
it's pretty important
it will
because
mobilize the Palestinian-Israeli street.
Yeah.
Well, there's that, but
the turnout is half of the Jewish turnout, usually.
Well, there's that, but there's also, I think it was in the last election that even though the government ended up with 64 seats at first before Saar, did him. The government, like, they had 64 seats, but I think the popular vote, like, the government only won by about 5,000, but the opposition just had a ton of wasted votes.
Yes.
So, and there's a huge difference actually between 61 seats and 64 seats, because if you're only one seat away from breaking up, then no one has to coordinate and everyone's sitting around looking like they can, every single MK, like this is what happened to Bennett's first coalition. Like, you just got to find the weakest link, and it's much easier at 61. So yeah, joint list all around good.
Yeah, and also like votes that don't pass their minimum thresholds are just wasted votes.
Nice.
Yeah, which like Betty Gauntz should drop out.
Yeah.
Rip.
And the reservists, I don't know what they're doing.
Oh, I think we're going to see a lot more, all of a sudden, centrist parties come out of nowhere with the specific purpose of diluting the anti-Bibi camp.
Wait, they can breathe underwater too, or do they just?
Yeah, they're not breathing underwater, but they can like hold their breath for like hours. They're mostly consisting of fish. Like that's most of what they eat.
Yeah, I can see. That's neat. That's so cool. I feel like I just found out about this bird. I didn't really know that much about them.
Like when it's not mating season, they're usually out in like the open ocean. They'll just they'll like rest on the water level, dive for fish, and like fly across places, like around the Atlantic Ocean.
That's so cool. All right, Stuart, the chair's right there. If you jump up on the chair, then you can jump from the chair up to the desk.
Okay, I'm heading out to eat dinner. Thanks for putting me on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're welcome.
Weird.
Thanks, Sans. Have a good night. All right. I think it's time to end the stream. I think I'm gonna go because I am also very hungry. And
Thank you for the muffins. I really appreciate it.
oh yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. I figured why not? Cute stuff. Oh hey, Epic, what's up?
Hey, I had 2 questions for you.
Sure.
First of all, did you ever look at that thing I sent you, the link?
Bon appetit. Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah, bye Insomniac. Which link? The
Google one.
Oh, hold on. I mean I did look at it and I did start to read it.
I haven't gotten around to finishing the second half. I just want to make sure, is that format useful for you, or is that
Hold on a sec. Let me just find it. Wait. Just a moment, guys. Just a second. Just don't want to. Oh, okay. Never mind. We good. Is this format useful for me?
Yeah, because I'm probably gonna fill out the rest of it sometime this evening, and I just want to make sure that the way that information is presented is actually helpful for you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's fine. And if I need to, this is basically the same. Yeah, like key points, whatever, brief introduction and shit. Yeah.
Okay.
NATO map key points. Oh, also, wait, you might even mention this in here, but I am just going to throw this out there in case you don't, because I didn't get a chance to, I started reading this, but, the Partnership for Peace was a NATO thing in the 90s, right?
Yes.
And Ukraine became part of that. I think that might be where the idea comes from, that Ukraine was like in NATO, or that Ukraine was like on a path to NATO membership or some shit, because apparently there was a lot of confusion from people who thought that NATO, or that the Partnership for Peace was like a path to NATO membership, even though it wasn't.
Well, Russia was part of the Partnership for Peace.
Yeah, that's also funny. I will have to make sure that I.
Let me give you a quick. Maybe I'll put this in your stream suggestions. That's just from Wikipedia, but it's just like the quickest map to pull up. But everything in orange there, those are Partnership for Peace nations. So, have any of those orange countries joined NATO? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is a ridiculous thing to say. Absolutely, yeah.
I know, I know. Well, that's what I was trying to find. That's what I saw. I'm going to continue looking with regards to the NATO membership thing, because that or
Wait,
with
what the fuck?
not
I don't think even one has.
what?
I don't think even one of those states has joined. Has there?
Yeah,
Is
not
there
a
one?
single Partnership
Yeah.
for Peace nation joined NATO. Not a single one.
So it's the club of people who aren't going into NATO. Jesus.
Yeah, that's the Partnership for Peace with non-NATO countries to promote regional stability. That's the whole fucking point of the partnership. It's not a NATO membership action plan.
Yeah, that's what I figured, because yeah, but that, I guess, like, for some reason there was this weird misconception. I wonder where it came from, that's what the Partnership for Peace was about.
Like, do you think Switzerland's ever joining NATO? Like, what?
Fuck no, Switzerland needs to remain neutral at all times.
Yeah, it's
Austria is in NATO, right? One of them said.
I thought Austria also had neutrality.
No, Austria is neutral.
Oh, okay. Austria's got that neutrality pill. Okay.
Yeah, so the other question was, although I think I heard when I joined you were ending stream, I was going to ask if you wanted to have the nuclear holocaust discourse, but if you're ending this stream, that's probably too long to get into.
Yeah, I mean, is tomorrow okay? Or oh yeah, you said you're not going back to work until Monday.
Yeah, I might have some time this weekend. I don't know how much will be tomorrow, but probably more Sunday. But
okay,
we'll
Sunday should be fine too. I've been streaming so much lately. Maybe I won't stream tomorrow, but I'll definitely be streaming Sunday. Although we'll see what I find to talk about. Yeah. Actually, I might just continue doing what I was talking about before I had that convo with the
Jews.
Yes, that's right, Israel Palestine. But I'm going to keep doing my Ukraine research, probably more offline, just because it's more difficult to do it online. And that fucking goddamn, that lactoid convo triggers the fuck out of me. But yeah. I have to.
Anytime a libertarian talks about foreign policy, it's just like my own personal holocaust.
Which is actually funny because SDA is. Oh, actually, no, wait. I'm sorry. I should not say that. I was about to say SDA is a libertarian, but he's not really a libertarian, or rather, he hates
I
being
was a
called that.
libertarian
But
for a while.
God, how many times do I hear libertarian but not actually a libertarian? Like, it's the most. It's turned into the most like blanket like.
he's like a minarchist sort of person, basically. But he's also like exceedingly pragmatic on foreign policy, and you may as well just call him like fucking neocon or some such shit. I don't know. Yeah, basically. I mean, you heard him in here when you were in the chat about the fucking it's only a war crime, although I think he's just a lot of that is a meme.
I mean, yeah, that's meme. He was just going down
Yeah,
a list
that's
of
an
memes
old one.
about Curtis LeMay, who is like America's most prolific war criminal in our history.
Yes.
So, yeah, and some of those LeMay actually said, like LeMay literally did say that it's only a war crime if you lose. Like, he did say that out loud during World War II. He said that 2 days after he bombed Tokyo or ordered the bombing of Tokyo. So.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's where those memes come from, and hopefully no one takes those like actually means that shit, because LeMay was a horrible human being who, by the way, like also segregationist. Like, just there's no reason to like that man.
Oh yeah, of course. But obviously, like yeah, I don't know. SDA memes on a lot of stuff like that. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if him thinking the Star Wars prequels were good is actually a meme or not because of the way that he expresses it. But yeah. I don't know. Do you think the Star Wars prequels were good? Anyone in here? Or are you all?
I think the prequel books are better than the original book, but I think the prequel movies are terrible. So
there you go.
If you cut out the middle third of Revenge of the Sith, I think you got a decent movie right there.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Are you gonna come up here? You can make it. Here, hold on. Let me help you.
Honestly, I also like Phantom Menace, but I got no defense for the second one. I can't watch that. I can't make myself watch that.
I mean, it's all just childhood shit. It's all my childhood, really. And I did like grow up with the Phantom Menace somewhat, so, or at least I was a kid when it came out and I saw it in theaters. But by the time the second one came out, I just didn't care as much about it. So, yeah. And then I kind of turned against it.
It's funny because everyone called Lucas soy for the whole "this is how democracy dies" to roaring applause. And Lucas, that was a commentary on Bush and the Iraq War, but like he was just 20 years ahead of his time, really.
Yeah, you're right. He was. I don't know. I feel like. Did you watch Andor? I feel like Andor is one of the only good new Star Wars things. I thought it was really good.
I don't watch new shows generally, so not really. No, I don't have time for that. I spend enough time on YouTube and stuff. I don't have time for much more than that.
Oh, okay. Well, if you ever do take a chance to watch any new TV shows, Andor is really good. Also, I will endlessly recommend Black Sails to anyone and everyone because it's like my favorite TV show, and it's about pirates.
I saw that when it came out, and that was amazing.
Oh, sweet! I'm glad. I'm glad that someone else is.
Flint is a fantastic.
Was that the Taika Waititi one?
What?
Was that the Taika Waititi one?
I don't think so. Maybe no. Oh no! That's something else. That was Our Flag Means Death, I think, which is newer.
The introduction music for Black Sails is incredibly based. That little dirty song.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember the name of the composer now. He's the same guy who did Battlestar Galactica, that sci-fi TV show.
Is he now?
I forget.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I've never seen Galactica. The only reason I know about Galactica is all the shit nerds scream at me. But
listen, don't bother. It's one of those shows where by the time you get to the end, it becomes clear they were making the whole thing up as they went along, and they had no fucking idea how it was supposed to end, and then they had to resolve all the weird foreshadowing shit that they dropped, but they didn't know how, and it was really shitty. Yeah.
The epic was after the fighters from Battlestar Galactica, because people in the 90s were so like the nerds all like lobbied Congress to rename it.
That's awesome.
So I got the name Viper.
Nice.
Well, the original became like a cult classic, but like the remake, like in addition to what Clinton said, does anyone else remember like how? I feel like House set this up, like that era of like TV where like 2/3 of the dialogue was just characters like psychoanalyzing each other to their faces. And Battlestar Galactica was terrible about that.
Oh yeah, I think I recall it did do that. Yes. I mean, it's been a long time since I saw it. Go on.
Look, I'm a big sci-fi lover. The part of I like to read more than I do shows, but I will say if you ever get a chance to watch The Expanse, the
Oh
Amazon
god, I
series,
fucking love The Expanse, and I need to I
so
need to
good.
watch the last season still because I haven't. I think I'm just gonna start again from the beginning. Yeah, it's really really good. That's like my
Have you read the
favorite.
book series?
I have not, no, but my former roommate has. She started reading it after she watched the show, and I should. But god damn it, I
They're
have so much
fantastic.
shit.
They're
Yeah.
so good. Yeah.
Especially since it goes on after the show too, because I think the show
A
only.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I need to finish watching the. I need to watch the rest of the show. Yeah, it's a really really good show. That's
I
like
think the
my kind of
last season
story.
was the
So.
best season too. So if you haven't seen it, you're up. I think it keeps getting better with every season.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, no, I haven't. I had. I'm probably just gonna watch it all again from the beginning.
Yeah.
Just because why not? Because I've been meaning to anyway, and it's just a really 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 good show. So,
It's
yeah.
also like a lot of the physics in it actually tracks, like the way they do it. Obviously, it's still sci-fi, but
Yeah. Oh, it's cool that now that like you mentioned that too. It's nice to know that there's other people. Yeah, I think my roommate mentioned that. That's one I've heard it described as hard sci-fi. Although it does feel like maybe when they start getting into the alien stuff, obviously it's a little bit less that. But it's also how I would imagine them doing aliens if they did it in like a more hard sci-fi way and not the way that sci-fi normally does aliens, where it's just like aliens are just more humanoid creatures again and all that kind of shit. So. It
yeah. Well, aliens get to cheat in sci-fi because like they're aliens, like they have shit we can't even conceive of yet. But like everything, like I remember in the first episode, there's like a scene where they're pouring whiskey, and the way the whiskey is swirling is like correct for if you're on the asteroid series. Like you can do the math, like the amount of spins per minute and the way it's spinning. Like they just put so much detail into it. It's really cool.
Yeah, I like that. Or like the episode where they have the flashback about how they about like the correct discovery in order to advance space travel where with the guy and how he figures it out and or like they have to take the chemicals that they inject before they start like traveling really fast and like or the way they achieve gravity and yeah there's a whole bunch of good shit in there that I've been told is really really good and I appreciate it kind of makes me I'm definitely going to watch that again I think but anyway okay, I should go. I should end stream now. We can wait on Sunday. Sunday would be good to do the nuclear holocaust discourse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you guys. I hope you have a good one.
Yeah, no problem.
Cheers.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Right.
All right, everybody. Goddamn. That went long. But I am glad. I think I like this this particular like this streaming time early on. Tell Stuart we said hi. Absolutely, I will. And thank you for all the pets that you donated to Stuart, although he probably would have gotten them anyway because I love this guy to death. But regardless, you gave him more pets. Look up horned puffins. Okay. Meet the puffin, the most adorable seabird. Horned puffin. Isn't this... Aren't these basically just the same as regular puffins? Wrong one. Puffins equal opium. Actually, you know what? Horned puffin. Oh, is this the specific type? It is similar in appearance to the Atlantic puffin, its closest relative in the North Atlantic, but offers a horn. Oh my god, they're so cute. They're also really beautiful too. Tuft puffin? Okay. Oh, neat! Look at him! That's so cool! They're adorable! It is one of 3 species of puffin that makes up. Oh, okay. So yeah, there is a multiple. They are such neat burbs. Adorable, adorable burbs. Beak looks like a helmet. It does, actually. It really does. And like the way their head, yeah, it all looks like a helmet. That's so neat. All right, friends. I think it's time. I think it's time to end the stream. Yes, shalom. Shabbat shalom, guys. Because obviously it's about it's about time to, or it's Shabbat, you know, so yeah. All right. Have a good night, y'all. Bye.